All right, everyone.
Okay. Yep.
Looks like we have we had a bit of confusion, but we're sorted out, ready to go. I hope you guys are all ready for some great racing. All today, we got 4 teams, 6 categories, so plenty of action coming right at you. We can take a look really quick, really quick to see. We have Super Metroid low percent starting off. We have Link to the Past all dungeons, then Super Metroid 90%, then Link to the Past NMG, then Link to the Past low percent, and Super Metroid 100% will close out the relay for today. Since we're a little bit running behind the times, I think we're just going to skip right on over and look at the players because we got to get started.
Oh yeah, we're going straight to the racing.
Let's go. All right. Well, without too much further ado, I think we'll start it off. I'll be counting down in the announcement channel if you want to start the start.
Oh yeah, hold on.
Alrighty. And we should be off. So I'll be commentating this actual low percent run and running it. Hope you guys all enjoy because I think that'll be a lot of fun. It'll be great. Starting off, we have Azure running for. Actually, I forget what team. I don't remember which team they're running for. It's not a big deal. We have Azure, Punk, and Kip and myself all running. And this should be a good race. These are some of the best runners in this game at the moment. So it should be a good race. I think we all have a gentleman's agreement, except for Punk, to not use Moonfall. So he'll be beating us to Morefall in all chances. But we all know the true winner of this relay will be the one that finishes series first. So this is the true test of champions right here. I'm already off at a bad start, 74 door. Everyone else ahead of me. That's fine, I can make that up. Yo, let's go. All right, 45.78, 44.76, 40. I think I saw 40. No 46s. It looks like I could be wrong. All right, so this category is low percent ice. Well, it's technically just low percent, but I don't think anyone's going to be stupid enough to do anything but low percent ice. You know, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe someone's crazy enough to do low percent speed or something ridiculous, but chances are good. Just going to be low percent ice, which means we're going to collect 14 items. Minimum you can collect while beating the game with no major glitches. Morph, bombs, 2 missiles, 2 supers, power bombs, gravity, Varia, ice, and charge. Those are the items we'll be using. And the main reason we need, we need the ammo so we can kill Mother Brain 1. We need a minimum of 10 and 10. Obviously, we need power bombs. We'll be getting gravity and Varia. Varia is necessary to survive Mother Brain's Rainbow Beam, otherwise we'd be getting 3 more E-Tanks. Charge Beam is necessary to kill Ridley and Mother Brain without getting more ammo. Ice is actually a little bit interesting. Ice will let you skip past the Zebatites, letting you get only 10 missiles, not 15. And also lets you get into bot wound. I fully expect all of us to be more or less around even. Up until around Red Tower. I'd say Red Tower might show some differences here and there. And probably Wreck Ship and Fantoon will as well. For those of you familiar with the Fantoon first route in any percent, there's not much that changes here, except for the fact you'll usually have one less missile pack, making Fantoon a little more difficult. The reason why no Moonfall, especially for me, and I'm willing to bet Azure and Kip feel the same way, that Kip, I know, doesn't really care about Moonwalk that much, but Moonwalk changes significantly the way you have to fight Ridley. Everything else, it can be pretty much accounted for, but Moonfall and Moonwalk make things kind of difficult, really. Not difficult, just different. And when you're relying on your muscle memory to fight Ridley, any little mistake here and there can really throw you off. And the truth be told, Moonfall does not save enough time to be worth it. Like, you can mess up, like if you do mess up a couple turnarounds here and there, you've already lost all the time that Moonfall will save you. Like, it'll only save you 5 or 6 seconds in this category, probably. So if you mess up a couple charge shots here and there on Ridley, maybe you mess up a turnaround here, you're already SOL on that. Looks like our guy Kip blasting ahead of the competition. A little bit ahead. Just a few seconds here. Kip and Azure up. Like many SM runs, nothing really changes too significantly up until Pink Brinstar. We gotta get our early supers, we gotta get bombs and morph, all those things. All within about 10 seconds. Pretty good. Remember, we'll have to kill the pirates here because we want to conserve health going to Fantoon. So we'll get down to 2 missiles. We'll be farming the Zeelas coming up in the elevator room. And that'll just help us save around 60 health. Oh, it looks like Ponk unfortunately wanted to farm a little bit on the, what's it called? Kega. Oh no. Alright. Kip, first one out of Super Missile, he's really pulling ahead. Azure not too far behind. Myself, of course, not far behind at all. Totally come back here. Punk had a little bit of difficulty getting the ammo he wanted, so he's probably a little bit farther behind, but like I said, this category can be pretty rough. Especially this category is probably more luck-based, RNG-based than any other category. All the low percents are, because of the farming you have to do before Ridley, before Meridia, before Dragon. There's a bunch of farming spots in this where you just need to have that ammo. And a lot of times, the places you farm that ammo can be very unforgiving. So, I could swing things a lot, and depending on who gets lucky or not. Just looking at the ammo counts here, looks like Azure and Kip are both pretty lucky. Usually you want to have like 2 missiles here to start things off. Make it a little bit easier to fight Fantoon. But full health isn't bad to have either. Alright, so I got Missile Drop. That's great. Kip is leaving this room as I'm entering it. So he's like I expected. Kip is pretty good, and Azure is also very good. They're both very well prepared for this, and they're going to be taking an early lead. Oh no! That's right. I just want to show you the running animation inside the Vileplume. Nice little high fives here as we're coming in and out. Alright. Looking like the health. Kip is... Man, the health is looking great for Kip. Azure, a little low. Myself, a little bit lower than I like. Honk, looking fine. Let's see, I think Kip might be going for CWJ. It looks like Azure is missed it. I'm not going for CWJ. I never go CWJ. Let's see. Kip gets it first try. Oh, very well done by Kip there. Azure also across. Pretty easy. Unfortunately, I'm having a little bit of trouble with this bomb jump. That's fine. Just giving them a handicap, you know, can't make it too easy. Well, interesting. Looks like Azure actually uses a power bomb on those blocks in Wreckship Shaft. Haven't seen that in a while. Looks like he might have farmed one of the sizers as well. That's why he had an extra power bomb compared to what I have. Yo, pretty good Doppler from Kip there. Very nice 2-round from Kip. Very well done. Looks like a 3-round for Azure. Alright. Looks like Azure's actually having some trouble here. Oh no, I was one off. Alright, that's unfortunate. Azure finishes off Fantoon. I gotta wait through these jump rope phases. Kip, ooh, Kip's looking a little... Oof. That's not looking good. Sorry to say Kip, I meant Punk. No! What? Okay. Alright. For those of you wondering, that is about a, that is an extremely rare pattern. I legitimately have not seen that pattern in over 2 years. So the chances for that pattern are somewhat under 1%, as an FYI. That's fine. So, looks like poor team Cane of Ray will be taking a small setback. Yes, there are mandatory saves. However, I had my saves planned out, and these were I was going to save after Fantoon because cannot possibly imagine dying to Fantoon. But you know, you see a pattern you have not seen in 2 years. That happens sometimes. That's just the game. Pretty good time for Kip here. He's going pretty well. Looks like Azure's going to be getting around a 1445 gravity. Not too shabby. Punk looking around a 1530. Kip will be heading down to Kraid shortly. The main reason you do Kraid now is to get Vari Suit. It'll help you out with the lava dive. You'll save a lot of health on the lava dive. The other main reason is it's a nice and easy way to refill your ammo before heading to Lower Norfair without having to rely on slow farming spots. So you can farm mini Kraid twice, you'll get Kraid's drops, and you'll even refill the power bombs you'll be needing for Lower Norfair by going to visit the Kraid E-Tank room. Chances are good, Kip is probably going to be getting a 2-tank run here before we head to Lower Norfair. He'll be getting Kraid's E-Tank, and then heading straight over to Cathedral once he heads down to Norfair. Looks like Kip's doing a normalized setup to get in the correct position for the Kraid quick kill. I believe that setup was found by ya boy Shiny Zenny. Gets it no problem, and gets those pretty good drops. He's gonna have full ammo, which is exactly what he wants, leaving Kraid's lair. He's going to use a super on the mini Kraid here, and that'll give him the 4 supers he needs to get full ammo. That's great. Kip is looking like a fantastic run here. Azure looking in, come with Kraid as well. These drops are going to be fantastic for him as well. It looks like he might want to get more missile drops though. Coming up. Hopefully, Kraid is kind. Punk, laying powerbomb, opening the glass tube. Nice quick kill from Azure there. And he got pretty mediocre drops, unfortunately. Only getting 2 missile drops from Crate is pretty unfortunate, really. He really would have liked more there. Honk, let's see how his Crate goes. Unfortunately, looks like we're going to be seeing a big Crate here on Ponk's screen. We're losing a little bit of time. I didn't actually catch how many, okay, so there we go, 2 supers. And Crate is down. Not too long of a dance. Kip is heading directly over to Lower Norfair now, and he doesn't have very many missiles. I don't know how used to this he is. He does need some missiles for the strats. I don't think he needs more than 2. I think 2 is sufficient. But he will be wanting... yeah, it looks like he might just be skipping farming. I don't expect him to farm. Nope. He's not farming. He's heading with 2. He's very comfortable with that. The amount of supers he has is the main important thing anyhow. Azure just heading for Ice Escape. And now Kip is doing the lava dive. Like I was talking about before, he got Varia, so it's a lot easier to do this lava dive. Not easier. It doesn't actually make it easier, it just makes it easier to retain some of your health a little bit more easily. So he'll be pressing... Alright, he's already gone. Nice. Kip's saving. That's a great save, because there are a lot of things that can go wrong before even getting to Ridley and Lower Norfair. There are a lot of things that can go wrong. If he screws up his worst room in the game strat, he is more or less screwed. His strat is very fast, very cool, but it's one of those things you cannot save at all possible. Comment a bit on what Andrew is doing. Andrew is heading back to Wreck's ship to fight Fantoon, the notorious boss that everyone loves. Everyone loves to hate. That's alright. I'm sure I will not see that pattern again for another 2 years. Why is Andrew just getting a Fantoon right now? That's a great question. Thank you, Ephes. Actually, thank you. Oh my god. Alright, it looks like Kip's strat is going pretty well. Just needs to do one more freeze in this guy and he'll be able to jump straight up. I got no luck on this Fantoon, man. No missiles. Yeah, I'm getting... That's a 3 round, that's fine. At least it's giving me fast, right? Okay, I screwed that up. I guess we're getting a 4 round. Another fat. Okay, we got a mid. Hopefully. Okay. We're going for 5. We're going for 5. Ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me. Wow. The 5 round. 5 round. We're going places. Alright. Kip saves at Ridley. He's looking great. He's got the power bombs, the ammo he needs. He's got plenty of missiles. I don't actually know where he got those from. That seems strange to me, but alright. No, that was much closer to like a 10-minute time loss. Maybe 8 minutes, I don't know. You farm Magdalites. Oh, I didn't see that. Nice. Looks like as you're doing the old strat, the strat that I'll be doing, you just lay a power bomb, kill the 2 pirates on the side, and then you'll shoot 4 missiles, and 2 charge shots will freeze this guy, and then you just jump up like that. It's slower, more consistent though, and a lot easier to get by. Yo, love that laser door. Oh, buddy, Azure's looking a little low. He should be completely fine. Like, this room is pretty free. He still has to be careful, so he's playing a little bit safe here. Yep, and he got to the safe, so he's fine. Now we're looking at the farm here for Kip. This is what I was talking about. Like, these guys drop a 40% rate of supers, and that's all he's needing. Just supers. It's all he wants. So he's relying on their goodwill. And they're usually pretty nice, but looks like it took him a little bit longer than he might have wanted this time. Punk using the grouping strat there for the supers. Looking good. We'll then be doing 4 missiles right here. Oh, he's doing something else. I'm actually not sure what he's doing here. I think he's trying to conserve ammo. I haven't seen this before. I'm not sure what he's doing. Interesting. Oh no! And Azure gets memed on the pirate there. I love that. Those couple of frames here and there where those pirates don't like to take damage just because they don't feel like it. And we end the fight with Ridley for Kip here. This is a pretty long fight. It'll take about 3 minutes, about 3.5 minutes. Depending on how fast he goes, and Kip is pretty fast, so it'll probably be around 3 minutes. The main thing you want to look out for is he obviously used all of his power bombs in ice shields and just power bomb hits in general, making sure all those power bomb hits hit twice, overlapping Ridley's hitbox long enough to hit twice. And the thing he'll be doing here is just using charge shots until Ridley gets to half health. At which point he will then be doing 23 charge shots and the rest of his ammo, and that'll be his way of counting the health. He won't actually be counting all the charge shots he's doing, just counting after red. Makes it pretty easy. Azure in the same fight, and it's likely that Punk might get to Ridley before Kip finishes Ridley. The difference between low percent ice and low percent anything else, usually the 2 main low percent categories are low percent ice, and low percent speed booster. The main difference being you just replace ice with speed booster because you need an item to get you need an item to get to bot wound and to get past the Zebatites. So you need either ice or speed booster. There are a couple other ways, but those are the 2 main ways. Ice lets you Metroid clip to get to bot wound, and ice, and obviously just do the normal other things. Speed booster obviously just lets you go straight away. Looks like Kip is done with Ridley. Nope, Punk unfortunately did not enter, so Punk is just about a Ridley fight behind Kip. And those are pretty good drops for Kip there. 4 missiles, 4 supers, 3 power bombs. That's pretty fantastic. Well, I had to do a little backup there, but the beast is down, and I have pretty mediocre drops. Nothing to write home about, but nothing terrible. Azure looks like he's doing fine. Has plenty of health. The thing about low percent Ridley fights is all these players are very, very capable Ridley fighters. Like, if they wanted to not get hit that much, they could very easily do that. The thing is, your health is kind of like a resource in a Ridley fight. You want to do the fight quickly because this is a speed run. So, even though it might like seem like, well, why is he getting hit all the time, right? Like, isn't he better than that? Like, yeah, he totally is. But sometimes it's just faster to take a couple hits here and there than to avoid the hit. You already rode home. Well, I'll forgive you this time, Sweetnum, but don't do it again. Azure's looking a little bit low, but he should be fine. He just has a few shots left. As long as he keeps enough health to survive a tail hit when he's getting picked up, he should be very fine. I paired up the teams based on expected values of what I expect each runner to do. That is how I made the teams. How I or other people expected them to do. And Azure finishes Ridley. Very good fight. Congrats to him. Yeah, Cutie, I expected Jack to play very poorly. Just because it's Jack, you know. You can't expect anything from Jack. Thank you, Frey Guy. So Kip made it out. This was actually the Lord No Fair Escape that I neglected to mention that Kip was doing right here, but Kazier's doing right now. Is actually pretty hard. It's definitely can be a lot more difficult and dangerous. A lot more difficult and dangerous than the actual Ridley fight itself. Oh. So glad he got out, but he had to farm there, so you saw him go up to the speed booster farm area and just farm up because he needs to get ammo for bot wound. Because otherwise it's a very, very long fight. Actually looks like he's got a couple more hits than he might have wanted to on the way out, so he only have room for hit by 4 key hunters here. Thankfully, this key hunter staircase is pretty easy to avoid everyone. He looks like he's going to save. This is a great save. Huge fan of the save right here. It makes it a little bit difficult to get out, because oftentimes this key hunter at the top there can, just exiting the room can mess with you, but fully expect him to be fine. Okay. Azure looking a little bit sketchy, but he's still got enough health for 2 hits. Fine. I might actually not get this. I'm gonna bonk, I think. Oh, yeah. Yes, I am running too. I am running, commentating, and reading. Oh! A death for Azure there. So he got stuck in the middle of those key hunters and couldn't find a way out. Thankfully he saved. This is why this is a very, very difficult section of the run. I really can't overstate that this is probably, the section that Azure died in is probably the most difficult segment. And most dangerous segment to do in this entire run. As long as you're trying to do it fast. If you're trying to do it slow, it's pretty easy. Looks like another death for Azure there. So give Pong time to catch up. Looks like Kip missed a few supers. One super on bot wound here. He'll have like a 2-round. There's a 2-round. And that way he'll need to farm a bit more stuff before Dragon. But a 2-round is nothing to sneeze at in this category for sure. Alright, well, that's unfortunate. Yo, ball overhead. Alright, lads, we did it. Run is redeemed. Doesn't matter that I died. Yo, 3 health. He has to be very careful here because all of these enemies will kill him if he gets touched by them. So I would play a power bomb, but looks like he's just gonna play it pretty safe. Looks like he's fine. He's out, and he's gonna farm up at the speed booster area. Just kidding, he's not gonna do that. Okay, there he is. Need to get a super, that's right. And now Kip is gonna be opening up this fight with an ice shield. Getting a nice free 360 damage in on Dragon. More of the farming section. This category should be called the farm category because it's all times all you do, just farm a bunch. Punk not actually farming means he's gonna pass on by Kip here, but I don't know if that's the best idea because he does need this ammo. He has no supers. He's gonna have a very long bot wound fight. So he might pass Azure with all the farming. Oh, that might be pretty unfortunate for him because of. We'll see how long the bot wound fight takes, but. Kip already out. He'll be heading straight to Mother Brain now. With all the 4 bosses dead, all he has to do is kill Mother Brain. That's a pretty long fight. 200 charge shots. Pretty intense. I did not mean to do that ice shield, believe it or not. Wow, Kip has great drops. I actually wonder if he's going to be skipping the ship refill here. Usually people, not usually, but a lot of times, just to be safe, people will get the ship refill before hitting to Turian. Just make it very, very easy to have all the ammo you need. It's like Azure gets through. Yeah, and see Punk here farming at the fish while Azure passes him by. That's what I was talking about. I don't think these fish are very friendly. But Punk is known of his love for fish, so that may have influenced his decision. That was a pretty long fight there for Azure. He missed a few shots, and he gets, unfortunately, not very good drops here. So he'll have to farm quite a bit here, coming up on these fish after the E-Tank for the bot wound. Excuse me, Dragon fight. Wow. I'm curious. I want to see if Kip is going to refill here. I didn't think so. I thought, yeah, it's exactly what I thought. Looks like he farmed a little bit more extra on the Zebos leaving Meridia as well. He's going to be doing pretty well. He might still play it safe on some of the Metroid kills here so he can make sure he has the right amount of ammo, because if you think it's annoying to get screwed on Metroid drops in any percent, it can be even more annoying in this category. Oh, come on, stupid Ridley. There we go, there's red. Oh, I zoned out. Oh, dude, I literally zoned out again. Alright, I need to stop I need to pay attention during this part of the fight at least. Sorry, Ridley's usually pretty boring for me, so I don't typically pay attention too much. Actually lost count, which is pretty unusual as well. I think he's dead now, though. I could be wrong. Guess we'll find out. Okay, he's not dead. Okay, he's dead. Alright, 41-minute Ridley kill. That's not ideal, but, you know, we're going. And we'll see who gets out of this. Looks like Pong is actually having a better fight so far on Dragon. Oh my god, look at those drops. Those are fantastic drops. And Kip is taking it safe, grouping all these Metroids. 9-7 entering this room. That's pretty fine, as long as he potentially groups this A. Looks like he's going to group these rooms too. Can't quite get a look at the Dragon. Okay, so looks like Azure is actually definitely ahead. I was wrong. Ooh, getting the bomb jump? Azure? Let's see it! Okay, I did not want to use those supers. Okay, he dropped the bomb jump. Oh, that's unfortunate. But he's alive. Yo, we got it, ladies and gentlemen! We got the 0 hit on the Wasteland Beskigas. We're good. We're in there. Kip just getting bopped by the Metroid, baby Metroid. He'll be heading to kill the doors shortly. Oh my god. Good key hunter. Yo, they're being nice to me. Oh, how nice. After the rare Fantoon pattern where he was a jerk, they're all being nice to me now. Okay, well. Alright, I don't know why I bothered. It's only like a little bit of damage. So looks like Azure did finish before Punk, and they're about even though. Not too far behind. Punk is pulling back into this for sure. Those deaths for Azure were very costly. Let's see here. And now Kip will be heading into the Mother Brain fight, doing the Ice Zeb skip. And when you have these beams, when you don't have wave, you have to go underneath like that and shoot straight up. The 3-frame gravity jump! Oh, and Azure gets the last frame. That gravity jump that Azure just did and Punk is doing right now is literally 3 frames. Looks like Punk got one of the earlier frames. And, nice. That is not a fun gravity jump to do, and then you have to bomb jump out, of course. No, it's 3. Okay. So now, Kip did a few ice shields on Mother Brain here. Each one is equivalent of 1 charge shot to Mother Brain, so he did 4. I assume he did hit all 4, because he's pretty good at that. But this fight is often the huge barrier for people trying to learn this category. You had to do 200 charge shots in Mother Brain without going under 301 health. So you have to get hit. Like those little bombs, if you hit the actual bomb itself, it does 30 damage. Each flame hit of the bomb explosion does 20, so you can get multi-hit. The onion rings do 20 a hit, and they also don't give you iframes, so you can get multi-hit by them pretty easily. And full barrage take you down 80 health. That French fry that Mother Brain shoots, is 30 damage. So there is not a lot of room for error here. You have to do pretty well. So he'll be going 200 shots of this, while hopefully trying not to die. I don't think I actually jumped here. I did. Okay, good. You know, I'd like to make lunch. I'm actually kind of hungry. Maybe if someone can make lunch for me, then I can continue doing all this multitasking. Punk entering G4 when Azure is about halfway through the G4 cutscene. Not bad. Looks like Kip is utilizing some pretty good strats here. I'm talking mainly about the morph and unmorph. So sometimes when he tries to jump up to dodge some damage source, he notices he might hit the bomb. A lot of people like to do the thing where they just try to land in the center of the bomb, because the center of the bomb explosion, for whatever reason, is a different damage source than the bomb explosion itself. The bomb explosion itself, like I said, does 20 damage and can multi-hit, but the center of the bomb explosion itself actually does 3 damage. But with gravity suit's reduction and the way this game calculates damage, it rounds down to 0. So you can actually land in the middle of a bomb explosion, have it do 0 damage. But looks like Kip isn't trying to abuse that, he just wants to play it safe. Doesn't even want to risk the hit of potentially taking a bomb direct damage hit, which is 30 damage, I think. Now he's in the red beam phase. And that catch-up does 100 damage and can multi-hit you. So obviously with 100 damage, you can't go below 301. So one hit at all from the red beam is considered death. So it's a little bit stressful, but frankly, it's oftentimes considered a lot easier because she's a lot more predictable during this phase. So it's usually considered easier, but the margin for error is 0. So it's just different ways of looking at it, depending on who likes what. Like if you like to fight during the normal Mother Brain phase or just during the red beam. Some people prefer red beam. Looks like Kip gets through without problem, as I expected. Very well done. So Kip will be definitely finishing first in this low percent category. Getting a lot of sweeps on this guy. Oh, come on, I thought she was dead. Yeah, you know, unique upon me. I asked for commentators. Looks like nobody really wanted to step up, so here I am, just doing my best. Some nice ice shields from Azure there and Mother Brain. Yes, Azure died, I'm not sure how many times, I think 3 or 4 times trying to escape Lower Norfair. Easily one of the hardest parts of this run, so no shame there whatsoever. Looks like Azure and Ponk are... Ponk looks like he's about 30 to 40 seconds behind Azure, and Kip is just about to finish his section of the relay. Looks like about a low 53 is what he's going to be getting, which is a fantastic time. Very, very good. Dude. Yeah, great time for sure. Looks like both Azure and Punk taking a little bit of chip damage. Nothing too bad though. But they both still need to be careful. Looks like Azure's doing the strat that I'll be doing. This strat that Azure's doing here is designed to minimize the number of bombs that Mother Brain drops, because bombs are the true danger point. Like, they're not actually hard by themselves to dodge, but oftentimes when Mother Brain lays a bomb, she can force you to jump, which oftentimes lets you to jump into other things. So the idea here that that Azure's doing is he avoids all other damage sources except for bombs, and because the onion rings and the French fries cannot actually hit Azure while he's underneath Mother Brain. So that makes it a lot easier. And the jumping helps minimize the bombs. So that eliminates any of the danger. But GG to Kip. Dude, I hate this gravity jump. No, Jake, that is not technically possible based on the setup we have, but I'll think about it next time. The player names are right there on the middle screen, by the way. Okay, wow, it looks like, looking at the fight here, Punk he's one hit from anything, and it's a death. So this is a little bit sketchy. Looks like Azur's just hit the catch-up phase. I think we'll be joining, I think someone will be stepping in shortly to do commentary for Link to the Past, and you guys will not be hearing my voice for another couple hours, so I hope you all enjoyed. I'll be leaving shortly. Azure gets through Mother Brain 2. Super huge congrats to him. Well done. Not an easy fight. Punk is running to home right now. He's... Ooh, that one looked a little sketchy, but he's good. He's still good. He's got this. This is the home stretch. I only imagine a few more shots for Punk here. Yeah, these categories, everyone will done for Super Metroid on the item percentage. Just give time to get things all set up. And for Link to the Past, people will done when the Triforce cutscene is over, when it turns black after flashing white. So that's when you'll see all the runners done and have the next people go. And I'm joined with Greenham. Greenham, how are you doing? Josh, how you doing?
What's up, Andrew? How are you doing?
Good, good. All right, I'm gonna hop out and let you guys finish up, but thanks for coming on.
Alright, so we have all dungeons, starting out with A Link to the Past. Chris is the first player to get going for Team Book Beam. Had a really nice low percent run there. In 56 minutes. Wow. That's actually really good. So, a bit about this category, all dungeons. It is a major glitch category, where we're going to allow clipping and out of bounds and other fun things. But we do have to beat all the bosses and get through all the dungeons. The first part will play out pretty much normally, because there's not too many good ways to break the opening sequence of the game. You need to rescue Zelda to clear the rain state on the overworld, which is very limiting. And then it's also really advantageous to get the boots for a number of reasons. So, yeah, it'll be pretty normal up until then.
Yeah, not too much different in this opening sequence from the main category, any percent NMG, if you guys are familiar with that at all. But yeah, big shout outs to Andrew for running and commentating at the same time and doing a pretty dang good job of it as well.
Yeah, it's not easy to. That's some high tier multitasking. To not only pay attention to your own gameplay, but also everyone else's.
Yeah, it looks like Ozder's finishing up a low percent there on the Super Metroid side, so we'll be getting our next All Dungeons runner in relatively shortly there.
It will be my man Scrivo.
Master of puns and side-splitting humor.
Yeah.
Your sides aren't splitting from laughter, it's just straight up pain.
A bit about our other runner who's already started, Christos Owen, one of the few English players for A Link to the Past. And he's very English. Likes beans on his
Incredibly
eggs and toast. And
Almost
drinks tea all the
painfully
time. Yeah.
But yeah, he's been around and playing this game for a very long time. He's definitely one of the most seasoned veterans of this game.
Yeah, he might be the oldest player still around. There are tasters who've been around longer, but in terms of being an actual player, he goes all the way back to 2011. So he's been playing for a long time.
GG to Punk, finishing up at some low percent there. We got Andrew in the very lengthy Mother Brain fight. Did I read that correctly? It's 200 charge shots to be here.
Yeah, it is.
That's ridiculous. And we think Ganon takes a long time in LTTP low percent.
Yeah. It is not easy. And you also can't really take any damage hardly, so... So the escape sequence that Chris is in, where you're just rescuing Zelda from Hyrule Castle, is pretty straightforward and simple. I don't expect anything disastrous to happen to any of the runners there. Although now that I say that, I mentioned one of them will die to ball and chain or something.
There's definitely precedent for it. It's happened before in these sorts of races, and I don't know. You can't. It's tough to blame the runner necessarily in these circumstances with the relay race and big restream going on. There's definitely a lot of nerves involved. So
yeah, but it should be pretty straightforward for everyone.
it looks like Chris is gonna be out of escape before any of the other runners have started yet. So he's got approximately a 6-minute head start or so on these other guys.
Yeah. Pretty good lead.
Grevo firing it up.
Now, Chris just did the most major of glitches. He's just save and quit.
How dare he?
That is some cheaty tech there.
I can't believe that's allowed in this category. But yeah, we joke, but it's save and quit is actually allowed in all of the major glitch categories, as far as I know. It cuts out a fair bit of the overworld travel, and there are a few instances where, especially if you get into some trouble, saving and quitting is basically your only option. You know, if you get stuck inside a wall doing a clip or something like that, or any of the other potential soft locks that can happen, save and quit is going to be your only method to get out of that.
There is an optional clip you can do on this section Chris is on now that saves like 5 or 6 seconds. Up to 7 or 8 if you do it really well, but usually 5 or 6 seconds. He didn't opt to go for it there. He just did the screen normally, though.
Yeah, that clip can be pretty nice, not only in the fact that it can potentially save you some time, but also you don't have to deal with any of the enemies in the overworld, the Octoroks and the Armos statue and everything on the way there.
Yeah, it is hard to execute it quickly, though. You need very good sword buffering. I'm not sure if Scrivo does it or not. I don't think he does.
I don't believe so, no.
I don't think Apathy does either, but in the bottom right, we'll see Kurdo, and he will most likely do it.
Yeah, I would definitely expect him to go for it. But yeah, speaking of Apathy Duck, our third runner here is joining in all dungeons in the top right. And he's been playing this category quite a bit over the past few weeks. I know he's been putting in a lot of time and effort into it, so I'm excited to see what kind of run he can pull out here.
I think Feasel asked in chat if there are glitches that are banned in this category, and there are. The most powerful glitches, being Exploration Glitch and Door glitches, are not allowed. The run that does allow those is under an hour long, with the same goal, I guess, to beat all the bosses. So it's quite a significant difference if you allow those glitches.
Scrivo is definitely not going to die to ball and chain because he is doing 2-pot strat. Probably a good call though, especially if you're nervous starting out at the beginning of the race. It's nice to just get that fight under your belt and move on.
Chris upstairs in Eastern Palace now. It's going to be going to fight the first boss of the game, the Armos Knights. They have a quick kill with them where ordinarily the final Armos will turn red and go into this aggro phase where he just tries to jump on you, and he regenerates all of his health. But if you can set it up to where you can kill the last Armos and the penultimate Armos at nearly the same time, you can just skip that phase altogether. And it looks like that's what he's got right there. Yeah, just like that. So, nice fight.
Yeah, it not only helps you finish the fight faster, but you also maintain a few more of your arrows as well, which can be pretty important in this category.
So immediately after that, he's going to go and get the Pegasus boots from Sahasrahla, which is a huge item, both for just going around quickly and also for glitching. They allow you to easily, well, quote unquote easily, much more easily than without them, easily clip around on the overworld. And we'll see applications of that almost straight away. And he's also going to go back here and get these bombs. And bombs are also pretty huge for doing glitches, as we will also see shortly.
Yeah, this category went through somewhat of a revolution, I guess you could call it. I guess over a year ago at this point.
Yeah.
Before we had to, do some more manual clips, but some discoveries were made where we can actually clip through walls by dashing into bombs and getting boosted into the wall, which makes the clips a little bit easier.
Yeah, so you'll see right here he's doing a trick called DMA, or Death Mountain Ascent, where he can use the boots to clip into that slope. Slopes have really funky collision in this game. I guess because the SNES builds its graphics in like 8x8 tiles, which are square, and slopes need to be diagonal. So the way the game handles that is handles it in a way that we can exploit. But that trick allows him to get up here on Death Mountain without the power gloves, which you ordinarily need to do Desert Palace to get the power gloves before you can lift a rock that would allow you to get up on Death Mountain. So it's a pretty significant sequence break to get up here before doing that, and it allows him to route in Desert Palace way later with different items that make it go way faster. So yeah, that's the purpose of that trick.
Yo, GG, Andrew. Last finisher of Super Metroid there. And we getting our last all dungeons runner, Gerdo, in the bottom right here.
Can't believe Chris goes for bomb climb. Well.
It's just memey enough, apparently.
Now he's doing a trick we call Kiki Skip, which is kind of a funny name because it does a whole lot more than just skip Kiki. He's gonna clip from this cave into Palace of Darkness. He just did it successfully, and that's the huge thing about bombs. Bombs makes that clip way, way easier than it ordinarily would be without them. But he's in Palace of Darkness right now. He never entered it the normal way. He came from a cave, remember? So he is able to unlock these doors freely because the game doesn't really know how to treat keys while you're still in a cave. It actually gives you an undefined value, which the game reads as 255. So you have pretty much unlimited keys when you're in a cave. But he needs to reload the dungeon to be able to get all the way to Helmasaur. Just unlocking that first door allows him to take a more optimized key route.
Yeah, and doing this dungeon this early in the run is obviously quite a challenge. We only have 5 hearts at this point after picking up the Sanctuary Heart and just the Fighter Sword to deal damage with. So this part of the run is kind of a contentious point. It's probably one of the parts that is the killer of a lot of all dungeons runs when you're starting out, which can be kind of frustrating this early on in the run. But once you get past this point, this category really opens up quite a bit, and you get to fight a lot of the earlier bosses with some overpowered items. So a lot of the fights are going to be a lot easier than this Helmasaur fight that we're going to see here in a little bit.
Yeah, Helmasaur is really tough in this category, for sure. We're also going to be seeing Hammer Jump out of Chris in just a few moments. It's pretty tough bomb jump. He's going to need to place the bomb on a specific vertical position and then put Link on another vertical position. He's going to do some pause buffering to help himself out. One of the challenging parts of this is that the bridge is collapsing out from under you. You can see there at the bottom. And so if you lollygag around or whatever, you're going to be in for a rough time because that bridge will just fall out right from under you before you can do the trick. But Chris gets it just fine. I'm just going to be going to the back half of the dungeon. Scrivo moving into the Armos fight. Apathy also in Eastern. And Gerdo will be starting up soon.
And you saw that Apathy Duck there was actually booming those popos instead of killing them, as you may normally see in an any percent NMG run. And the reason for that is because we really don't have to worry about rupees in this category. We don't really have to farm for anything because all of the rupees that we're going to need are going to come from chests that we open later on. So the rupee route here is pretty much guaranteed, and you don't have to worry about drops, which is kind of nice.
Scrivo had somewhat of an adventure at Armos, but he managed to make it work out somehow.
We have our fourth runner has started now in all dungeons. Gerdo actually has the best PB in this category out of this group of 4 runners. He has a low 1 hour and 12-minute time. Apathy Duck has a low 114, so does Christos, and then Scrivo's just behind them with a 116. So all these runners are very, very close in times, and there's quite a bit of variance in this category that can happen, so definitely going to be an exciting race to watch.
All right. One of our first, I guess, inflection points here is going to be Chris fighting Helmosaur. He's opting to fight him without holding his sword out, which is pretty ballsy, if you ask me. But he made it work. He's being a little careful here, though. I almost said he had it, but okay, he has it.
Yeah. It was nice that he was sitting on 2.5 hearts there, as opposed to exactly 2, because one more hit from Helma would have killed him if he was only sitting on 2, but he could have taken one more hit there. And then as an optional safety for that second phase of the Helmosaur fight, instead of doing those hammers, which require you to be very, very close to Helmosaur, you can just pull out the bow and fire some arrows into that crystal on his head.
Yeah, I fully expect if these runners get down to just 1 hit left on them, they might go with the bow strat, because it's just so much safer. Chris gets through it. Looks like Scrivo had a successful DMA, but took a lot of damage. That's one of the rough things about DMA, is you are at the mercy of some serious RNG, with the boulders raining down and the dead rock enemies. He's even going to save and quit to replenish his health, which is not a bad idea.
Yeah, and I think the other reason that he's doing that is also to preserve the bombs that he has right now. If something goes terribly wrong in Kiki Skip and he ends up using all 3 of those bombs, I don't think he's comfortable with doing the 1-frame version of the clip. So he would likely, in that case, just reset and start back at the old man cave with his 3 bombs still. Looks like Duck is doing his DMA right now. What is going on with those flowers?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, looks like he got stuck in the cliff. The reason that happened is because he did not go in the appropriate amount of pixels, and so that was a different teleport than what he was after. But he successfully got it now, and now he is up on Death Mountain. You can see just how bad this RNG can be, and a lot of it is you have to deal with it blind. You're kind of trying to scroll the camera back up before you enter into that cave. Otherwise, you get a big slowdown. But yeah, you can't really see a lot of what's going on, the boulders and the squirrels and everything, so you're just kind of hoping and praying that nothing is going to hit you.
Scrivo gets the Kiki skit, so he'll be making his way through pod. Chris and Hera still got a nice lead.
I'm interested what okay, it looks like Apathy Duck is going to opt for the save and quit at that point as well, right after he gets the mirror, so he can start back at the old man cave and have all 3 of his bombs and 4 hearts to try to get up Death Mountain and do the Kiki skip.
We've got another bomb jump coming up on Christos' stream. I think he's going to do it the easy way with the bonk. which is a 6-pixel window, quite big in this game. I don't expect him to have any trouble with it.
Yo, nice Kiki skip from Duck there. You saw that he used pause buffer to the mirror, and he did that after moving exactly 1 frame up, which is what triggers the collision again and clips him through the wall there.
So one of the cool things about this route of doing Palace of Darkness before Tower of Hera is you get to fight Moldorm with the hammer, which is quite a bit faster. It's like 6 or 7 seconds faster, I think, than doing it with Fighter Sword. It's also easier because you avoid the last phase where Moldorm speeds up.
Yep, just 3 hits with the hammer and Chris is done with the fight. So that's one of the main attractions, I feel, of this category, is being able to fight a lot of these light world bosses with overpowered items.
Yeah, definitely. Lamolas, when we get to them, is going to be a similar story. Much easier to do with the equipment you have in this category.
Ooh, it looks like Gerdo went for what we call rat frames there at the end of Escape. If you get hit by a rat while you're in the door after slashing your sword, Link gets stuck in this pushing animation, and that despawns your shield, and you actually save quite a bit of lag on this screen here, at the cost of obviously, taking hard damage prior to that.
So straight out of Hera, we have Chris headed for Thieves Town, and the reason the route is this way is because Thieves Town will get us Titan's Mitts, and Titan's Mitts gets us Tempered Sword, which is a huge upgrade. Master Sword is super out of the way in this category, and it's also much weaker than Tempered Sword, so it's the best sword upgrade we can get.
Alright, I want to call your attention to the bottom right screen here with Gerdo. He is doing the clip that we were talking about earlier on the Eastern Overworld. We call this method the Citrus Clip, named after Yuzahara, which is one of the tassers and glitch hunters for this game. And it's just a specific method of clipping that lets you do what he just did, which is walk into Eastern from all the way down here.
Yep, it's a cool trick. Scrivo's coming up on Helmasaur, so we have to... This is really one of the things we have to watch out for, is a Helmasaur death. Hopefully all 4 players make it through.
Yeah, Helmasaur death is pretty painful. You lose about a minute, maybe more, I want to say. It looks like he's going to opt for the safety here and just plug him with some arrows. Ooh.
Yeah, he gets it. Nice.
Cool. Happy
Apathy
Duck
is-
cleaning up those
yeah.
turtles. One thing in this category is that, like we mentioned earlier, you only have the Fighter Sword here, and the strat with those turtles usually is to kill the bottom ones with a spin, but Fighter Sword really doesn't do much for us there in that regard, so we just have to kill them all with a hammer. Now we're seeing Duck's attempt at the Helmasaur fight right now, opting for the sword out method here. Nice despawn of the fireball. Gets 1 spin in, which is half the damage of an arrow and a hammer hits. At this point, he needs 2 more hammers, I believe.
Yeah, he
There's
gets
1,
it. Nice.
2. Nicely done. Good fight. No damage.
It's a pretty good Helmasaur work so far from our runners. We have Chris headed to Blind. Blind is the exact same, pretty much. You might think it would be slower with Fighter Sword instead of the normal Master Sword you would have here. But Blind actually doesn't care what you hit him with. It's always 3 hits to advance to the next phase, for a total of 9 hits across all 3 phases. And he gets him down.
Alright, so something you're going to see in the top right corner here coming up is a clip that we haven't actually talked about yet. And it's a clip to get up into Hera by wrapping the screen around. And Apathy is going to do the fast version of this clip where he just boot clips into the right side there and jumps down, which puts him right directly in front of the entrance to Hera.
Yeah, that clip actually saves a surprising amount of time. Because ordinarily you have to go all the way up Death Mountain, use a portal to go to the Dark World, then mirror back to the Light World before you can enter Hera. So that clip probably saves 20 or 25 seconds or something. Saves a lot of time.
Yeah, and it's used multiple times throughout the run. Anytime we need to go into that warp or get to the upper part of Death Mountain, you're going to see that clip being done. So like Gerdo is picking up the boots and the bombs. And he's going to be heading up to Death Mountain using the DMA glitch that we were talking about earlier.
So the only difference, Chris is on the Skullwood segment, the only difference between this and the normal NMG version is what he's doing right now, which is getting the book. We absolutely need the book to get the Ether Medallion, to get to have access to Misery Mire. So that little detour is basically the only thing that's going to be different.
You know, that was a very clean DMA by Gerdo there. Didn't take any damage on the way up either, so that feels good.
Yeah, it always feels extremely nice to get through there without having taken damage.
Good call, Louis. Let's see if Scrivo goes for the early Hera bomb jump that he's been touting recently. Negative. Nailed out.
He's been playing pretty safe the whole time, so I'm not surprised he...
Yeah, I can't blame him, but he's been bragging a lot recently about his quote-unquote consistency with the trick, so... Oh, this is pretty even between the top here now.
Yeah, Apathy's making up some time on Scrivo.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice comeback there.
Very good Kiki skip from Gerdo, wow.
Oh, apparently we missed Scrivo actually going for it and failing it once.
Oh, wow.
Our apologies.
I was too busy blabbering about Chris, or about Skullwoods being the same thing, I guess.
Yeah. All right, so on the top 2 streams right now, we're going to see a clip that we haven't talked about yet. So we have DMA, which is Death Mountain Ascent, but now we're going to do DMD, which, as you can guess, is Death Mountain Descent. And this is done just by getting the spin speed state there, which allows you to clip through those diagonal walls very, very easily just by holding diagonal into them. And then that is going to send us down into the lower part of the map here where we can now access the Village of Outcasts.
Yeah, and that's a pretty huge sequence break too. That warp on Death Mountain is the only warp you can access in the game without having hammer or gloves or something. So the fact that we don't have those like a glove upgrade yet, but can still access all of Dark World. It was pretty big. Shout out to Blunt Bunny.
Blunt Bunny rolling in.
We'll see if Gerdo has a good hammer jump. Wow. The answer is yes.
Pretty decent.
Oh, Chris is having trouble in Mummy Hellway. Okay, he gets out of it. Still took quite a bit of damage, which is rough. He can only take one hit at Moth. Fortunately, if you do die to Moth, it's one of the least painful boss deaths. But he has it. Good. Scrivo is going to be headed down to the Thieves Town basement. One thing we didn't talk about with Chris, the Thieves Town basement is slightly different in this because you don't have gloves, which you need to lift this rock that's in your way down here. So you have to do the sequence pretty much completely different. You have to kill every enemy in the room.
Yeah, we see Duck executing that right now. Kills the right Salphos with a bomb and finishes the Zazix off with the hammer. Scrivo in this room right now, not trying to lift the big block without gloves. Good job.
Yeah, there's a famous clip of him repeatedly trying it and being confused about why it wasn't working when he was running this category.
Really nice turtle party from Grotto there. Looks like Duck is opening up a bit of a lead here now on Team Hook Booster.
Yep.
And Gerdo's on the Helmsor fight right now, has the mask off. Ooh, takes one hit. He's got one hammer hit in already. Needs 6 arrows from there, and he puts 6 into Helma. Good safety there with the arrows.
Yeah.
Really good call.
It's definitely smart to play it that way in a relay. Pretty hard to do it so YOLO in this environment.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone wants to be that guy that loses a bunch of time for your team.
Neat clip on Chris's stream right now to get from Death Mountain to Zora. It was always one of the funnier looking clips to me that even works the way it does. And the tile set is, it doesn't have the proper one loaded for this area, which is why you get these random brown tiles. Everyone else in a cutscene. Nice.
Yeah. Not much to talk about at this point. Yeah, Shady brings up a good point. Some people like that that different tile set in Zora's domain. They feel like it makes the lines a little bit clearer. You can kind of see what you're doing, and it helps you avoid jumping in the water.
Chris has got an important clip coming up here. Oh, he's not even going to go for the bottom clip. I guess he doesn't like it. It's understandable. It's pretty tough.
He's going for the old school version. Yeah. That's definitely a Chris thing to do.
Yeah. You made it work out.
I can't blame him at all, really. That screen is just awful, no matter what strat you choose. Even if you choose the safest strat, which is not doing any of the clips whatsoever, those bombers can just ruin your day.
So now we opt to do desert, which is nice because you can quickly combo it with Misery Mire right after. And also our item set here, Tempered Sword, Fire Rod, and the Mirror, are just going to make it way faster. He's going to be able to go get Big Key and then mirror back to that entrance he took, saving a lot of time on this first section. And since he already has Titan's Mitts, he can skip Power Gloves entirely. They are useless. They're actually detrimental to you if you go get them, because the game will actually downgrade you from Titan's Mitts to Power Gloves.
Nice Beatles strat from Gerdo. I think that's the strat Joe D'Amelio uses. It might be a Japanese strat. I can't remember where it actually came from.
Yeah,
but
I think it's a Pooey
kind of a cool
strat.
variation. Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
And there's something really weird with Apathy's game right now. Some weird palettes going on, and I'm not sure what the issue is. Somebody needs to check his ROM.
Chris is coming up on Land Mo, which is another boss we get to make quick work of with better items. Those being the Tempered Sword and the Fire Rod. Unfortunately, he uses an extra shot on torches, which means he probably won't be able to get a one cycle.
Yeah, that's rough.
He's got to go back for the magic, and he doesn't know which pot it's in. Nice.
Did get the arrows out of it too, though, so we'll have some extras there.
Okay.
Nice.
That was,
he saved it. Really nicely done, especially with that short hop.
Yeah, that was not an easy pattern to get a one cycle on. With the second worm giving that short hop to the right, that was pretty good stuff.
All right side of the screen here, we got Apathy Duck doing the spin bomb jump tech to get the Fire Rod, while Gerdo is doing the DMD to get down to Thieves Town.
Christos using his Mirror Warp to go to Meyer and taking the completely wrong route on the overworld to get there. That's okay. Chris is always known for his creative overworld routing. He does some funny stuff.
Creative is such a kind way to put it, especially for me.
He has some funky ones in NMG too. A lot of people make fun of the way he does one of the Ice Palace overworld screens.
Oh yeah.
Nice Meyer too, though, out of him. That room is really tough to do the way he did. The goal of that room is to kill all the Wizrobes before they can disappear. And he executed it perfectly.
Alright, Apathy is going to be falling into the Mothula fight right now. Has a good amount of health, has a little bit of magic if he wants to use the Fire Rod, but going to be going for the double poke on the dash there. Just needs a couple more hits on Moth here. The unfortunate thing about Moth is that if you hit him into the spikes, he doesn't actually take any damage. Oh, he's at 1 heart now. He needs to be a little bit careful here. Anything in this fight will kill him at this point. He's got to dodge all these spikes flying around, plus the beams that Moth is shooting out, plus Moth
no.
Can't make up his mind where he wants to go. Gets hacked by a spike. But as we said earlier, the Moth fight is... If you're gonna die to a boss, Moth is probably the boss to do it on. You're not going to get affected by the fake Dark World state, which is why you see the Light World pots right there. The unfortunate thing is that you do have to go through this Mummy Hellway again with far less magic than you came in with, so it's gonna have to do a little bit of farming here, but Scrivo looks like he made it out of the Mothfield fight just fine, so the lead has flipped yet again. Alright, doing some magic conservation here to make sure he has enough to finish the room. Be getting out of there. And we're about to see some interesting stuff on Chris's stream.
Yeah, I was just about to say, this is one of the bigger things going on in this category. He's already gotten the big key, and so he's backtracking through here, going back to the Torches room, where he's going to do a bomb clip that will take him into the Tower of Hera. And from Tower of Hera, he can do another clip that will get him into Swamp. And when he gets in a swamp, he'll be able to get the hook shot. So he's going to grab the fairies in here, and now he's in Tower of Hera, going back to the Moon Pearl room where he'll be able to clip into Swamp. And this is a pretty huge sequence break here because we'll see if he gets his clip. It looks like he has it. Trust yourself.
He should be good. No, you're fine. You didn't need to fix it.
Yeah, he wasn't trusting himself there.
Now he's too far right for the bomb placement, I think. He needs to go a little bit to the left here. Oh, he's just going to reset the room, I think, so he gets the setup easily.
I'm surprised he didn't just go for the one frame, because he knows how to do them in one frame.
Yeah. You especially want to be conservative of your bombs in this category, because you need a lot of them. Oh. Maybe he's gonna...
Yeah, he is gonna do the one frame now, I think.
Okay. So this is what we used to have to do. A bunch of one frame movements. This game runs at 60 FPS, so 1/60th of a second. He is trying to move diagonally and then press the select button in order to bring up the select menu to stop Link's movement. And he has to do that in a very, very particular sequence in order to clip to this wall, and he gets it pretty nicely, actually.
Yeah, I'm surprised he just didn't default to that the first time it went wrong, because he's not bad at select buffering at all. But yeah, now he's in Swamp. He'll be able to get the hook shot. And this is pretty huge because when they enter Swamp later, they don't need to go get Swamp's big key. There are no big key doors or anything. The only thing the big key locks is the hook shot itself. And so you can basically just blitz straight to Argus. There's also a funny thing there where he uses the mirror and it takes him back to Meyer because he never actually changed his dungeon value. The game still considered him inside Misery Mire that entire time.
Yep, and just catching up with our other runners here. Apathy Duck, on his second moth fight, had an absolutely perfect fight, as it tends to go on the refight. So he got out of there just fine. And Scrivo is now doing this bomb clip that we were mentioning a little bit earlier. This is the clip that Christos opted not to do, but Scrivo executing it now pretty nicely. And that saves a little bit of time over the other clip method that Christos did there. Duck not far behind him at all. Not really sure what strat he's going to go for. He does know all the clips, I'm pretty sure, but we'll see what he's comfortable with attempting. Looks like he's going to go for the bomb clip as well. There are two Y coordinates that work for placing that bomb, and now he's got to dash into it at the appropriate time in order to get clipped into the ledge there.
Yeah, you can really tell how comparatively speaking, the Moth Death doesn't matter a whole lot because Apathy's still in the same ballpark as Squivo here.
It looks like Christos set up the version of what we call the spooky glitch for this category. I saw him kick up some dust before putting that block down. Let's see if he goes for it in this room. This will allow him to actually skip the room above entirely.
You got it. Nice.
Nice.
It's way harder in this category than it is in NMG. That's really hard to do, and it relies on hitting an item dash. So he got it to work, which is nice.
All right, Apathy is in desert here. Gets to just mirror out after grabbing the big key, which is kind of a nice routing thing, and then he gets to go to the back half of desert here, and then fight Lamo with the fire rod. Scrivo just about to the same spot. See if these guys can get a one cycle like Chris did. Grito in the worst room in the game, but that's a pretty nice one.
It's only sometimes the worst room in the game.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's really friendly.
For some runners, yes. For me, 100% of the time, it's the worst room in the game.
Even when you get stuck, Mummy?
Even then, because I'm going to find a way to screw it up.
It's like Scribo missed the one cycle, but should be able to clean it up. And oh no, he gets a short hop. So it's going to be 3.
Yeah, so Apathy can make up a little bit of time here if he gets a one cycle.
Very good.
RNG, so, oh, yeah. Nicely done. Ooh, the Meyer exit on Christos here.
Yeah.
This was
Me and
actually
Chris-
found by you and Chris, yeah.
Yeah, we worked on this exit, which is a lot safer than the fastest way. Loses about 3 seconds, but the fastest way, there's like a Zora shooting fireballs at you. And with the fastest way, you have to actually do the strat very quickly to not get hit by the Zora shooting the fireballs at you. So,
Oh my gosh, Apathy, what is happening? Like, normally this screen doesn't look right, but this definitely doesn't look right.
we'll have to ask him what's going on with his console.
I'm going to need to see a checksum on that ROM, please. All right, Gerdo falling into the moth fight now. See if he can have a clean one first try. Using the fire rod to kind of hit Moth and also encourage him to get off of that top wall. Nicely done. Good use of the fire rod there. Apathy is creeping up on Scrivo here.
Yeah, definitely. If it weren't for that moth death, I think Apathy would be quite a bit ahead.
Yeah, for sure. You may notice that they are grabbing 2 small keys in this room right away, whereas usually in NMG we don't grab them both at the same time. And the reason for that is because of the sequence you saw a little bit earlier where we clip down to Hera and then into Swamp. Once we clip into Swamp, we end up in a room with a locked door that we need an extra small key for. So grabbing an extra one there allows us to actually open that door and not lock ourselves in that room there.
When Chris started, the lead was Bookbeam. A big part of Chris's lead, actually, is Kip's run and low percent for his team. Not that Chris is playing like super poorly or anything, but... Okay, never mind. He bonked in that room. He is playing poorly.
It's over.
We'll see if he gets 0 cycle.
Oh, we hooked the wall.
Looks like not. Yep. Yeah, it's pretty tricky. What he wants to do there is get all those puffs off of Vargas before he can do that little hurricane spin attack type thing, but wasn't able to do it. It's okay. He still has a good lead.
Nice. Apathy got a bomb drop from that slug there as he was passing through that room. That's nice. I believe he used an extra one earlier, so you always want plenty of bombs for this category. Never have too many.
Yeah, there's so many bombs we use for glitching now with bomb clips that you really want every bomb you can get, especially in a relay environment.
Yeah, for sure. You saw he grabbed yet another one there underneath that pot, and now he's doing the clip to swamp. Needs to buffer. Oh, went up too many frames there, unfortunately. He's going to be slightly misaligned, but I'm pretty sure he knows where the X coordinate that he wants to be on. Looks like, let's see if he gets it second try here. Needs to go up one more frame. Looks like he's trying to use pause buffers to do so, and gets it nicely.
Very good. Chris going for a pretty nerve-wracking trick in a relay. The ice mirror wrap saves 10 seconds, so we're just going to ice normally. He gets the mirror. Okay, he's got it.
Good. Yeah, if you walk too far up on that screen there, you can cause an infinite scroll, which you cannot save and quit out of.
Yeah,
that would be a bad thing.
We've got this bomb clip here to skip a lot of rooms in ice. Conveniently, the most boring rooms, even. It's pretty fun clip. Oh no, Gerdo mirroring inside some geometry. Not what you want to do. Oh no, Chris falling into the pit there at the end.
Ooh, I think he's a pixel high there, yeah. He's got one bomb left, otherwise he's going to have to hover or go somewhere to find some bombs. Looks like he's got it here, though. Alright, cool.
Wow, when did Apathy get back ahead of Scrivo?
I think that may have happened in the clipping exchange. Yeah. Apathy Duck setting up the spooky glitch there by tossing that cane block into the void, which sets an altitude variable that this game uses to determine where the area of effect damage is going to take place for the fire rod. Has to be very careful not to dash, or he needs to dash before putting that cane block down, and then he also can't do anything funky while trying to get that block onto the switch there to corrupt the variable. And now he needs to do a rod dash here to hit that anti-fairy, which displaces the AoE to the room above and hits the crystal switch up there.
Scrivo not very comfortable with this category spooky, so he's just gonna do it the normal way. Chris getting through cold stare. Pretty nice.
We're going to have simultaneous boss fights on the right side here. Duck is going to be going through Vidi, while Gerdo tries to one-cycle Landmo here. Not quite going to be a zero cycle for Duck. He gets that one lightning attack, but cleans up the fight nicely, and he's going to make it out alive. Scrivo wants to see the bad farm room again, because he's going to do some bad farming.
Yeah, I can tell by the way he's playing that he's really not comfortable with the health he has. So we'll see what he does. He might do the patented his patented strat.
Yeah, self-patented.
Yeah.
There's one. Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh man, that is rough. Hopefully he remembers to fix fake dark roll.
Yeah, he does. I think. Yeah, he does.
Okay, good. I just
If
wanted to add him and
he,
make
yeah, if he didn't, we would need to get in touch with him because that would legitimately throw this whole thing off. So what fake Dark World is, for anyone who doesn't know, which would probably be most people, when you it's like a conflict in how the game tracks which world you're in. That is set up by these players never having defeated Aghanim 1, so they're not even supposed to be in the Dark World yet. So when they die in the Dark World, the game wants to put you in the Light World. But you're in a Dark World dungeon, right? So it can't really completely go through with that. So you end up in this weird state where you're in a Dark World dungeon, but with your world variable set to the Light World. Certain dungeons, you will not be able to catch the crystal if you go to the boss at the end, if you have this conflict set up. And Misery Mire is one of them.
Yeah, and the reason for that is each of the Dark World dungeons are paired with a specific Light World dungeon, and if you have already gotten the pendant from that Light World dungeon that's associated with the Dark World one, then the reward is not going to drop, so you're not going to get a crystal from the boss even if you beat it. So yeah, very unfortunate circumstance there, and Scribo's health is looking a bit concerning going into this last part, but I would expect him to just do the Scrivo safety video that we were talking about a bit earlier and alluded to, where there is a single pixel on the right side of the screen where you can stand and not be damaged by the goo that is surrounding Vitreous there.
Apathy having a lot of trouble getting up to that ledge for that key.
Yeah. At least he didn't Andy himself. But yeah, the nice thing about the routing here in Swamp is that we get to completely skip the west side of Swamp here. Just have to get that small key and then we can finish out the dungeon.
Okay. Scrivo's definitely going to go for safety video here, I guess. I would even go for it in this situation.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
He has a healthy amount of arrows too, so...
This always makes me so nervous.
Yeah, when an eyeball...
Oh, no.
When an eyeball goes above you, that's where you really start to panic. Because there's so much lag that gets generated in that fight from all the eyeballs coming at you and the sword slashes and everything, that it can be really difficult to sort of time those slashes and not get hit by an eyeball. Yeah, he remembers to mirror again, which is smart. Ooh.
Okay.
All right, Gerdo is doing a slightly different version of this Herida Swamp clip that I have not seen before. Were those
Yeah.
diagonal boot buffers? What was going on there?
Yeah, he does it diagonal with diagonal dash buffers.
That's really cool.
Which I've seen before. Crystal used to do it that way. I think keyboard players generally like to do it that way, which
okay.
which I guess makes some sense.
Sure. Yeah, that was really cool. That was a nice clip.
Yeah, it was really good.
And Duck finishes off Argus here, so building up a pretty good lead against Scrivo's team here. And Gerdo's got a chance here to also make up some time on his opponents.
Yeah, if Scrivo can't get through Vidi here, then his team, Hook Booster, might end up in last place for the time being.
Still plenty of categories to go, though.
Oh yeah, still a lot
Anything
more to
can
go.
happen in a lot of them, so especially LTP low percent is going to be a trip.
Yeah. And Super Metroid pretty much always has a threat of death until you get later into a 100%.
All right, so Apathy Duck is heading out of Swamp here. It looks like he is going to opt against doing the Ice Wrap and the potential infinite scroll that can happen. So he is just going to mirror to Light World and then just swim directly to Ice Palace in this very neat palette that he has going on here.
What is going on?
Isn't he? Is he on Super NT? I think.
Yeah, he is. What in the world?
All right, Scrivo makes it through the Vidi fight. GG, my dude.
Very good. So, for the time being, he maintains his lead over Gerdo.
And Scrivo, despite all the deaths, still finds time to make a terrible pun in chat. What a guy.
Gerdo misses Spooky.
Ooh,
That
yeah.
was unfortunate. Chris doing a trick to get into Ganon's tower. This is faster than actually, even though we have all the crystals, this is the fastest way to get in. Skipping the cutscene.
Yeah, let's see if Gerdo can one-shot Vidi here. It's gonna catch him up quite a bit to Scrivo's team if he can do that. Looks like he's got a nice zero cycle set up here. 8 more arrows to finish off the second phase, and he's good to go.
I think he's the only player to even get the zero lightning, so that's best Vitreous we've seen so far.
Scrivo going for the fast version of the Meyer escape that we were talking about. Has to bait out the fireball and dodge it, but does get the clip.
Very nice. So Ganon's tower is going to be mostly the same in this category. One potential difference is that if you're playing optimally, you won't enter this dungeon with full hearts. But Chris, I think, talked to the old man to play it safe. Pretty smart in a relay.
Yeah, absolutely. Loses a few seconds, but guarantees some safety for Ganon's tower. Apathy Duck in the Cold Stare fight here, going with the standard 6/ strat. Nice. Good fight. Gerdo going for the fast version of the Meyer exit clip as well. Nicely beats the fireball and everything too. So that's
Yeah, that was really good.
Another good time save for him. I agree with that statement, Andrew. I used to be a 6/ main, but after I started trying the single poke version and learned the double poke version as well, it seems like there's just so much less variance with those strats. Like, yes, it's probably like tighter execution, but it just seems like with 6/ there's so many ways for the fight to go wrong.
To answer Saban's question, no, the Red Cane door glitch is not allowed. This category bans all door glitches. Chris going into upstairs Ganon's tower. So many tough rooms here. Very nice mimics too, though. Oh wow, Apathy doing the ice rod clip. Gets it perfectly too. I'd say it's a few seconds. Do it that way. And it's also risky as heck. I don't think Scrivo goes for zero cycle. Pretty sure we'll see an attempt out of Gerdo, though. Yeah, Gerdo's definitely catching up some.
Oh, Scrivo did go for it.
Oh, okay. I honestly kind of couldn't tell, because...
Yeah, it was a little PowerPointy. But you got a few buffs, though, so... It's really like zero cycle it's definitely a very, very difficult strat, and it saves a good chunk of time, like 6 to 7 seconds if you do it really well. But it's really not that bad of a strat to go for, even if you do miss it, because there are a lot of ways that you can clean up the fight and still get a 1 cycle where Argus doesn't move, which is the same thing that was going to happen if you just did the safe strat to begin with. All right, so Apathy Duck makes his way into Turtle Rock, and we'll talk about that clip once Gerdo gets up there, because there's a lot of stuff going on with that clip. But he now needs to go through Turtle Rock backwards, so he's going to get that small key there, and then he's going to go up through these rooms, do the platform maze backwards, and then make his way to the big key, and then mirror out from there to go back to where he came in.
And then it'll be really close to Trinex. So this route is pretty powerful. A lot of
it's
Turtle
really
Rock to
nice
skip.
because you don't have to deal with chomps at all, which is
Yeah.
a blessing.
It really is. Gerdo is going to go for the rat.
Nice.
Okay. That's just really nerve-wracking in a relay.
Yeah, you lose a ton of progress if you get that infinite scroll there and you don't save and quit before to save your progress. Like several dungeons worth of progress. Alright, try next boss fight here for Apathy Duck, doing the backdoor strat. Kills the first head nicely. Seconds down. Aga 2 is down for Chris, so he's done with G Tower and just needs to finish up Aga Tower as his last dungeon.
Yeah, Aga Tower is played last, so as soon as he lands on the pyramid, he'll just be able to mirror and be right there, which is the reason why this is routed the way it is. Aga Tower being last is kind of a blessing and a curse. People have pretty divided opinions on the matter. Because at the end of Aga Tower, you have to fight Aghanim 1, which is just a complete RNG boss. For those of you who are Super Metroid players, it's like Fantune on steroids. It's just completely awful. And so, in the normal NMG category, you fight him like 30 minutes in, and you can just like, oh well, run's dead. And, it's pretty easy to cope with. In this category, you can have a really great run and, get 90% of the way through it, and he will end it for you. So that's no good. But it also kind of takes off some pressure, in my opinion, throughout the run that, it's not really a good run until you've gotten past him.
Yeah, I'm on that side of the fence as well, personally. In the normal NMG run, you're going to see Aga, a little less than 30 minutes in the run, and then you have to play an entire another hour of the most difficult part of the game after that, while being nervous that you got good RNG. Whereas with this one, it's just like the last fight that you have to be kind of nervous. But Gerdo has made up a ton of time here on Scribo. Yeah. They're very, very close now. They killed Cold Stare just a few seconds apart there.
Yeah, Gerdo's definitely been showing off that he's the third best all dungeons player, which I think he still is, right?
I believe so.
I'm not missing any PBs. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's got him quite yet.
We'll see if he goes for that ice rod clip. I don't know if he's learned it yet. It
Looks
looks
like
he
he
has.
is, yeah.
Yeah.
So he's gonna have a bit of a broken camera here, which is gonna be wrapped around to the ice rod cave screen. So he gets the spin speed state by doing a hook dash there, and then clips into that ledge, and then he takes a bomb with him as he jumps off to actually blow open the ice rod cave. It looks like he's just throwing it into water and just getting rid of the bomb, but we're actually on the ice rod cave screen just above when he does that clip. So that's how he gets into the screen there. And so now we get to see and talk about this Turtle Rock clip that we're going to see on both Scrivo and Gerdo's screen right now. Very similar to the other clips, we started out with a dash buffer boots clip to get into the ledge here. And Scrivo's bonking to set himself up on the correct Y coordinate. He's going to dash buffer into this ledge here. And then do the clip to get down onto this ledge here. And then we're going to do some wiggling to get Link over to the edge of the screen here and transition it. And now we have to do a mirror wrap. And so Gerdo's going to mirror on the same frame that he transitions the screen here, which does a wrap and sends us all the way back over here, which is actually the backdoor entrance into Turtle Rock. Yeah, the bonk that Scrivo does there, it sets you up on a Y coordinate that is actually 1 pixel lower than most people use for that, which just means you have to change how far in you clip. You can have 1 pixel of Link shadow sticking out and the clip will work, whereas the pixel above, you need to have the shadows even with the cliff there.
And it does look like Team Cane of Ray has overtaken Team Hook Booster.
Yeah, really nice comeback from Gerdo there. He's been playing really solid, and so has Duck, actually. He's had a really solid run so far.
Yeah, Duck's really only misstep has been that Mothula death.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Gerdo has been having a really good run. I wouldn't be surprised if he's on like certainly 113, maybe even 112 pace. That's how good his run has looked to me that I've seen.
Yep. Christos has beat all of the dungeons. Now he just has to beat Ganon. Misses the Trident spin there, so he's going to have at least a 2-in-1 cycle here to start the fight. Gets nice RNG though. Just spin here in the top right now.
Yep, that's the easiest pattern to do, really. Not too much of a setback. After this third phase, he'll be getting what we call the torch glitch, where you need to have those 2 torches lit at the bottom to damage Ganon in the 4th phase. The left torch initially goes out just several frames before the right one does, and if you light it during this window, the right one actually will stay lit the entire time, which is pretty significant.
Yeah, you got a pretty big window for it.
Yeah. He gets it. Oh no!
Ooh.
Oh man!
Inside of Ganon for that spin though.
If this was NMG, you would be so dead.
You'd be very dead, yeah.
It's all dungeons, so you do this fight with full hearts.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think some players, probably as a result of that, since you do get the refill after Aga Tower, tend to play this fight maybe a little more aggressively just because you know that you can take a few more hits. Perhaps that's what happened there.
Yeah, Ganon himself, if you have the green mail, which they all do, is the deadliest thing in the game. If you touch his sprite, you are taking 8 hearts of damage.
Oh my, Apathy Duck. Took a laser to the face there, so he is sitting a cool 2 hearts right now.
And that's especially rough in this category, because he has to go straight into Aghanim's tower after this.
Mm-hmm. GG, Christos. Nice run, dude.
I didn't see what his prize packs were at, but it might have been smart to farm those Helmas in the Helma key room.
Oh, that's a good call, yeah. Well, since you save and quit right before this, he should be back
Oh yeah,
on the start of the prize pack.
Oh,
Was
man.
going for the Moldorm bounce, and unfortunately bounces directly off the right side instead of over the way he wanted to go. Now he's on 1 heart here, so he's got to be a little bit careful with this Moldorm fight. Oh, he
Oh
dashes through
man,
just
I
underneath.
can't
That was
believe he gets
scary.
dashed through him.
Hoo-hoo.
Yeah, in this
Alright.
situation, I might ether the mini mold worms in the
Yes.
in the final Hellway. I don't know if
Yes.
that's even on his radar at all. But
That would-
this is
That would
such
definitely be a good call there.
such a scary situation.
Oh, he's just gonna go for it.
He's just gonna go for it.
All right, good luck, Duck. You got this, man.
Oh man.
This is gonna be exciting. Though.
Meanwhile, Christos has gotten a Triforce. Oh, Gerdo.
Oh no!
Yeah, there's so much to pay attention to.
I All right, so I'm paying attention. No, did not hear.
Oh,
So the scariest part,
so scary.
IMO, are these blue balls that are coming out from the real Aghanim. But also, this fight is slightly desync the longer it
okay.
takes till he gets through. Holy crap!
So
Yeah,
the main
now he's got to do
yeah,
Agatar with 1 heart.
yeah, but the main risk, I honestly might even be willing to take a death in Gold Knights here, just straight away and get my health back. Looks like we have gotten Super Metroid started off 80% from who is it? Freya's Spirit.
Yep, looks like it.
And we'll get the commentators for that in here.
Yeah, howdy. Looks like it'll be me.
Oh, okay.
Well, hello again.
Hope
Are
you
you
guys
looking
didn't miss too much.
Are you looking forward to commentating while not playing the game at the same time?
You know, I've heard that's easier, but I guess we'll have to see.
Watch you just flub every sentence now and just not be able to
That's
talk
all
at
I
all.
can- yeah.
I need a controller in my hands.
All right. Thanks, guys, for commentating. And I assume I'll be seeing you again shortly.
Yeah, you'll be seeing me shortly, at least.
All
I
right.
don't know.
I'll be back for a low percent for sure.
Excellent.
Yeah. But yeah. Good luck to the Super Metroid guys.
All right. So it looks like we're starting off with Super Metroid 80%. Bookbeam still in the lead. Freyas has a good head start over the next closest person, Apathy Duck. They're not too far behind, though. A lot of these runners are all very, very well balanced, and this is they're all very good runners. Freyas, I believe, has either a low 48 or a high 47. I don't remember. Maybe a low 47 at this point. But this should be a great introduction to the rest of Super Metroid. We're going back to outer space, back to Zebes. Looks like Freyas is running with Moonfall, so you'll see her falling all the way down. Ooh. Takes a couple pits, but not to worry. Man, Gyardo and Scrivo are just neck and neck. They're just... Scrivo's hanging in there. I don't... Oh. And Mimics 2 having a little bit of trouble for Gyardo there. Oh, hang on a second. I think I'm... Yep, looks like Scrivo's just pulling ahead a little bit. See how many blue balls. Oh man, I think I missed a few blue balls from Apathy Duck here, but Freyas heading on up to bombs. This is just typical 80%. I believe Freyas will be doing Kraid first. There'll be no Phantoon first shenanigans for Bookbeam. Oh, a nice ledge grab climb coming out of Freya's here. This is definitely the climb that most people should. I don't know. Most people should learn when they start playing this game now. I definitely think it's a lot easier and a lot more consistent to get decent times out of the climb just by using that version instead of the wall jumps. But it's taken a while to become more popular. Looks like Strivo unfortunately misses the one cycle on the Lambo 2, but finishes up not too much after that. 4 blue balls for our guy Apathy Duck, and he's going to head into the Ganon fight just right now. And Team Grapple Flute, looks like he'll be finishing up this segment of the relay in second place. Freyas didn't have full health, so unfortunately she had to get she got some health drops from bomb trees, which is not what you want. You want all missile drops to make it easier to 1 round. But a 2 round only loses you a few seconds, so not too bad there. Oh, and a little bit of a fire bat there from Apathy Duck. But good dodges. Looks like a 1. Looks like a 1 and 1. I think I missed the first part. Looks like a 1 and 1. So nice good Ganon fight there. And you remember when I talked about in low percent how it was important to conserve your health by killing these pirates with missiles instead of just running through them. But Freya's is running through them here because it doesn't really matter. They're going to be heading down to Kraid first, so it's not as important to conserve your health. Yeah, well, nice hover from Scrivo. Very well done. Gyarados. Oh. Like, that could have been it, but need at least 1 more round, I think. Oh, wow, I missed that one. I thought they had it, but... Oh, wow, that was an interesting way to do that mock ball from Freyas there. They actually... I don't see many people do this. Most time people hold jump. Like, there's 2 different ways to do mock balls. You either have to hold jump or hold the direction you're going in order to conserve momentum. Looks like Freyas actually holds the direction instead of the jump for that one. Like, people usually do different things for different mock balls, but... Interesting. A GG from Duck. They'll be the second team finishing up, Team Grapple Flute. Freyas doing the mock ball into Big Pink. We're picking up this missile pack down here at the bottom, and this Charge Beam then heading over to Kraid. Fantastic amount of ammo here. So, like I said, it's always important to get a missile drop here before heading down and out into Red Tower. It just helps so many, like both doing Kraid first and Phantoon first is important. And joining us for SM Many Percent for Team Grapple Flute, we have Cutie, a real cutie. And he will be doing Phantoon first. I know he will. Doing the typical Phantoon first route. Phantoon, Ridley, Kraid, Dragon. Regular parts for Gyarados. They're heading out. Uh-oh. It's like QD stream is a little lagging here. I'll check that out. Freya's will be entering Kraid here, and they're looking for that Kraid quick kill, using Moonwalk just to get back into position. And we have Gyardo and Scrivo here in the Aghanim fight, as Freya's just got their Avari suit. This is, I'm just watching these simultaneous blue balls and just laughing, like, this is this is the best category. To have to deal with Aghanim luck at the very end of the run, like Josh was saying. It's pretty... Whoever came up with this category is a very, very interesting person. Have to do it this way. Gerda will be getting out of the Hellhole Aghanim fight first. Still having a bit of technical difficulties with QD stream, but hopefully we can get that sorted. Oh yeah, I didn't update the commentator. Sorry. Sorry, Mikachu, I got you. Freya's killing that Sova right before high jump boots and then opening the door. You won't see QWERTY do that. Hopefully you'll see QWERTY do something. Revo gets hit by a Firebat, but okay, got hit by 2, but he should still be fine here. He's got still a decent leeway. Freya's is heading through the Rising Tide room. She'll be picking up the Speed Booster and Wave Beam items before heading back up Red Tower to get her Power Bombs. Looks like they picked up Kraid Tank, which I don't disagree with. It's a 12-second safety that more or less guarantees you're going to finish your run. It's pretty hard to die, especially when you're as experienced as Freya's is in this category with Kraid Tank. So, very nice safety, I would love that. And GG to Gyardo. Very well done. Picking up a bunch of slack for Team Kane of Ray, for whoever unfortunate person caused them to have that much slack. Oh no, looks like Freya's accidentally missed his super. Shoutouts to Goop. Nice Goop super. Or, sorry, not Goop. What's his name? Goject, that's the one. Yeah, it's a Goop super. Oh, come on, let's be honest. Goop is... I've watched some of Goop's streams. He's messed a couple supers here. Why not, right? Garrett will be finishing shortly, and nice little swag slide from Scrivo there. It's pretty funny. And that's a done for Gerdo, and we'll be heading over for the next runner for Team Cane of Ray. Keiku Man Shoyu. And he's off. Freys is now heading up to Red Tower. They have fantastic health and ammo. It's hard to have bad health when you have 3 tanks, but 9 and 4 is very, very good. QWERTY gets a little bit ahead of themselves, misses that door check a little bit in... Or sorry, not QWERTY, Keiku. And we're off with Jero for Team Hook Booster. So we now have all 4 of our runners back to Super Metroid. Looks like Freyas went for the non-hero shot version of Red Tower. Missed it, but they'll come back with a backup just now. Looks like Keiku is going to be doing Moonfall. So we have... Oh, there we go. We got Cutie now. He's up at Power Bombs. That's where I expected him to be. And he'll be, like I said, he'll be saving before Fantoon. That's a fantastic save to take. I'd highly recommend everyone to save before Fantoon. We even have Freyas and QWERTY saving in the same room at the same time. That's pretty interesting, even though they have massively different items. Yeah, that Fantoon save, though, this Red Tower save is a great one to take. Highly recommended. Looks like Jero's, of course, not doing Moonfall because he is a good person. No, I'm just kidding. I think QWERTY likes to go for... Yeah, he's going to go for the CWJ setup. Looks like he got... Oh, no, he didn't get it. Just kidding. So he'll be doing the backup bomb jump, I believe, as Freya sparks across the moat. Doesn't even try to go in for Ocean Fly, just heads straight over. And he gets it on second try. Congrats to QWERTY. And Freyas just bopping the door. And that'll be good to go heading into Fantoon shortly. No, I'm saying Jero is a good person. Oh no! That's the best mistake. Oh, and QWERTY is pissed. He even takes it out on a fish. I think QWERTY was just feeling a little bit dry, you know? Hasn't been raining enough lately. Has to take a dip in the ocean. Well, Freyas enters the Fantoon room as QWERTY enters Rex ship. We have Keiku just about to bombs and Jero just entered the elevator. Back up to Criteria. New route can save around 2 minutes. I mean, it depends. It's around 2 minutes. But the real thing is that even beyond just the new route's time save is that QWERTY is a very, very strong runner. He will likely catch up a bit of time on Bookbeam. Looks like a 3-round for Freyas there. They missed their setup for the delayed X Factor, but that's no problem. Various suit, plenty of ammo. A pretty good first round for QWERTY there, setting themselves up for the 2-round. Looks like we're getting maybe a slow mid. Yep, slow mid for QWERTY. It looks like that 3-round for Freyas. I don't actually see what the patterns were, but it's kind of nice to see this comparison directly, right? Like literally, like they're synced up basically in Wreck Ship, but just with different item sets. Keiku's having a bit of trouble with this Alcatraz escape, but gets out. Let's see how Jero does on Bomb Chorizo. Unfortunate 2-round, but cleans it up nicely just after that. It's like these wreck ship platforms in the wreck ship shaft heading up to attic. They feel so much more natural, like with the items that QWERTY has, which is really interesting because it feels like every other place in the game. A nice rag spark from Freyas there. A super from QWERTY that I don't think he wanted to use a super. He wanted to use a missile. He'll have to head back and finish that guy up. All right, well, QWERTY got out of attic, and that was pretty good. But I was saying, like, in Wreck Ship, it feels like all the other places the developers design the platforms, like, after you get a high jump, to be better designed for a high jump, but it feels so weird doing that movement, and it's pretty hard to do it correctly with the items that Furious has. A good quadruple missile farm there for Cutie. Entering bowling as Freyas enters the hand. Oh! Keiku! Keiku gets bopped by the metal scree, the Metairie. That's a pretty damaging thing right there. And his health should honestly still be fine. He just might need to not damage boost a couple of times and hopefully not get hit by the key hunters in Kraid's lair. Because I believe Keiku will be doing I believe Jero is also. I'm not actually sure, but based on his health, I'm willing to bet that Jero is doing Kraid first. I know he's been practicing Fantine first, but just based on his health here, it looks like he'll be doing Kraid first. A moonfall out of the gravity suit room from Freyas. They'll be heading straight down. With the differences in items here, you can still see the difference in strats. Because Freyas has speed booster, it's faster for them to go all the way down and get better run speed. A nice impulse mock ball from Freyas there. Looks like Keiku's looking for health, trying to farm these Kakataks and these Zeelas. He's rather than uncomfortable just playing it safe in a marathon setting, which I don't disagree with. 0 power bombs for Cutie here. He feels comfortable just taking one. Gets one from the Sizer. Freyas kind of going autopilot there. They have full supers and pretty good health, but they still wanted to farm those Kakataks. Yeah, it looks like with 8 supers, QWERTY is feeling completely comfortable. Just skipping those Kakataks entirely. Nice 3 super entrance from Keiku there. That's always a fun thing to watch. So QWERTY will be heading up, getting Spazer, and then heading down to Norfair. You'll see Freyas here. They already have the items they need to go to Meridia. So they'll be heading to Meridia right away. But it was nice watching... It was actually kind of cool watching the different strats that Cutie and Freyas were doing, even though they in the same rooms. It's had different items. It looks like everyone except for Cutie is doing Kraid first, FSG. And when you do Kraid first, it pretty much guarantees you have to do Kraid, Phantoon, Dragon, Ridley. But I believe QWERTY will be doing the full Phantoon, Ridley, Kraid, Dragon instead of switching things up. QWERTY's heading over to get his high jump boots, his second E-Tank. Jumps over the E-Tank. And he does not have a power bomb, so he'll probably be doing some bomb tricks here. J-Ro picks up their Vario suit. Ooh, Furious had a little difficulty with Bot Wound. But, oh man, those are for some pretty decent drops. Because they were looking a little low on ammo, and they managed to pick up quite a few missiles. Oh, I love that mock ball that Furious just did there. Mock balls into one tile wide tunnels are some of the best feeling movement you can do in this game. Now let's see it, Furious. Let's see that full halfie, I believe. Gets the setup. Keiko and J-Ro screen for screen. Looks like a good grab from Freyas here. Let's see it. Oh, that looked so high. That looked so high to me, but Freyas pulled it off no problem. A great ice escape from Cutie there. Freyas preparing for their Dragon fight. And now everyone in our lovely race has the wonderful high jump boots. Post them if you got them. Oh. Cutie getting bopped by a small disc Giga there. Nice rising. Oh, and there's a caught spark, a goop spark from Freyas there. I can almost hear a caught grunting right now. And Cutie doing right side Bubble Mountain as a backup. What a guy. Freyas finishes off Dragon, not a problem, has plenty of health left. I look forward to seeing the Plasma Spark, Freyas, because you have plenty of health to do it. I'm looking for it. Nice Bubble Mountain from J-Ro there. Let's see how Keiko's Bubble Mountain goes. Pretty good. Pretty good. Oh, just noticed, J-Ro did not actually pick up Kraid E-Tank, while his other competitors have picked up their safety Kraid E-Tanks, Keiku and Furious. Looks like that's probably a likely reason why he made up so much time on Keiku already. Just skipping that, just gaining 12 seconds already just by skipping that. We'll see how these farms go. Oh, J-Ro. J-Ro just going. 13 and 3, he's fine. Keiku, let's see how Keiku's. And I'm watching Freyas eagerly. I'm looking for it. Wave beam for Cutie. Oh, no plasma spark from Freyas. Oh, and they fall. Oh, that's a long fall. That's a good 3 seconds there. Well, Cutie's heading down to Lower Norfair now. Ooh, Keiko getting bopped by his spikes a couple extra times there. And Plasma Beam for Freyas, one of the best beams in the game. There's only one beam better. You know what it is. Ooh. Looks like QWERTY got the short charge, but somehow decided, I don't think he slid off, so he decided, you know, I'll just play it safe and do the gravity jump. Ooh, he paused a little bit late there, took a little bit more heat damage than he needed to, but it looks like he just wanted to make sure he got the wall jump. Likely wanted to play it safe that way. And he's not saving. Okay. That was a save I could potentially see him have taken, but it's not too big of a deal. He might be taking the Ridley save. Oh, I thought he might be taking that save, because it's... Things can go very wrong very quickly in these first few rooms of Lower Norfair. Freyas is heading down to Lower Norfair themselves. They'll be joining Cutie shortly. And Keiku and Jero heading up to the wreck ship. Jero has perfect health and ammo. He's good to go. Keiku, dodging the platforms, manages to find his way into the claws, the loving embrace of that yapping maw. Oh, Jero having a bit of trouble with this red tower. This will give Keiku a little bit of time to catch up if he can get it first try. Nice pillar spark for Cutie there. Let's see how this room goes. The worst room in the game. Yep, and it lives up to its name, and he takes a hit. That is not what you want to see. He should still be fine. He didn't drop his power bombs. He won't have to be worried about his power bomb conservation, but yeah, second try through, looks like it'll do the trick, but that health loss is going to be felt. That health loss is also going to be felt. That is really not ideal. He needs to avoid any other damage sources. He'll be taking 7 damage from the flame in Wasteland, putting him at 2 health. The good news is he has plenty of supers, so he doesn't need to be too concerned about getting supers from the Metal Pirates, but this is still... Okay, he's playing it super safe. I don't disagree with this, Cutie. This will be a significant detour, honestly. This will cost him probably 30 seconds. Maybe more, depending on how slowly he takes it. He's taking it a little bit slower. This might take him about 40 seconds, honestly. But it will mean that he's more apt to get better super drops instead of just hoping on luck from the Metal Pirates. That might help him for sure. Frey's just about to enter Lower Norfair. Looks like that powerbomb is laid a little bit right, but she looks a little bit too far to the... Oh, maybe not. Looked a little bit too far right, but manages to just squeak on by with that. And a nice, very well done ocean fly from Jero there. Very cool. Keiku bopping the wreck ship door just right now, and they'll be heading in themselves. Like Cutie went for the double Keiko. Missed it. Freyas doing the patented CFB pre-pillar strat of killing those pirates for the lag. Oh, and misses the pillar spark, so they'll be having to pay attention and hopefully remember to use a bomb spread in the key under staircase instead of 2 power bombs. Cutie, 18 and 9, entering Ridley with plenty of health. Sure, he feels very, very comfortable. And a nice ball overhead from Freyas here. A good double X factor from Jero. Making it look easy. Let's see. Keiku setting up for the first X. Looks good. Second X, also good. Connects. Very, very well done for those Fantoon fights for both Keiku and Jero. There you got that bomb spread out from Freyas, remembering that they missed the Pillar Spark. Jero's ammo looking a little bit not ideal. So you got some pretty bad drops from Fantoon. Keiku's looking great though. He's got full ammo. He's looking to be a happy camper heading into Meridia shortly. Jero probably will want to be farming the Cactax for sure. Freyas, wow, getting 4 supers from one metal pirate. Incredible. Very, very lucky. Just barely misses the powerhouse space jump. Looks like Jero's doing the power bomb and spark method. Sparked a little bit too high. Misses that key hunter, and also misses. Oh, I think he laid the power bomb too far to the right. Keiku's getting these valuable seconds to catch up here. Oh, but he also messes up a little bit, but not too bad. Ridley is very, very red for Freyas. I think she only needs 2 or 3 more shots. Oh man. Jero. Keiku both going for Attic Spark, or not Attic Spark, sorry, Bowling Spark. Jero gets it, but spent a little bit more time to set it up, giving Keiku time to catch up, but that Spark will catch Jero right back up. Freyas heads out. Ridley with plenty of health and ammo. Looking very good for Turing where they're headed right now. Cutie, with 3 E-Tanks, is feeling very comfortable, I'm sure, exiting the Thorn Warfare. Having much more health than they usually have, I'm positive. Yeah, so QWERTY still has to kill Dragon, while Freyas will be heading directly to Golden 4 and Turian right now. Oh, Freyas lays that power bomb a little bit too low. Means I'll have to play another one, losing valuable seconds. Cutie has plenty of health, but still wants to try to manipulate these guys and ends up taking 3 hits from them anyway. Oh, he should have just gone. I mean, if you can tank 3 hits, he should just go, but Proceed wanted to try to play it safe and actually just paid a price. And whenever you try to play it safe, sometimes there's always that risk of just screwing up anyway. But with 10 health, he does need to be careful. Looks like he's gonna be laying a power bomb. I agree with this choice. Just lay the power bomb. Just survive, man. Because that multi-viola, as I've learned from Just Defend several years ago, it does exactly 12 damage. Cutie's health and ammo situation not looking great. He'll be fine. He's got what he needs, basically the bare minimum, but he's gonna be hoping for some great trade drops. If he doesn't get that, he'll be very unhappy. Darrow looks like he wanted that 4th power bomb there, just to make sure he didn't have to rely on farming or rely on bot wound drops at all. That's basically what you're looking for there when you farm that farm for 4 power bombs. Cutie setting up for the Kraid quick kill. Looks like Keku wanted to farm that power bomb, but missed charging the spark before turning around. Nice quick kill for Cutie there. Jero about to head into bot wound. Does the short charge excellently. Freya's nice space jump up. Oh, Jero. Missing a particle on the bot wound. Means this will probably be a 3 or 4 round. There's 3. Decent recovery, but unfortunate time loss that Keku can make up here. Oh, Keku. He's got 1 super left. There it is. Finishes bot wound with a 2 round. Furious heading up. They're about 10 minutes from done here. A little less. Oh, and J-Ro bops the door. No full halfy attempt for him. Just makes it safer, though, honestly. You got plenty of health for Dragon. There's no risk of chain damage. He might have done that on purpose. Yeah, big fan of the door bop. Looks like Keku wanted to farm a little bit here before Dragon. I didn't see what their ammo situation was after bot wound, but probably not great if they wanted to farm. Oh, and unfortunately, break spin halfway up. That's a lot of lag frames and falling all the way down. Pre-Coliseum. A good door fix from J-Ro there, entering Dragon, as Freyas enters G4. Cutie, about to bot wound. A nice D-boost off the spikes there for Keku. Looks like Keku's playing it safe. Just wants to save before Dragon. Let's see this bot wound fight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's the easiest pattern. Typical Cutie. No, I'm just kidding. Well done from Cutie there. And an easy 3 with blue strat coming out of J-Ro, though. Oh, and then he wastes the blue suit. That Dragon was perfect, and he deboosted a little bit early. Unfortunate. Cutie sparks a little bit too low. Gets a halfy. Better than nothing, but still just a halfy when it comes down to it. Let's see these Metroids from Freyas here. Metroids are some of the most fun rooms to watch when they're done well. Looking like going for the grouping strat. Not a bad call on... No. Oh my god, this health! Holy... Whew! If that bomb didn't work, that was the end of Freyas there. But I'm glad they pulled it off. Looks like a pretty decent opener for Cutie here. And a great... Oh, I love the up sparks, man. I love them. Yeah, that was good. Well, Cutie has plenty of health. He's not concerned with his health here. And J-Ro, my man! Oh, that was so close. That was so very close to Plasma Spark. It's like just a little bit slow on the last ledge grab. Frey's gonna go for Metroid skip, I assume. Ooh, that was a little close. Oh, that was... Holy... Yeah, okay, that was ballsy. That was very courageous to take that jump. But it almost worked. Oh, he actually went back for it. He had 19 and 7, and Cutie still decides to spend the frames to go back for that super. I would never have expected that. Unfortunately, misses the door, has losing a lot of momentum there. That's kind of funny. Jero entering the toilet? Keku goes for Plasma Spark. Mad respect, my guy. Huge props. Unfortunately misses it, but there's a big difference here between Keku's and Jero's health. This is, I mean, Keku has 5 power bombs, so the sizers will be farming later on. Will be giving him health, but this still is pretty low. I fully expect Keku to go for blue suit pillars, if they go for pillars at all. Farius will be doing their Zeb skip shortly, and they'll be finishing up for Team Bookbeam, still in the lead, maintaining the lead. 40 is catching up, but the lead's still maintained. It's still there. Oh god, that's a little sketchy. Good thing they have that extra energy tank. Yeah, I think Keku might have gotten hit as well in the plasma room. Very, very low health. Not ideal at all. Freyas manages to get through Mother Brain 1, no problem. Just 20 shots to freedom now. No, there's no way Quiddy refills the ship. Zero chance. With 20 and 8 and 3 E-tanks, literal zero chance. Ice Beam for Jero. Oh wow, Keiko actually got that charge shot off. I thought it was not gonna come off, but nice. Wow, okay. Well, the iframes were fine, but that catch-up was still a little bit close to Samus's head there for Farius for me. That bomb costing them a little bit of time too. Slow cutscene. He should have. Yeah, no, there's no chance. So for the umpteenth time, the lovely, lovely baby Metroid saving our protagonist from the horrors the space pirates inflict upon our heroine. Pour one out for the baby. Yo, J-Ro! Oh, I love that, man. That Debu setup is very, very cool. Thank you, Jero. How much has Cordy caught up? Let's take a look. Once Grapple Flute's times come up, we can see for sure. Because right now they're about 5 minutes behind, I want to say. Something like that. I don't know how far they started behind, though. Yo, nice. Man, those are some clean Metroid rooms out of Keku here. Let's see this Metroid Room 3 going for grouping again. He's got 20 and 6. This is... yeah, that's a pain in the butt. Manages to get bailed out by room... oh, sorry, that was QWERTY. My bad. My bad. Those are great Metroid rooms, though. Yeah, sorry, Sweenham. Relax. Alright. Looks like QWERTY, sorry, Dan. I keep on confusing them. QWERTY, Keku, same name. What's the difference? Keku wanted to farm a little before Lower Norfair. Farius finishing up Mother Brain 3, no problem. Let's see this Metro skip out of QWERTY here. Ooh, Jero messes up this room. Might take an extra hit or two. No, he's taking it safe. He's taking it slow. No problem. Playing it, make sure. I need a controller. My kingdom for a controller. Someone, please. Wow, that's a great jump from QWERTY there. Looking like a great skip. Yeah. Oh, and he... oh, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. That Keku, of course, doing the patented CFB pre-pillars strat. Nice moonfall from Freyas there to finish it out. And let's... Oh, Jay, we're getting robbed by that pirate. Yeah, there's the blue suit pillars like I expected Keku to do. There was no way he wasn't going to do that. Oh, looks like a good parlor. Man, these are some clean parlor love drives from Freyas here. Well done. Jero going for the extra shot setup. And a done. Well, not done, but finishes. Freyas finishes first in this relay for their team Bookbeam. GG. Looks like Keku's gonna be saving here right before Ridley. And an absolutely stellar fight from Jero there. Could not have gone better, really. Cutie, finishing up Mother Brain 1, has plenty of health, but this will be a more difficult fight than the rest of his competitors. He'll be having to do 60 shots to freedom, not 20. No, I don't think Josh RTA, the runner formerly known as X-Released, will be doing any runs today. Jero misses the escape mock ball out of Wasteland, but no problem. Cordy making... Oh, we're getting a lot of onions. Super feisty Mother Brain here. How were teams formed? I asked a Magic 8 Ball, who should I put on what team? That's how teams were formed. Ooh, Keku? Okay, Keku's good. Jero has 311 health. He's absolutely fine. Just blasts right through these key hunters. Wow, it doesn't even get hit there. An easy finish for Cutie there. Taking very little damage. GG. Coming up, we're actually going to be switching because of the... Just for anyone curious what's going to be happening shortly. For Team 2 in Grapple Flute, because of the availability of some of the runners, the order of the categories they will be doing will actually be switching. We'll actually be having NMG, Link to the Past, before low percent. Wait, other way around. Sorry, we'll be having low percent before any percent No Major Glitches on Team 2. But that'll be coming up, and I think we have some people coming in to commentate the upcoming low percent. Or, right? Wow, I'm confusing myself. Hang on. So now we have Langshin coming for Link to the Past 90% NMG, and joining us for commentaries, Josh again. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Great. What's your expectations for this NMG segment?
all the players are really pretty good, so I think they'll all have pretty good runs. They've all been playing and very active. I guess I expect Error to have the best time, but judging from his runs earlier, I don't know, man.
Oh, calm down. Well, let's see. The gauntlet has been thrown.
I really hope he was listening to that.
All right. Well, I'll be heading out and on the commentary.
All right. Greenham, I believe, will be joining me here in a couple minutes. Oop. So, yeah, this opening section, as we watch Lynxian routine book beam move through Hyrule Castle, is not going to be much happening, really. Pretty much the exact same thing we saw in all dungeons. I used to run Super Metroid, so I know a bit about that. So I'm not completely an idiot. I see Keku has really awful energy. Might take the ship refill or something. Eri wasn't listening. I'm so sad. I laid down a Class A burn, and he just wasn't even paying attention. I'm just gonna have to go back and listen. So Lynxian has Zelda. Once you get past Ball and Chain, there's pretty much nothing that can go seriously wrong in this segment. As long as you remember to get the lamp. Another mistake people make occasionally. J-Ro playing it really safe here, getting that energy. Ordinarily would never enter that room just for like 30 energy or whatever you got out of it, 30 or 40. So Team Grapple Flute will be moving on to A Link to the Past soon. Unfortunately, we couldn't get the schedule completely synced, so Grapple Flute will play their low percent run right now instead of the MG that the other three teams will be doing. There's really not much difference between low percent and NMG in A Link to the Past. The main difference is low percent cannot get a sword upgrade beyond Master Sword, and that impacts a lot of the boss fights and also some strategies here and there. Kiku finally gets his drops in the last Metroid room. Yeah, NMG. Okay, good thing we have the command there. And grabbing the Sanctuary Heart. You can skip that heart for 3 seconds saved, but that extra heart container is just so huge in this game. There are a number of sections that are much, much, much harder just from not having that one heart. So the vast majority of players do get it. Really only the certain players in the top 10 will skip it. That'll be another thing they'll have to forego in low percent, since it is optional. In Super Metroid, the difference between low percent and 80% is 6 items, or 5 items. I forget what the optimal route if it finishes 20% or 19%. I think it's 19. Right? Yeah. Some of those items are pretty freaking big, like high jump and speed booster. In general, I would say low percent Super Metroid is more different from any percent Super Metroid than the same case for A Link to the Past. We do see Chet skipping the boomerang, which I've already mentioned all 3 of the items that you skip in low percent. You skip the boomerang, you have to skip the Sanctuary Heart. It's not an option. And then you also have to skip getting any sword upgrade beyond Master Sword.
Hello, Mr. RTA.
Oh, hey, Mr. Hand. Looks like there were no major hiccups in the 80% runs for Super Metroid, which is nice. We'll see Lynxian doing a trick we erroneously call Big Key Skip, because you don't actually skip the Big Key, just skipping the intended method of getting it.
We're trying to move beyond that, though, as a community.
Yeah.
I think people have gotten slightly better at calling it by its correct name, or at least not an inaccurate one. GG to J-Ro.
Lynxian's going to be coming up on Armmost, hopefully doing the same quick kill we talked about.
Yeah, and Chex is working his way through the back half of Escape here. Slightly scarier in low percent since you don't have the boomerang, which can be kind of nice for helping out with some of these enemies, which have a lot of RNG to them. he is sitting on 3 hearts, so he should be pretty healthy finishing up this.
Lynxie does get the quick kill.
Wow, you got 25 rupees already too. That's gotta feel nice.
Yeah, it does. Unlike all dungeons, your rupees do matter in NMG. You want to get up to at least 14 in White World to have everything go as quickly as possible. So he's already got that, which is a nice feeling. Be coming in here to get the boots, and he will actually not go into the back of Sassulo's hut, even though there are seemingly a very quick 100 rupees back there. There's an even quicker way to get some money. We'll talk about when he gets there.
Yo, is that or Chex showing off the rat frames that we briefly mentioned in the All Dungeons run? He slashed his sword in the doorway there and got hit by a rat, so his shield is now despawned, saving a cool 70 frames in this screen, minus whatever he lost from taking the damage in the previous one. But that was kind of a relatively recent discovery for this category, which is pretty crazy to say considering just how long this game and speedrun have been around.
Now, low percent has to get its money differently because, primarily because one of the houses in Dark Kakariko, if you don't have the boomerang, will give you a boomerang, and you can't do that. So yeah, Chex is going to do the water Houlihan route, where if you jump into this water 3 or 4 times, it's he goes for the 3 jump strat. Yeah, you can get the camera desynced just enough to where you get the Houlihan room to load. This room is like a crash prevention room that was intentionally put into the game, so we don't consider it a glitch, even though it probably kind of occupies that gray area a bit. It is an intended like Easter egg that the developers put into the game, and it's a really convenient way in this category to get money. So
yeah, it's really nice because when you exit Houlihan Room, you come out of Link's house, which conveniently is closer to Eastern than just going from the Sanctuary.
we got Error firing it up.
Yeah, that's correct, ACM. Chex in the top right here is actually doing low percent. We just had to switch 2 of our runners around due to some scheduling issues. So everyone else on the screen is going to be doing any percent NMG, while Chex is doing low percent NMG.
And the next run, all the other 3 runners will be doing low percent, and Louis will be doing his any percent NMG run in the top right for Team Grapple Flute.
Looks like we got our 3rd runner underway here, Error or Airy for less of a mouthful to pronounce.
Airy has become a really good player, contrary to what I was saying just before this.
Friendly shade.
Yeah, he's actually a very good player and has gotten good very quickly. He's only been playing the game for like 14 months, I guess, something like that. And he's
already has a 1-4.
Yeah, one of the best players.
He plays on emulator as well, which a lot of people look at that and say, well, why wouldn't you just play on console? Well, luckily enough, we have some emulators out there that are pretty close to playing on console. And Airy has proven that you can get just as good times as the top runners playing on emulator as you can on console.
He plays on RetroArch, and he's able to get the frame rate really close to console, only losing like a few seconds over the full run. And he's also able to eliminate some of the input lag, I believe. Oh!
Okay, it looks like he shot an early arrow there, and it just whiffed the Igor that he was trying to kill to get the key. But he got some fancy footwork there, was able to dodge out the rest of the damage. Picked up a heart in that room, which was probably a smart decision. But GG to Keku, finishing up Super Metroid there. We now have our last Link to the Past runner starting up. Any percent NMG here, Oasi in the bottom right corner. One thing about Oasi that I think we need to mention is that he is extremely good at Light World. He has spent some time working on a Master Sword theory task, I believe, and he is just a very solid runner in the beginning few dungeons here. Mostly because he is very good at taking advantage of a small technique that we use to speed up Link a little bit, which is called pumping.
How much does it hurt your soul
to talk about it?
That you're mentioning wall pumping right now.
I know, but it's I wouldn't even bother to talk about it if Oasi weren't just so good at it.
Yeah.
Which is actually impressive because I don't think he actually plays on a Super Nintendo controller. I think he plays on maybe a PlayStation controller, I want to say.
Yeah, I think a PS4 controller, yeah, on emulator. But yeah, like we have a ROM hack, much like Super Metroids, that will track your the time you spend in a room. And Oasi is basically unbeatable in any room that has wall pumping.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Like he's extremely good at it.
One of the versions of pumping that actually does save a pretty significant portion of time is called double pumping, and what's even more impressive about Oasi is that he just, for some reason or another, he just doesn't like double pumping or isn't that great at it with his setup, so most of the places where most runners would double pump, he actually just single pumps and gets better times, if not the same time as other runners, so impressive stuff for sure.
Yeah. He does talk about how the PS4 D-pad is like really hard to wiggle on, so if he was like holding a sword or something, he has a lot of difficulty bumping in that case.
That makes sense.
We have Lanxian coming up on Death Mountain, which is almost as annoying in this as it is in all dungeons. As we saw earlier, you can really get demolished by the dead rocks or the boulders. It's a completely random screen. Can be really frustrating.
Well, so it seems like the Super Metroid run we just had kind of flipped Hook Booster and Cane of Ray, the teams there. I believe when we ended all dungeons, Cane of Ray was ahead, but now they're just a little bit behind.
Yeah. Still pretty close.
Yeah, for sure.
Beam does have a nice lead still. That was there during the our all dungeons run. That can of course switch easily. There are some places where you can just get completely bodied in this category, and in low percent, which is next. So.
Yo, shout outs to my boy Lanks, doing boomless strats in Hera. Big fan. A lot of times you'll see runners go for a strat in here that uses an item dash, which is just hitting the A and Y buttons on the same frame to both dash and use the item at the same time. And you can use that to hit the crystal switch and then also land on those pegs once they come up, giving you some iframes. Very difficult strat to pull off. You see a lot of top runners doing it, but this strat that Lynx is showing off here only loses about half a second to that, and it is way easier. So kind of interesting to track those sort of decisions between each of our runners here to see what kind of time saves they feel are worth going for, and they each have to kind of work out their own risk-reward equation for their various strats. So it's always one of the things that I try to look out for in these races.
Very good beetles from Lynxian. He also got the arrow drop.
And the arrow drop, dude, that feels so good.
I'm sure he'll be going for the safe bomb jump. I don't know if any runner in this relay is going to want to do early bomb jump. Scrivo was talking a big game, but when you're actually in the run, like, oh crap.
Yeah.
Well, I guess he did go for it. He just failed it, but
right.
Didn't want to go for it again. Oh yeah, Ari might do EDJ actually. I don't know how he's feeling about it. We'll see.
Yeah, we get to see an inferior version of the Moldorm fight here. We do not have the hammer yet like we did in all dungeons, so just gotta use the tiny little white fighter sword stick we have here. A pretty nice fight from Lynx there. And right now Chex is dealing with one of the bosses that has the most RNG in the game and is definitely one of the most difficult fights to optimize. Got the Landmo fight going on here. The length and direction that these guys jump is all completely RNG, so it really just takes a lot of hours of practice to start to understand how these guys move and how you need to somewhat predict their movement in order to actually land those arrows. But going to be leaving the fight with 12 arrows, which is pretty healthy. Always good to see. Nice manual stair lag cancel from Iwasi there. Kind of a meme, but also kind of not. But also somewhat of a recent discovery for this category. Just another way to save a few frames.
Lynxian's doing the tree route to get his rupees to enter Palace of Darkness as soon as he gets in the Dark World. Oh no, he made a mistake there and he's going to have to do a backup. Ordinarily what you would want to do is you pull the first rupee tree and you collect however many blue rupees you need. And then if you can proceed through the Lost Woods, killing 4 enemies without taking any damage at all, you can pull a second tree and it will give you red rupees. And that's what you use to get all the rupees you need for the Dark World. But he took damage, so that's not going to work out. He's going to have to do a backup. We'll see what he does. I assume he knows the backup tree rupees.
Yeah, I would say so. It happens enough that you mess up the tree rupee strat. You should probably know the backup. I'm pretty sure Lynx does. Yeah. So he is still gonna pull the tree that he would have pulled to get red rupees, but red rupees aren't going to come out. But what that does is it resets that kill counter that Josh was talking about. So we'll get some greens here, but then he's gonna kill 4 more enemies. There's one along the way to Hyrule Castle and then pull another tree. Hopefully get some reds this time.
Yeah, killed second and third enemies there. So he just needs one more. I I guess he'll get one more for free down here, actually. Yeah, right there on that green guard. And now this tree should give him red rupees. Yep. Tree rupees, of course, discovered in 2014, I think in February 2014, by the runner ACMLN. He's in the chat right now. For a long time, we just kind of assumed it was random which value of rupees you got in the trees, but see, I'm actually looked into the programming and saw what it was actually caused by.
Ooh, so Owasi going into that room there, you saw that he was clinking his sword against the door that was opening there, which actually delayed his sword charge for the next room, so ended up taking a little bit of unnecessary damage there, unfortunately, but got an extra heart out of it, and going for the Armos quick kill here, and gets it. It's done. Check's also showing off the Boomless strats because he has no boomerang. Couldn't even do the boom strats if he wanted to.
Link's in deep in Aghanim's Tower, which is a deceptively hard dungeon, in my opinion. Especially these rooms coming up. This Red Spears room, as we call it. Very good. This is really sort of a mini gauntlet of just rooms where you have to kill all enemies to proceed.
See Owasi here on the bottom right, he's running at dashing speed, but he's able to change directions, and that is due to the spin speed glitch that you may have heard of and talked about previously. But you, after you have the boots, you can get that glitch by charging your sword and then releasing it and pressing A on the next frame, which puts you into a glitch state, and then you come off cardinally of some manual stairs, and then you can run around like a speed runner.
He's even going to go for one here. Owasi is. This one doesn't save much time. He actually lost time since he missed the spin dash, but not a huge deal. You can do one leaving too. These only save half a second each about, if you do them perfectly.
Yeah, not only do you have to get the glitch, but your movement thereafter has to be pretty clean in order to save the maximum amount of frames there. Ooh, was a little high on that dash, I think, and ended up getting hit by that archer guard there. Lynx is in RNG land. I haven't been paying any attention to what kind of RNG he's getting so far. Hopefully Aga's friendly. And Owasi showing off a little more new tech there. Dashing from the middle of those stairs, which you normally wouldn't see, and then you can actually cancel that dash by just pressing Y and reading the tablet, but it's fairly precise, but it does save a few frames.
Yeah, that's a very recent discovery as well.
Lynx saying that he had 4 blue balls in that fight, so worse than average, but still not too bad.
Yeah, he lost about 30 seconds to 0. So pretty rough, but not as bad as it can be. 7 is unfortunately quite common, and that loses like 50-something seconds. So really hurts to get that.
Ooh. Harry getting beat up a little bit by the Geldmans there, going for that desert exit strategy there, which saves about 15 frames over a safer version where you just completely avoid that guy. That's a good point, FSG. If you do the cactus dash, which is, it's just pixel perfect, then you can also avoid that Geldman and then save even more frames. But
Link's in entering pod. Just gonna have a slightly different key route than all dungeons. And that will be pretty similar. That Helmosaur will be less of a concern for runners of this skill anyway. It's kind of uncommon to see a Helmosaur death. Hopefully I didn't jinx anyone. I apologize in advance. If anyone
100%
does actually die.
it happens.
Yeah.
Ooh.
No, I say
Velocity getting roughed up a little bit in there.
Oh, needs to be really careful here. Hee-hee-hoo.
Yeah, any of these rocks that
Oh, no.
It happened as I was saying it, so it doesn't count, right? Dang, dude.
No, I don't know. I don't know about that one.
What was happening with Airy there? That was something. he was coming from the right side of Hera and dealing with a dead rock. So something did not go as planned there. Squirrel blocked the entrance, dang. But yeah, Landmo Death is... It's not the biggest time loss in the world, but it really hurts losing all of those arrows. He's going to be able to get 5 more back here if he stops for a pot along the way, which is going to give him to 18, but that means he's still going to have a pretty good fight. And he's going to light the torches, at least half the torches, I guess as a memorial, I guess, to his death or something. I don't know. But yeah, picks up those arrows. He's going to retry the fight here.
Yeah, Landmo is a tough place to, like, there are several, bosses you'll die to, and you'll immediately know how to handle it. But Landmo isn't really one of them, because normally if you die to Landmo, 99.9% of players would just immediately reset the run, because it's just so low.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, whatever. But so it can be hard to, like, fight your muscle memory through the rooms.
Ooh, oh, that sexy statue from Lynx, though. That was tasty.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Sexy statue being a strategy where you can smoothly move around the corner of the statue, which is way harder than it looks. Like a lot of things in this game are.
Yeah, that's a credit to the runners for sure for making this look as easy as it does at times. Especially if you watch, someone like Zelda or any of the top tier guys like Eddie or anyone like that. They just make it look so effortless most of the time,
Yeah. Oh, I say doing fake flippers, which we haven't explained yet. I don't think.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, it's just a faster way on this overworld to get to Death Mountain. So what's happening there, he hasn't actually gotten the flippers yet, which allows you to swim in deep water, but he's still somehow swimming in deep water. If you are on the Japanese 1.0 version of the game and you jump into the water 1 frame's worth of movement away from the screen transition, you can transition immediately upon hitting the water, and on the next screen the game won't actually check to see if you have flippers or not. So it allows you to swim. Pretty nice. A downside to it is if you get hit while you're in that state, some things can go horribly wrong. Luckily, that didn't happen to any of our runners here.
Oh, Linksy boy. Be careful, my man.
Oh no, I thought that was going to kill. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, that spin was scary. But I think that was a really smart spin to go for, because if he would have tried to dodge the fireball and the tail coming at him at the same time while having the sword out, that probably would have been pretty difficult. But yeah, that was very close. Shout outs to Sankart, which Chex does not have the luxury of having, so he has 1 heart less here as he enters into the Dark World.
And that's one thing for sure. Helmasaur, Death Mountain, and I would say Skull Woods, actually. I would say those 3 things get way harder when you do not have the Sanctuary Heart. Chex has already passed one of those spots with Hera Death Mountain, but he still has to get through the other spots where it's a real issue.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, Chex is not going to be able to get the upgrade to the Tempered Sword, so all of the boss fights after Blind are going to become quite a bit more difficult because he is only going to have the Master Sword. Whoa, we got the bad RNG there with that spear guy. If you take any damage at all while you have Kiki and Toe there, you actually lose the monkey and you have to pay it 10 rupees again to come along with you. But smartly avoided some damage there, so he has the necessary funds to pay Kiki and get into pod here. Wase showing off the boom strats there in the tile room. Gets to stand on those pegs and get his invulnerability frames and just hang out for a little bit, talk and chat.
Link's in on one of the toughest overworld segments, and that's a big part of getting really good at this game, is getting your movement when the overworld's clean. It looks kind of like not the most interesting part of the game to casual viewers or less experienced players, but it really is a place where you can lose a ton of time.
Yeah, if you watch a lot of speedruns, you'll hear some runners talking about their segment times, and a lot of the times we look at what our segment time is when we enter into a dungeon, and the Thieves' Town overworld, for whatever reason, is probably one of the times that most runners actually do check that entry time, because everyone likes looking for that sub 3 entry time. Even if you don't really pay attention to the segment timer at really any other points during the run, it seems like almost everyone looks at that point.
Yeah, because it's just really important to know if you're good at it or not. Oh no!
Ooh, that's rough. Wase taking a fall down the middle hole there, which is going to take him down 2 levels back to the petting zoo, so he's going to have to climb up this section again to get back to Moldorm, who will have regained all of its health by the time he gets back up there.
At least it was like he fell straight away, pretty much. The worst thing that can happen is when you have done 5 hits worth of damage. You know, you've done most of the fight, and then he knocks you down. It's so frustrating.
Indeed. Wase taking down Moldorm, second try though. Meanwhile, Chex is approaching the Helmosaur fight. He's got full health, he's got 14 arrows. Imagine he'll be playing it a little bit safe if he needs to, if things start to go poorly. It should be fine. Still a scary fight, though. Really nice turtle party room there from Chex, killing them all in one cycle without them flipping back over. Oh no. Link's got the God Pixel there, as we call it in the Hellway. There's one pixel, specifically, an X coordinate that you can dash up on and not run into anything, but you also have to rely on good enemy RNG and them getting out of your way, but unfortunately Lynx did not get the proper RNG. Alright, Chex in the second phase of the Helma fight here. Gets one hammer in. Looks like he's going to opt for some spins and some slashes now. He does have the Master Sword instead of the Fighter Sword that we saw earlier in all dungeons, so slashes are doing more damage there.
Airy gets through. Aghanim, did he only get one blue ball?
I think I only saw one lightning phase, so it had to be less than 3. Not sure.
Either way, getting the one lightning is pretty strong. Only happens around a third of the time. For the two best players in this game, Zelna and WQ, getting more than one lightning round is basically a dead run. Which I don't see how they have the patience to play.
Yeah.
with that, because basically 2/3 of the runs they take an Aghanim and die there. It's just really frustrating.
Yeah, and then you have to play the slowest, least action-packed part of the game all over again. I agree with that wholeheartedly, FSG. Oh no. Well, I say taking some damage here in the Gold Knight's room, which is going to potentially affect... Oh, never mind. No, it won't.
We got really lucky there.
Got very lucky, yeah.
That was nice. Typically, we want to dash kill those guards for that key chest in that room, because when you dash kill enemies, they cannot drop anything, and drops in this game proceed in an order. And they're also, like, every enemy is grouped into, like, a class or a group of enemies that share, like, this certain prize order. And those guards just happen to share a prize pack with some enemies later in the game that we really want to drop a fairy. So it's important not to get any drops from those cards. Which usually we can manipulate. Oh, I say couldn't there, but he got lucky and didn't get drops either way.
Yo, nice. Chex reporting that was a gold Palace of Darkness segment for him. Congrats, dude.
Well,
Gary with a bit of a Josh menu there.
I didn't see it. I'm sad.
It wasn't extreme Josh menu or anything like that. It was only a slight Josh menu.
Pincus posted one recently that had me dying because it was so bad. Did you see it?
I saw it. Yeah. Wasn't the original menu like only one move or something like that?
He like touched every item in the menu twice or something just to get to this. It was so good. Rough estimate of the time between teams. Oh man.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough to report on.
Yeah. Check's human, his team, Grapple Flute, is gonna be kind of tough to read because they're doing the categories out of order for scheduling reasons. I would say Bookbeam is, several minutes ahead of Booster and quite a bit ahead of Cane of Ray. As of right now, that can easily change. There are some big things that can go wrong that can change up the leads for sure. Like a Cold Stare death or a Vitreous death. But who would die to Vitreous?
I've never seen it. Oh, dang. Check's got the God Pixel there as well, but also bad RNG. It's unfortunate. But this dungeon is slightly different in low percent since we do not yet have... Or no, it's not any different, actually. I'm a liar.
Yeah.
I'm a big dirty liar. I was thinking about all dungeons where you just have the fighter sword.
Yeah, it starts to get very different after these down. It's very similar up till this point, and then after this point, it starts to diverge quite a bit, just on the strength of Tempered Sword, really.
All right, well, everyone is in Dark World now, at least, so we're now into the good part of the game for everyone.
Yeah. It's like Ares having a little trouble with Helmasaur here. Gets the kill, though. We'll have Lynxian going into the back half of Skull Woods. There's some tough rooms in here. Notably, what we call the Mummy Hellway, where you have to light 4 torches while dealing with some really annoying mummy enemies. Let's see what strat he goes for here. He might go for Joe strat. Yeah, he goes for Joe strat, which is pretty easy. Also of note, Oase got hit by the bird on the Pod Labyrinth.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, I saw that one out of the corner of my eye and was like, ooh, that's pretty nasty. That bird does 3 hearts of damage. This isn't your little baby games like Wind Waker, where the enemies do all do quarter heart damage.
Wow.
This is the true stuff here.
Sounds like an Ocarina of Time fanboy if I've ever heard one.
Yeah, it was a really nice moth from Lynxian.
Scripted boss fight here in the top right. Shouldn't be any issue for Chex. He's got full health. Which is actually really nice for this third phase of blind here. You can actually end the cycle a little bit faster since you have beams. You can hit him with a beam before you would normally hit him with a slash. Pausa. Yeah, this Palace of Darkness is going to be kind of exciting for Oase here. He's going to have to do the bomb jump, which is going to put him down another heart, so I don't think he's going to be able to go all the way up to full health before the Helmasaur fight, unless he gets a friendly drop from the mini Helma on the bridge. He can potentially get a heart there. Definitely be keeping an eye on that. Meanwhile, Chex is doing a little bit of a route divergence now from what you're seeing in the any percent run. If he were to go down to the bombable hut where the other runners picked up 300 rupees, he would actually get the red boomerang out of that chest since he didn't pick up the blue boomerang earlier, which would then invalidate his low percent run. So we skip that bombable hut and just get 300 rupees plus all the rupees that we got from Houlihan earlier from that C-shaped house in that chest to have enough rupees to get the flippers a little bit later on. He is 2 rupees short right now, but shouldn't be a problem to find those somewhere.
Oh no, I say fails the hammer jump. Just gonna put him in even a worse health position than he was before.
Yeah, that's rough. Does get it the next time though. So yeah, I expect him to play it a little bit safer on Hemosaur given his health situation here. Well, this Skull Woods overworld that Chex is going through can be really scary when you only have the Master Sword here. Normally with a Tempered Sword, when you dash through those Ropa enemies, you kill them. But since we just have the Master Sword right now, dash does not kill them, so you have to be very careful with those enemies, and they do 2 hearts of damage, I believe. And dying on the overworld there would be a bad thing, TM.
Yeah, it's pretty catastrophic to die on Skullwood's overworld, because the way A Link to the Past works, when you die on the overworld, you can only spawn in on the Dark World overworld specifically. You'll spawn on the pyramid. This is just, you know, forever away from where you want to be. So it's quite the problem.
Yep. Chex did get a nice rupee drop there though, so he has enough money now to get the flippers a little bit later on.
Yeah.
We head into the back half of Skullwoods now.
Meanwhile, Lanxian has got his flippers and he's going to be headed into Ice Palace. Ice is, to me, the toughest dungeon in the middle of the game. It just has the most things that can go seriously wrong, and the back half is also pretty tight on execution in some of the rooms. At least if you're going for all the fastest strategies, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Alright, so pay attention to the top right feed right now. Got the low percent Mothula fight, which can be pretty scary. You're going to see him using a combination of spin attacks and slashes and using the fire out, just pretty much anything at his disposal to try to take down Moth. It's going to be really rough, especially when you're charging your sword, because you get a lot of extra lag when you're trying to move around, so that can be tough to deal with. But pretty decent fight there, honestly.
Yeah.
Coming out of it with 4 hearts is always a good sign.
And then that's really where the low percent starts to really diverge from NMG is on these boss fights. Like, every boss fight from now on is going to be impacted by having a weak sword. So, really nice on the first one there with Moth.
Yeah, for sure. And Oase also makes it out of the Helmosaur fight alive, which is good to see. Lynx, my man, you need to hit that switch.
I was just about to say that. I was like, what are you doing? He's going to use an arrow. That's nice. A rarity.
Yeah. Yeah, now that he has the pegs in the proper position, he can try to execute this bomb jump. This bomb jump is a little more lenient than the hammer jump that we had to do in Pod. There are a few more pixels that work for it. Unfortunately, Link's struggling just a bit here. Looks like every time he's done it, he's just been 1 pixel too high with Link's placement, but gets it that time.
It was very good that he got it that time, because that was his last shot.
Mm-hmm. I think Lynx can hover. I'm pretty sure he does.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, that would have been his only option other than going to farm some bombs or find some bombs somewhere. Everyone can hover, says FSG. Yes, even people who who have never actually tried to hover before, and then all of a sudden they're like, "Oh, hey, I can do this." Shoutouts to Chalmers.
Oh man, Alessi almost got hit by the bird again, but luckily he didn't. It's also really painful to get hit on this overworld.
Yeah, Runner Watcher. Chex is doing low percent right now. We had to swap two of the runners' positions, so that's the only difference right now. 3 people are doing any percent, and Chex is doing low percent. Oh, misses a few of the throws into the catfish ring there. So I had to go grab the the not often seen sign and chuck that in to get the catfish to show up.
Oh no. Okay, Lynx is in a tough spot.
Yeah, if he takes any damage whatsoever here from either the falling ice or the buffs, he is a dead man.
Okay, you got it.
Okay.
That was scary.
Yeah, and that's probably the worst boss for you to die to at this point in the run.
Yeah.
Getting back to Cold Stare takes forever because you have to do the entire dungeon again, what we just did. So it's definitely several minutes lost.
Yeah, really the only things you can skip is there are like a couple rooms where you get a key from an enemy, and that's like it. Everything else you have to redo all over. So
Yeah, so probably if he had died there, especially since he had 0 bombs, he probably would have just opted to go to Swamp and then finish that, so he would have full health and probably a few more bombs going back to Ice Palace, but luckily he didn't have to deal with that at all.
yeah.
Got some nice Blanksmith action going on for Aerie.
Yeah, that's a funny strat. It's basically what we're referring to as the route for getting the Tempered Sword here. It was found last summer, I guess, but like hardly anyone was actually using it until we actually did some more deeper dive into the testing of it. Found that most people do save time with it, so now that's what we see is most players do use that strat.
Oase doing a little rain dance there to try to open Thieves' Town. That's great. Yeah, that pulling on the entrance there can be a little tricky. Most people try to open it really, really far from the left so that they reduce the distance that they roll back by kind of nudging into the corner there. So he was trying to pull it from very, very far left, and there is a point at which you can't actually open it. So just dancing around a little bit, but he is safely inside now.
Lynx is in Swamp Palace. Generally, nothing too horribly badly goes wrong. What are you reacting to?
Sorry,
Didn't see it.
Aerie was in Mummy Statue, and he just about got grabbed by a Wallmaster, which would have reset the room.
Oh man! Yeah.
Oh, and we got to see a really cool strat there, top right. I'm sorry I didn't call it out before, but that's a different strat you see in low percent, where you use 2 bombs to kill off that line of penguins there. So definitely be sure to look out for that strat in the upcoming low percent runs. It's a very cool strat.
Upcoming, of course, is Chex' fight with Cold Stare, which is about 5 billion times harder and low percent than it is in NMG. We'll see what he does. There are a few options he has. He is falling into the fight with sword beams, and there is the best strategy is to make use of that. I'll see what he does. I'm not sure if he knows it or not.
I would think the Chex does.
Yeah,
oh, yeah,
he
he's
does know
definitely
it.
going for it. So that's a really cool strat there to conserve half of his magic bar. If you shoot a sword beam at the beam at the shell like that, when the fire rod is damaging it, you can actually damage it with the sword beam as well. So gets to conserve some magic there and use the fire rod in the second phase of the fight and take out Cold Stare pretty easily, honestly.
Fuzda's mad because he learned it the caveman way and doesn't want to evolve with the times. But yeah, that specific strategy is actually, I guess it's we've known for a long time about using beams to do that, but I think it's only pretty recently that players started to like realize the ramifications for low percent and like how to apply it. It's definitely a better strat than what people were doing before, like way better. It's really fast.
Nice solid blind fight there from Oase. You can usually tell how good of a blind fight it is by where blind ends up on the very last hit. You can actually finish the fight quickly enough to where blind isn't even touching that white in the center there. So pretty good way to tell just how quickly the fight went.
We also see Chet's going to get Ether after Ice. There's a lot of debate over when the best time to get Ether is, but generally in low percent I would agree it's best to do it here, just because it's so costly to take damage in the Misery Mire segment, and low percent specifically. It's really costly. You need all the health you can get for fighting Vitreous.
Yeah, for sure. The main strat used to kill Vitreous intentionally takes 4 hearts of damage at least, so in low percent we want to have as much health as possible, like Josh said. Oh, that menu to bombs looks terrible without all those extra there.
Yeah. Link's walking into Argus. Will we see our first zero cycle? Oh,
hook the wall as well. That's such a short window there. After you kill a puff with your sword, which you can do by doing an item dash with a hook while your sword is held out, but the window to actually press hookshot again is very, very short, and if you don't do it in time, you're going to drop your sword and lose the state that allows you to kill the puffs that quickly. So looks like that's what happened to Lynx there.
Chex is going to be entering Swamp, which is quite a bit more challenging, I think, just because the Master Sword doesn't kill all the enemies in one hit. So it can actually be quite a bit more frustrating to get through certain enemy RNGs when that isn't the case.
This is the developer intended way, right?
Yeah.
You're supposed to have the Master Sword here for the second crystal.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. That is going to make things a lot more interesting. A lot of these enemies here in Swamp just have a lot of RNG and can move in various directions. They don't do a ton of damage, which is kind of the only redeeming factor of them.
Yeah. Well, it's intended as the second dungeon you go to in the Dark World, but in NMG we do it, or in pretty much every run we do it way later, just because it's like really inconvenient to get the flippers. And yeah, I guess the flippers would be all you need, but the flippers are just like out of the way as soon as you enter Dark World, so it's generally put off for quite a while.
something we need to watch out for on the top left here. I'm not sure if he's going to go for it or not, but there's some new tech that has been discovered in the past few months that, due to some funky ice physics, if we release a spin with some downward angled momentum, we can actually clip into the stairs that are in the Lonely Firebar room and actually just clip right through them and get instantly taken to the next room, which can save a little bit of time, but can potentially go very wrong if you don't end up getting the clip, because you just are standing on the outside of the stairs and then you have to deal with ice physics and also the fire bar that's rotating around. So it's coming up in just a few rooms here. We'll see if Airy goes for it.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough strat to get consistent at, in my opinion. And he is going for it. And he got it.
Did not get
he
right
doesn't-
side, but
Yeah.
that's still faster, or at least it ties the normal strat in there. He does take a heart of damage from that, though, which you may have noticed, because the game actually has a spike floor, I think, coded underneath those stairs, just as an extra boundary, I think. So that's why he ends up taking that heart of damage there.
Lost a cute
He's a
fluffy
bunny.
bunny right now.
I wonder if he's going to kill this mini helmet and try to get a drop. Yeah, but no drop.
Still no
unfortunately.
drops. Wow. Oh, don't get 1.0.
Oh, the Wall Master.
Oh man, I was so
I think
worried.
it was just to the left.
Yeah, that
Thanks, Airy having a heck of a gold stair fight here.
Yowza.
You
Yeah.
can get hit by ice, but not by a puff.
Okay. Ironic, the best cold stare we've seen is low percent cold stare.
I know, right? Way to go, Chess.
These NMG guys need to step it up.
Seriously.
Olase does get through. What happened to...
Interesting. I guess. Oh, he
Yeah,
just
you
didn't
can-
push
oh,
the
he didn't
statue
push
all the
it.
way on there.
Wow.
Huh.
I don't know if I've seen that mistake. It was a funky one.
Yeah, Scribo, we got a nice PowerPoint presentation of your one poke cold. Alright, so-
torches.
Yeah, and this is usually a good time that runners check in on their timer, because really solid runners from this point can finish the game in about 20 minutes, so it's kind of your marker there. In the lower right corner there, Owase is on his way to Ice Palace, and we can't hear it or see it, but most likely he played the flute during one of those screen transitions, and what that does is sets the altitude variable to a particular value that we want for the first room in Ice Palace. That lets us get through it a little bit quicker. We'll talk about that a little more once we get there, but Chex right now is dealing with the low percent Argus fight,
Which is
a
a
little bit
huge
different. Yeah. He's trying to pull two puffs at the same time and do damage to them. There are a few different ways you can tackle this fight. He's just opting for pulling and slashing. You'll see some runners try to pull two puffs and then switch to the hammer and potentially hammer to kill both of them in one shot. Oh, he gets the second phase quick kill with the fire rod. That
was really
sick.
good.
That
Yeah.
was really nicely done.
Lynxian is going to be doing the spooky tech soon. The spooky tech is glitch we found last May, I guess. Just going to allow him to hit some switches with the fire rod when it appears he should not be hitting the switches with the fire rod at all. It's set up by something he does on the overworld with the bird, and it's also set up by kicking up dust right here just before placing that cane block. You might have barely been able to notice that, but from here he's got a glitch set up to where the fire rod's area of effect hitbox disjointed from the actual fire rod fired ball. And so he hit the switch in that room by shooting at that spike. And he's going to hit the switch north of this room by shooting the anti-fairy. And he's also going to hit the switch in this room by shooting this torch. That's all really weird and also kind of complicated to explain. Maybe there's a command in chat for people who want to know the nitty-gritty of that. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just spooky if you want to learn some more about it, but also one of the more recent discoveries for various categories. Saves about, what, like 10 seconds or so in the NMG run here.
Yeah, it's
pretty massive.
It's pretty huge, and we don't find time saves that big that often in this game. The previous time save that was anywhere near that scale was in February 2014 when ACM found tree rupees. So we went like 4 years basically before we found something else that saved several seconds.
Alright, so Chex is making his way through Mire now, and as we alluded to earlier, you absolutely want to maintain your health as much as possible while going through this. Obviously, we try to do that in any percent as well, but it's even more important in low percent here.
Man, Langston's already going to Turtle Rock. Seems like he's having a solid run, to be honest.
Oh, look at that. He menued to the hook shot. And didn't call the bird accidentally.
Who would ever do that?
I have no idea.
I don't know what you're talking about. Jesus
Thank you,
Christ.
Duck. Oh yeah, Scream. I mean, it's such a rare occurrence for Mire to go wrong unless you know, try to do some on-the-fly routing and skip the big key.
So Turtle Rock is definitely the second hardest segment after Ganon's Tower, and a lot can go seriously wrong. They're actually very different segments, Turtle Rock and Ganon's Tower, in my opinion. Ganon's Tower is just like a never-ending stream of like high-level execution rooms, where you generally lose a bit here and there, and it slowly adds up over the course of the segment to where a great player has gained a few seconds over even a pretty good player. But Turtle Rock is more like a segment where there are probably about half a dozen rooms that will just brutally murder you if you let them. So hopefully that doesn't happen.
Yeah. The enemies do so much damage because the game expects you to have at least the blue mail by this point, and probably, you know, some bottles and fairies and powder and stuff like that. So, but in the speedrun, we only have the green mail available to us, which doesn't really do much in terms of damage reduction. So,
yeah.
Did Aerie zero cycle?
Did we miss the 1-0 cycle?
I think we might have.
Oh no.
You even got it with a retry. Holy moly. That's very
Nice.
tight.
Yeah, that's very tough to do. I'm sorry we missed your 0 cycle, Aerie. Oh, nice fairy drop from Langston. That's the exact fairy I was talking about earlier. He has bad RNG here from these chomps. Okay. He actually handled that pretty well. Ideally would have gone for the north block plant, but still recovered pretty well out of making a little mistake.
Nice. Chex gets all of the spooky glitches there in Mire, and also is only missing 2 hearts at this point. He did a slightly different key route where he got the key that's above the main hub by hitting a switch. So he's very healthy going in this fight. So he's going to be able to get quite a few spins off here before he has to just start plugging those eyeballs with arrows. Sitting on 2 hearts right now. Going to go over to the side pixel here where he can stand without getting damage from the goo. Takes down all the eyeballs onto the second phase now. And finishes up Viddy very nicely. Good fight. Ooh, this is a rough death mountain so far for Airy.
Yeah.
Taking quite a bit of damage already. Let's see if he farms for... Yeah, looks like he's going to farm for some hearts or potentially a fairy. There's 1 heart.
Something he
Pretty
probably...
safe place to farm.
Yeah. Something he probably wouldn't do in an actual run, but in a relay, it's pretty big to have as much health as you can going into Misery Mire.
Heck, we missed God Pokies too. I guess Link's got the best RNG in double Pokies.
As if a Book Beam needs any more help.
Right.
Come on, video game.
Yeah, they've been playing really well, honestly. Actually, everyone in this race so far has been playing pretty solid.
Looks like Awase accidentally fluted to the wrong spot.
Yeah, not quite time for Mire yet.
I see Error doing the little spooky setup there, going under the rock before picking it up.
Yeah, it's hard to tell if any of these guys are on pace. From what I know about their runs, Lynx could maybe be on pace. Chex could definitely be on pace. His low percent PB is a 131.
He says in chat that he's 48 seconds ahead, so that's quite a bit ahead.
Good luck, Chex.
Of course, low percent is definitely no guaranteed thing in the late game. Specifically, Ganon is quite a bit harder in low percent than it is in NMG.
Link says he's +2 minutes. Hello? Wait, what happened to Lynx that I missed?
Yeah, I forget what...
Did he die to a boss that I just forgot about? Or...
I didn't think he did. He did get 4 blue balls, didn't he?
Yeah.
That's probably some of it.
So Chex opts to mirror out after the roller room there, which is a very, very good idea in low percent. Obviously, you want to maintain your health as much as possible and don't want to necessarily go for the iframe strat by intentionally taking damage from the rollers, which do a significant amount of hearts. Let's see how chomps go here. Gets clear left side RNG. Pulls off the strat nicely, gets the iframes from the pegs there, picks up the key, and he's on his way. Origins, also no boomerang, and obviously you can't upgrade your mail or anything like that.
Link's in, starting Ganon's Tower. Gonna right away be running into some tough rooms. This room to the left here, the Peg Star room, is really hard to do fast. Might not look like it is, but trust me, it is.
Yeah. It's one of those deceptive rooms that when you go to practice it and you're like, oh, well, I know the strat here and I can get through it every time, but when you look at the the actual like fastest times. Oh my gosh, he just got spike skip.
Yeah, that was sick.
That
That's
was
also
awesome.
really hard to do.
That's a very, very tight window. But yeah, when you look at like the top room times for that room, you're like, how can people even go that quickly here?
Yeah.
Okay, so you see Chex using the fire rod liberally here on the Pokies instead of the Master Sword, which would take a number of spins to actually defeat the Pokies. So just opting to use the fire rod instead to dispatch of them.
Here coming up on Viddy. Left one eye alive on the left. Still might... No, he's not going to get it. Close, though. Link's in fighting Ice Armos. Similar strategy to... Oh, no, he shot too late. Or something happened there. He gets the red Armos. Yeah, I hate to see that.
Ouch. Alright, it looks like Chex is smartly going to opt for the safety exit here. That way, if he ends up taking a death somewhere, either in the back half of this dungeon or to Trinex, he can just restart right there as opposed to having to go through the rest of the dungeon.
Yeah.
Wase is running in, I should say, to the Argus fight. Goes for the zero cycle, unfortunately, only gets one of the buffs. Goes for the rehook here. And should be able to finish this up with no issues. Alright, now we have the low percent Trinex fight, which is going to involve lots of menuing. You have to freeze these heads or light them on fire, whichever head you're dealing with, and then switch over to the hammer to do the most amount of damage possible. You can damage them with the Master Sword, but obviously the hammer does far more damage, so we have to use that whenever possible. Looks like this fight's going pretty well. He's got both heads down.
Yeah.
Likely going to go for the double hit on the spin here, and then also finish off with a few hammer hits to the center section of Trinex. Nice fight, Chex.
Link's getting justice in the one cycle Lambo 2.
Right. Now Wassey's going to Meyer.
Oh, apparently Airy got Waffle House. We're just missing all the good Airy plays. I actually kind of like it, to be honest. He'll watch it back and be like so frustrated.
Yeah. It's like, oh, of course you call out all the bad things, and you never see any good things.
Yeah, but the Waffle House is a pretty tough route through one of the Death Mountain screens on the way to Turtle Rock.
Ooh, okay. That's a scary part of low percent right there, going into that Lionel enemy on the bridge. But Chex has a nice dash cancel there and hammers the enemy out of the way so he doesn't take damage.
Yeah, the Lionels are completely unaffected by the Master Sword. That's actually pretty funny. It is apparently not the Sword of Evil's Bane in this video game. It is a weak, terrible weapon.
Does this mean that Lionels aren't actually evil?
Maybe.
Oh no. At least we don't like intentionally kill them in any run.
Double
That's a
team.
fantastic clip that everyone should watch of exactly what can happen with those Lionels, especially if you're playing one-hit KO.
Another difference between low percent and NMG is boomerang, which you saw Chex having to do some different strategies in those rooms due to not having the boomerang.
That was weird. Looks like Ari, he was trying to unlock that door as a bunny, and it just wouldn't open, and it didn't open in time before he took a laser to the face. That was unfortunate, but he's pretty healthy right now, only down 4 hearts, so he should be fine for us the dungeon.
Lynx has Aghanim 2 down, and he'll be headed into Ganon. For Team Bookbeam, next we will have Fricker playing low percent.
Ari was in an interesting situation there. Had a Samaria block as a friend, just hanging out with him for a little bit. Alright, looks like Lynx is through phase 1 into the warp phase here. 50-50 chance for each of these warps here, or Ganon can actually sit still and let Lynx actually get a hit in. Wase setting up the spooky. Gets the first one.
I was scared he was too close to the spike there, but it worked out. There's a weird thing in this game where, like, you can have an enemy in front of you, or an object in front of you, or whatever, but when you use, like, the fire rod or the bow or something, it actually spawns the projectile, like, a good bit in front of Link. And so you can, like, shoot through something that's right in front of you. It can be pretty annoying sometimes.
Yeah. Developers just making Link look incompetent.
Yeah.
Alright, Chex is working his way through the gauntlet of G Tower here. He has to clear all of the enemies in every single room before he can go on. The blue Zaziks only need 1 slash from the Master Sword, which is nice, but these guys take a little bit more. If he can actually damage them into the spikes, though, they'll end up taking more damage and die a little bit faster, so... Oh, unfortunate RNG there with the red Stalfos dodging his bow and arrow shot, but changes over to the fire rod and takes him out that way.
It was a nice magic drop to get from the Stalfos as well. He almost went and did the no EG strat for no reason. That was funny.
Ooh, bad short hop from that top right Lamo there. GG to Lynx. First one finishing up in ALT2B here. Maintaining Bookbeam's solid lead here.
Yeah, like I said, next we will have Fricker coming on for his team, doing a low percent. Looks like Awase is headed towards Turtle Rock. Yeah. Oh. That screen is so frustrating.
Yeah. And Chex is having a pretty solid G tower so far.
Yeah, Chuck said he was minus 48 going into Turtle Rock, and if anything, he's probably gained even more time on that.
Yeah, I would guess
he's
so.
He's playing really well.
Looks like Link says he finished up with a 1:29.01. Solid time for a relay. And Fricker is off. So now we have 2 runners playing low percent and 2 playing any percent. This Moldorm refight is a little bit different. I think 3 spins is the best way to go with the Master Sword. Takes him out. He's going to be moving on to Agatu. Oh, that's right. Lynx had the tree rupee fiasco. I remember now.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. And the IPBJ issues, yeah. I remember now. Jax is going to have one last big thing to get through, though, and that's going to be Ganon, which is, like I've been saying, quite a bit harder in low percent than it is in MG.
Yeah.
Unless you're FSG, who for whatever reason regards it as simple.
Right. I mean, to be fair, the 4th phase, once you can get there, it is pretty simple, but leading up to that point, there's quite a bit that can go wrong. You can't actually damage Ganon with just Master Sword slashes, so you have to use spins, which can be a little bit tricky. Airy having some struggles on the Ice Armos fight here. Oh, man. Alright, so we need to watch his Ganon fight and check out what his fire bats are going to look like. They could be in a slightly different spot than he's used to practicing with.
Yeah, Ice Armos and Ganon share a variable. And if you do the fight quickly, you'll get a predictable pattern out of the fire bats. And if you don't, well, it could be, any number of patterns you can get, which no runner has those patterns memorized. So.
Alright, so we see Chex in the Ganon fight now. He's hoping for far top left or far top right warps when Ganon does go to the top of the screen. That way he can actually get some double spins in the corner, but fortunately he's gotten mid RNGs both times here, so it's going to be a little bit slower, but he can get some double spins at the bottom here for sure. Going to use the hook shot here for some invulnerability frames so he doesn't take damage from the fire bats. Goes inside the ring and hooks out. Applying the hook shot a few more times. Unfortunately, some bad timing there with the bats, and does take a hit. Sitting on 4.5 hearts, so a fire bat can hit him, but he cannot touch Ganon at this point, otherwise he is dead. Ooh, maybe he did want to hook to the torch. That bottom right RNG is probably one of the toughest ones to deal with and actually still get hits on.
Whew.
Alright, on to phase 3 now, which can actually be a pretty difficult phase if it starts getting out of hand. Since you have to spin Ganon, you can't actually slash him. If you are just waiting around for a bunch of warps and he warps a bunch of times, and you are late in getting over to the spin, you can shoot out rings of fire bats, which can really compound and just make your life horrible. But he had pretty decent warps there, so didn't really have to deal with that at all. Gets the torch glitch, which is very important for this fight. Going to be looking to get hopefully 3 spins in for every torch lighting he's going to do now. If he lands 3 spins in every single cycle here, he can use Fire Rod for the whole fight, but unfortunately he's missed one already, so he is going to have to pull out the lamp at the end of this. I need a total of 24 spins in this phase, I believe. So lots of torch lighting, lots of spinning.
Yeah, this fourth phase is interesting in terms of its difficulty, and what's difficult about it evolves the better you get at the game. When you first start learning how to spin Ganon, you know, killing him this way with Master Sword or Tempered Sword, any way without the use of silver arrows, just getting the spin to work is what's hard. But then later it becomes a lot about how you get 3 spins every time.
Should just have a few more spins to go here on phase 4. There it is. GG to Chex. That's got to be a PB for him. That was such a solid run.
For his team, Grapple Flute, we will have Louis starting up. While we have Fricker going for that Houlihan. And he gets it.
Yep, so Louis is going to be playing any percent NMG, not low percent. So he's just making that swap with Chex there. Louis recently PB'd, actually, in this category with a 125.25, I believe it was. It was a really, really nice time. So he's been pretty active recently and playing really well, so I'm excited to see what he can do.
Meanwhile, Ares entered Ganon. Has plenty of health. Oh, well.
It doesn't count if it happens as you're saying it.
Okay.
Yeah, here are the weird bats we're talking about. It shouldn't be too much of an issue, though, for him at this point, since...
Oh
my God, no!
Oh, man.
That was a really unfortunate set of circumstances right there.
Our optimism about him is clearly misplaced.
I'm sorry, Harry. That's my bad, dude. Yeah, that's entirely my fault. I'll take the blame there.
Oh, really funky fire bats. Wow. Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't get hit. That was really weird. Well, I say moving through Ganon's tower.
Wow. Nice torch glitch from Mary there.
Yeah, gets him started right off on the good cycle too, which is nice.
Mm-hmm.
Can sometimes make up for when you get blue Ganon, which she did get. So yeah, that was really nice.
Want to buy E-tanks in the LTTP. Aren't those just fairies and bottles? You don't have to buy them. Just get them.
Nice. Aerie has Ganon down.
GG, Aerie. Nice run, dude.
Well, I say going upstairs and Ganon's tower.
And for the hook booster team here, we're going to have FSG coming in for low percent. And FSG, holy
Has
crap.
gotten amazing at low percent.
He now has the, I believe, second place on the boards. The boards as they currently stand, anyway. Second place time with a 125.55, which is just incredible for this category. So he has a very, very nice time. So can potentially try to close this gap a little bit between them and Bookbeam. So definitely be keeping an eye on that.
Yeah, it's funny, when I first put him in the relay for low percent, he did a low percent run. And I had said I put him down as like, he didn't actually have an official PB, and I put him down as having a 128. Even though he didn't have an official PB, I was like, oh, that's probably about what you could do. And he does a practice run, and he's like, there's no way I'm near a 128 player. I'm not anywhere near that. And then it's been like 3 weeks or something, and he's one of the best low percent players. It's like, what?
Yeah. I think a lot of that comes from just how many crazy categories FSG plays. There have been a number of new glitch categories that have been kind of developed and routed in the recent months, and I'm pretty sure FSG plays all of them. And so he really knows the game inside and out and knows all of the strats for dealing with whatever set of items he has. But Fricker is no slouch either. He has a sub 130 time in low percent, so that's also a very good time for this category. And he is just an overall excellent runner of this game. So I expect him to perform pretty well.
Fricker has also been working on some nice tutorial videos in collaboration with other people.
Other people.
Yeah, me and you included.
Yeah.
But they're really good. They're like edited videos, and so that's really nice. A lot of speedrun tutorials you'll watch, and they'll be just kind of freeform, which leads to a lot of repetition or a lot of having to like hunt for a specific RNG you need.
Mm-hmm.
But his are really good.
Yeah, we're doing them a segment at a time too, instead of trying to do the entire thing in one shot. So we're kind of just releasing them as they're available. And we're through Desert already, along with a basic movement and minor glitches tutorial. And those will all be uploaded to YouTube eventually on a nice handy playlist. But yeah, I think it's exactly the kind of tutorial that this game needs. Like you said, it's just so hard for someone to sit there in a live stream and remember just all of the tech and little things that are involved with this speedrun. Oh, Owase. A little bit of the Helma hallway here.
Yeah, he goes for the Dom strat in that room, which is really ballsy. Not many players, even great players, hardly. I think WQ goes for it, and that might be like the only other really good player who goes for it.
Yo, did we see some more rat frames from Louis? Nice. Everybody's getting on board with the tech.
When I heard about rat frames, I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. It's probably something you could do every now and then, but it's actually surprising how often you can do it.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like pretty common that you end up in a situation where you can get it.
Yeah.
Like, we've already seen it come up like 3 times, I think,
Yeah,
in just the
yeah.
runs we've watched.
Which just goes to show just how big of jerks rats can be.
Yeah.
They really do get in your way that often. Oh, Fricker. He was going for the dash into the chest turn in that cannonball room there. What a hero. Alright, Owase in the Ganon fight now. Has the Tempered Sword, which is a pretty nice item to have for this fight.
Yeah. Shouldn't be... Oh, he accidentally hits the torch. Can he still get it? He might still be able to get it. I think
That
he
was
might have it.
that was really smart.
Yeah, that was really good. Oh, no, he doesn't have it.
I guess he
I
just
thought he
one
had it.
more.
Yeah.
But regardless, that was a really good backup and some heads up play there.
Oh no, 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 no. Okay, he should be safe. Yeah.
Yikes. Hookshot OP.
Yeah, that was close.
Fricker nailing the Desert 2 spin speed. Can be a little risky because while you're in that spin speed state, you can jump off that ledge if you touch it at all. You don't even have to hold a direction against it. If you touch that ledge at all, you're jumping off in that state. So pretty risky strat, but saves about 40 frames.
Ah, Wasi.
Oh.
Got Blue Ganon going for the Cape Span.
Heckin' blue hand.
I respect the effort, though. So we've talked some about FSG and Fricker, our other runner, who's just got his run started, is Louis, who is Italian. I think the only Italian speedrunner I know of in A Link to the Past. Yeah.
Certainly the most
He
active.
is- Yeah. He is known for being good at a few other games, most notably Super Mario World, which is, I think, widely regarded as one of the best players, if not the best player in that game.
Yo, GG Owase. Nice run, dude.
Yeah, as far as I know, he's has the record in 96 exit.
Yeah, it's always really cool to see runners that are obviously... Oh, Fricker went for the Cactus Dash. Sorry, I had to interrupt that, but Fricker went for the Cactus Dash. Unfortunately, didn't get it. But anyway, back to what I was saying. Yeah, it's always really cool to see really, really talented runners of other speed games playing this speed game and just what they can do with the games. TGH, who's a very popular speedrunner and world record holder of several speed games, he just seems to like crush any game that he picks up. But he did kind of the same thing, picked up this game and got a 124, I think, within a year, which is just insane. And Louis is definitely on his way to doing the same if he sticks with this game. So always cool to see that.
Yeah, for sure.
Bringing in our last low percent runner here, we got Dow, as I refer to him and call him. You can pronounce his name however you wish. I'm going to go with Dow. But also another runner who has just, skyrocketed almost up to the top of the leaderboards. He's only been playing this game for, I think, or at least speedrunning the game for a little bit over a year as well. And he has himself a 124 in any percent. For low percent, he also has a very good time at a 128.14. So very, very talented runner in his own right. So it should be a very, very good race.
Fricker looks like he got through Death Mountain relatively unscathed, which is always good. Especially in low percent, he's forced to not have Sanctuary Heart. Like I was saying, Hera is just one of those segments where it's so that one heart is so helpful. Very nice library spin speed from Louis. It's like Fricker also forgoes the boomerang strat in this room.
For a very good reason. And
Oh, yeah, that's right.
You don't have one.
This is low percent. Yeah, if he had the
Nice.
boomerang,
Yeah,
he
good
would have to reset. You know, that would be a bad time.
Small timelines.
Yeah. Yeah, at least I didn't make myself try to seem superior to him, like Andy did Selma that one time. Which is one of my favorite A Link to the Past moments ever. You just watch someone get embarrassed in front of 100,000 people. It's so good. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He's doing it. He got it. Wow. Really good job from Fricker there. That strategy saves 2 seconds if you can get it. And he got it. So that was pretty dope. That strategy is starting to become a little bit more common. We just kind of realized something about dash buffers, where you have an extra frame or two of leniency if you use dash buffers instead of sword buffers on that particular bomb jump, and on the Skullwoods bomb jump as well. Makes them slightly easier to pull off. Although still pretty dang hard. Trucker getting his tree rupees. Hopefully he doesn't take any damage in Lost Woods. FSG grabbing the book. Dal finishing up Escape here. Louis coming up on Landmo. Which, like we were saying, Landmo is a really tough boss. The meta for it's kind of evolved a good bit, though, in the last year or so. One thing we've really mapped out are ways to kill the third worm in the first cycle on certain patterns. I haven't seen that yet out of any of these runners. I know Louis is very, very familiar with the strategies, though, so we'll see if he gets it. He did get one, but he just fired to the left accidentally. Still nearly had a really good fight. It's unfortunate. He missed that shot. We have Dao going for Water Houlihan. Same strat we've seen out of everyone else, pretty much. Looks like
It's
they'll
not
have it.
it's not the truly optimal rupee route, but it is very close and is also very safe and very easy.
Yeah. The other route is quite drop dependent. So most players will use this route just because the theory is that on average you save time not having to go out of your way for drops or worry about them at all.
Especially in a relay setting like this.
Yeah, for sure.
Alright, so I'm trying to track Master Sword grab times here to kind of give us somewhat of an idea of the gaps between all the teams here. So, Bookbeam's team, Fricker grabbed the Master Sword at 5:02:15. So keep an eye on these other runners here and figure out when they grab theirs.
Next to grab should be, if everything goes well, Apple Flute. Which that will be a little deceptive because Lou's playing an MG and should therefore have considerable advantage throughout the rest of the run. So he'll be getting Tempered Sword. So you would expect him to save some time as the run goes on. But it'll definitely be accurate for checking the gaps on the other two.
Pretty clean Death Mountain for Louis. Only took like 1 heart of damage there. Anytime you can roll into Hera with more than 2 hearts, you're feeling pretty good.
Fricker just seems like he's really feeling it right now.
Yeah, he's been playing the game a lot recently, especially just due to all the tutorial videos that he's been cranking out. So definitely feeling comfortable with the game right now.
Yeah, it's always really fun to watch this game when you can tell the player's really locked in.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, one of the challenges with playing this game is when you are that way, just keep that for an hour and a half or whatever.
Yeah, it's
It'd be
so
really
tough
tough
to maintain that level throughout. Ooh. Looking like a pretty nice Landmo fight in FSG here. This will be an early 3, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Very nice
Nice.
fight.
Did he get a third worm kill?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Well, it wasn't really that great. Really good anti-fairy pot room from Dow. You can tell how good the room is by the positions of enemies sometimes.
Nice hesitation there in ZGR from Dow as well to read the RNG and handle it appropriately. It's a red drop, which is nice. And the arrow drop. See what kind of RNG Fricker's gonna get here. I believe this is the first lightning in the Aga fight, so. Okay then. Oh no, I guess that was the second. That was the second lightning, so that was 3 blue balls, I'm pretty sure. Louis picking up a few safety hearts before he heads up to this Moldorm fight. Solid idea. Ooh,
Rejected.
rejected.
That's always really frustrating. Oh no.
Now that is frustrating.
Yeah.
He was a few hits into, so that's extra unfortunate. Yeah, Moldorm's movement can be both predictable and random. The tail is always going to follow the head, so you can at least work with that. When he's out in the middle of the arena, he's a little bit more predictable, but if he's along the edge of a pit at all, you really have no idea what kind of movement
Yeah.
he's going to pull out.
When he hits the edge, he immediately turns away from the edge, like depending on what angle he hits it at. That's just a little too much to track real time. So it's effectively quite random. So did Chex end up with a PB?
That's a very good question. I think we assumed that he did, but I don't think I saw him say in chat what it was exactly. Hopefully he can inform us.
Team Grapple Flute coming up on the Master Sword. Looks like it's going to be a 5, 10, 17, or 18.
18, we'll call it. So that is approximately 8 minutes behind Team Bookbeam right now. But since Louis is playing any percent NMG, he can hopefully lessen that gap a little bit.
Yeah, definitely has the opportunity to save a few minutes just on the virtue of having better equipment.
And that was a PB for Chex. Congratulations, dude. That's really awesome.
Sick.
Fricker buffering like a fiend here. Hopefully he's got enough time for this bomb to go off. Yeah, he's fine. So the really nice thing about using those pause buffers there is that the floor will stop falling during those pauses, so it gives him a little bit more time to actually execute the trick. Yeah, FSG's Moldorm fight here. Looking pretty good so far. There's been some pretty fast hits. Nice fight.
Yeah, it was really good.
Ooh, that was a nice sexy statue from Fricker as well. Fricker wants to make sure he's all set on arrows. Can't blame him.
Low percent, it's probably a better idea, for sure. I'm sure if this were an MG, he wouldn't have bothered with those. Yeah, we're gonna be fighting Landmo. Well, Fricker is walking into Helmasaur. And Hook Booster about to grab Master Sword. 5:13:20.
Yep, so that's about 3 minutes behind Grapple Flute, which put them about 11 minutes behind Bookbeam. Yo, was that a 2-cycle landmine from down?
Wow.
Holy crap. That's very impressive. That's a super tough fight to begin with, and then RNG has to be fairly cooperative, and you also have to know how to handle the fight. So, very nice fight. Leaving with 15 arrows, feeling good. Alright, so Louis dealing with some RNG right now.
Yep.
He's got more than 3. I'm not sure exactly how many, but...
Oh man. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Thought Dow might have accidentally blocked himself there, but he gets around it. That's one of the worst things about those dead rocks is like they're, for whatever reason, the developers decided to put all these tight choke points on Death Mountain that the dead rocks, giant hitboxes, can end up blocking you if you freeze them in the wrong spot.
Yeah, that loses about 9 or 10 seconds, I think, when you get blocked like that.
Yeah.
Alright, Louis claims he got 4 blue balls. Not bad. What's the... Is 4 the most we've seen? I don't know if anyone's had more than that.
Yeah, I don't think anyone has. Hopefully it stays that way.
Yeah. Apologies to Dow if it doesn't.
Yeah. And FSG too. He's
Oh yeah.
not gotten there either.
Oh, Oasi had 5, okay. Congratulations, Oasi.
Oh, okay.
Big winner.
You win the Scrivo Award for bad luck. For now, at least.
Yeah, well, Fricker going for this 5 to 10 frame saver here with spin speed after unlocking the duck. Nicely executed though.
We'll see what kind of luck FSG gets.
Pretty nice Kiki dash there from Louis. You saw that he pause buffered to the mirror there at a very particular point to try to drag Kiki closer to him with a quick down-up movement there. Actually saves a surprising amount of time. When Kiki has to walk the entire distance, he just takes forever. He's like, I got your money already. I don't really care. I'm just going to take my time.
I think it saves over a second.
Yeah.
Between not doing it at all and getting a really good one.
Spin bomb jump there from Dow to grab the pearl. He's going to be heading up to the Moldorm fight.
FSG getting nice.
Right now, Book Beam is in the lead by a number of minutes, with Grapple Flute behind them, followed by Hook Booster and Cane of Ray.
Still a lot more left to be played, though. Especially the 3 teams playing low percent right now, which would be Hook Booster, Hook Beam, and Cane of Ray. Low percent has a lot of variance. And the boss fights are really hard and also quite random. From basically Skullwoods onward. So, wouldn't be surprised if there's a big swing.
Yeah, for sure. Lots of variants there coming up. Alright, got our last team here about to grab the Master Sword, so we'll log that time and see what the gaps are.
Is that a 520-18 or 17?
Yeah, it looked like it. I'm just going to call it 18 to make the math a little bit easier. So that's about it's about 7 minutes behind Hook Booster, which would put them about 18 minutes behind the leader right now.
Fricker still seems like he's playing really well. Bad news for every other team.
Yeah, Bookbeam is just not letting up at all. Alright, Louis walking into the Helma fight right now. He gets a whole 7 hearts to work with, as opposed to the low percent runners. Nicely handling the fireball patterns there to keep hammering Helma. Unfortunately misses the fireball despawn there while breaking the mask. Ooh, takes a hit. Nicely finished though.
Yep, still worked out really well. Fricker doing a nice double hammer jump. Man, all these players are really good.
Yeah, this is a really solid roster for Relay.
Yeah. The 4 we have up right now are 4 of the best playing the game right now.
Yeah, it's really quite a treat to watch these guys play.
Yeah, it's definitely a step up from when we were having to watch Christus Owen, you know. I can't help myself, okay? I had to throw in a shot at Chris somewhere.
Just one?
Yeah, just one. Just one. I'll leave it there.
Okay.
Hmm. Too bad he's probably not listening. I've made all my I've taken all my shots today with the person not even listening. It's kind of sad.
That's an interesting idea, Wildfire. Each team should have one person that has to play and commentate at the same time to balance for Foosdale.
Well, it's not too late. Just in Super Metroid 100%, get the other 3 teams to commentate that whole thing amongst themselves. I'm sure it would go really well. 100% is free. That's true. Every time you're picking up a new item, you just get to not even care. And that's another good idea. Next SM at LTTP, play the game you're not good at. That would have disastrous results, but would also probably be pretty funny. It's like, Dow got 1 blue ball. There's a lot of good RNG. Wow. And that's the last Aghanim, really. So the worst that happened was 5. That's pretty good.
Yeah, Aga was in a good mood today, apparently.
Yeah. Just finished up Moth. I didn't have the opportunity. I wanted to see how well it went, though.
He had between 3 and 4 spikes missing, so...
Oh, okay. Stricker got the castle warp there.
Ooh, and the swag block. Let's go.
Nice.
This is the ultimate start to this segment.
I don't know if we've explained quick warping yet, but for whatever reason, your warp animations are sometimes half a second faster. Whoa! You control this by setting up the scrolling position of the camera horizontally on certain pixels. There's just, for whatever reason, a small bug in the code that will cut the warp animation short. Also, the rock throw. Ricker is impressing right now.
Baby. Yeah, he's going to get another quick warp right here due to that bonk setup and interrupting the catfish animation. So you'll see this warp animation is a little bit shorter. A lot of the setups for the quick warps are actually just free. You either walk in the warp from a certain direction, or like specifically like when you're coming out of a lot of dungeons, all you have to do is just stand still and mirror, and you'll get the quick warp for free. A few of them have more tricky setups, but a lot of them are free, so they're definitely worth going for. Those half seconds really add up over the run.
We did a Link to the Past relay once for 100% was a category.
Oh gosh, that was...
And it did not go well. It was basically like that determined.
Yeah.
What happened? And I remember Ben got like 19 big games or something. Ridiculous. And it like basically set his team so far back that it just wasn't happening. So yeah.
And that is why we don't put 100% in relays. I mean, Aghanim is pretty bad, but it's it can't really. I mean, it can definitely swing like an individual race one way or the other, but really only when the runners are extremely close in skill level. And there's just so much variance in the game that can happen almost at any time that the difference from Aga by himself really isn't enough to matter. Louis, all right, a little bit of a struggle bus on that blind fight, but comes out of it just fine. Yeah, the only bad thing about what Scrivo is proposing and what several others have proposed, some of those heart piece pickups that you get are in very specific spots for a reason, and you get some health refills there, which are pretty important, but it wouldn't completely run around or anything. You just have to adjust a little bit, so it's definitely an idea worth looking into, I guess. That's a great idea, Feasel. Just get a Game Genie and fix the RNG with that.
Yeah, I guess potentially if you could get every player on emulator or flash card, you could hack the games to always give you the heart piece. That would probably be the only good solution.
But anyway, back to the race.
Yeah!
Yeah, that's enough to talk about 100%.
Wow, incredible helmet sword from Dow. He got
that was
bad
really
bad RNG and still did it cleanly.
Yeah, that is so tough. When the fireball is coming out, to still get those hammer hits in and then get the spin to finish is very, very difficult. So nicely done there by Dow.
Louis is getting tempered because he had to switch in the scheduling with Chex Human, who is his the low percent player on that team. So he's doing an MG while everyone else is doing low percent. And the last run had everyone else doing an MG while Chex did low percent. So.
And he got the fence dash, which means he saves 17 years on everyone else. So
Yeah.
Should be making up quite a bit of time here.
Fricker did get through Cold Stare. It was very good.
Yeah, now is the time where we really need to start paying attention to these boss fights. Anytime, any boss fight after blind, really,
Yeah.
is where a lot of things can start going wrong, so...
Sure, for sure. An impeccable mummy statue room. That was so perfectly executed.
Pretty sure that was the highest pixel that the statue could be on, too.
Yeah.
Which was really nice. Everyone just makes it look so easy, man. Oh, Scrivo. Timmons, I think it was Timon. His low percent cold fight, I think, in that relay that we had was incredible.
Oh, yeah. It was, yeah, pretty great. One team is off because of scheduling issues. So Chex did his low percent run during the previous slot.
I think everyone has gotten the flute in one dig.
That's impressive.
super, super impressive. Just the sheer skill of these runners. Be sure to give them a follow, y'all. Runner Watcher, we leave that to you, my dude. You are the watcher of runners. We don't have to do anything. We just say words at random times and hope they line up with the runs.
Which runner talked to the ball? Talking to the ball was really bad, actually, as he blabs his whole life story, I think.
Yeah, it's a number of text boxes. It's not just one and you're out.
Oh, Fricker talked to him, yeah.
Let's see if he gets this. Oh, he's got the setup for the antifreeze skip. Oh, and he gets it.
Nice.
It's a very tight window to get that, and you have to be very clean in that room to even go for that.
Okay, Fricker talked to the bully, which isn't nearly as bad. He only says one thing to you.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, very good, Mummy Hellway.
Oh,
that
yes.
strategy is so tight. The FSG just did there. Not easy at all. And really not that much faster than some of the safer strategies in the room.
I'm sorry, Ari. Josh specifically told me that I wasn't allowed to call out anything good that you did before the race. Alright, we got the moth fight here, though, for FSG. 2 spins there, some slashes, some fire rod action going on. Oh, that was a really nice fight. Holy crap. I wonder if he got a double hit off one of those spins.
And yeah, I fully expect FSG's low percent fights to be really optimized, just because how much he's been putting in the category lately. Been putting a lot into low percentile dungeons too, which has suddenly become an insane category with like 3 different ways to do it. Sort of like an SM type deal.
Yeah, it seems more accessible now too than the original version, which is cool.
Also, they're called funny things like plow AD and blow AD.
Louis didn't like the look of that rock, so he just threw it away, and then he picked up a bush and decided to check the map to make sure he was in the right spot. But we'll now be receiving the Quake item. Duck, please. Yeah, that was a nice strat by Dow there to hammer the Patrick Star as he was giving him bad RNG there. Good backup.
Wow, Kelsey, no wonder you can't afford a house.
Avocados are pricey. How does that make you feel, Josh? Scrivo was typing that joke.
That makes me feel pretty bad, actually. I now realize my joke was a 3 out of 10. Like all of Scrivo's are. Rip me.
Alright, last easy boss fight for Dow here before he gets into the real meat of the low percent run.
Yeah. For sure. And we got Fricker, and it's going to be coming up on Argus soon. which we talked a bit about before. Optimally, you can still do the like quote unquote zero cycle strat that you do in any percent, but you can't actually get a zero cycle. It will correlate to a 1 cycle with no extra movement if you do it as fast as possible, but it's also really hard. It's even harder than getting a zero cycle in any percent. And runners of this category commonly consider this to be the most annoying fight in the low percent run.
Pretty nice start for Fricker, but yeah, you lost it right there, unfortunately. Just gonna fall back to good old slashes. And it looks like everybody has successfully skipped the red boomerang, so GG. We got 2 runners in the same dungeon. Wow.
Whoa.
Wow. Can't believe that bomb worked for FSG. But it did. Alright, let's direct our attention to Louis' cold stare. Fight can also go pretty bad in any percent, so even though he's playing any percent, still pretty nerve-wracking moment. I'm always nervous when I get to gold stare in an event like this.
Same. I have a feeling he's going to be doing the 1 poke strat, which has a massive point of failure. If you do not actually get the poke dash off, you drop your sword, and you've done a lot less damage than you would normally, so you gotta clean up the puffs after that, but he had no problems with it whatsoever, got the setup nicely. Takes him down. FSG went for the frame roll through the spike there with the pause buffer. That's so great. But yeah, what that is referring to is the game actually only checks for collision between Link and other sprites every 4 frames, so when you're dashing, you're moving at 4 pixels per frame, so if you can get through the enemy fast enough without the game actually checking for damage, you won't take any from it, and you can just pass right on through it.
Alright, we have FSG coming up on cold.
Two pokes, double spin, changes to hammer. 1, 2, 3. Oh my god! Holy crap, that was good.
That was really good, yeah. Wow.
Like, the only thing that you can say was even slightly less than optimal there was just the last puff escaping, but other than that, that was practically a perfect fight.
Yeah, that was incredible. Really good stuff from FSG there.
He's trying his darndest to bridge this gap here. So I'm curious to see what key route Fricker is going to go for here. He can choose to do the fastest route, which is just the same route as any percent, where you get the spike key, but end up taking a few hearts of damage as a result. Or you can opt to get the key that is above the main hub, the floor above there, which is a lot safer route, but a little bit slower. We'll keep an eye and see what he does. Scrivo, FSG's cold was incredible.
To say the least. It was nearly perfect. Fricker did take 1 heart of damage on the overworld, so I wonder if that'll factor in his decision at all.
Doc, what the heck are you talking about?
It's like Fricker will be going for Spike Key, which can make his Vitreous fight pretty scary. So we'll definitely have to pay attention to that when he gets there.
Oh, I see what you're going for now, Doc. Yeah, Fricker does get a heart there from underneath the pot, which is kind of nice. I'm going to be down 3 going into the fight, hopefully.
He had a Josh menu getting into the game there.
Oh, dang, I didn't see it.
Yeah, it was pretty good. If you're very used to any percent, not having the boomerang in the menu can sometimes be pretty frustrating. Because a lot of your menus are just encoded in your muscle memory and you're not even really thinking about them. Alright, so Fricker's at Vitreous. See how it goes.
One more spin in here. The lightning dodger.
Jeez.
It ain't over yet, folks. Okay. Holy moly.
Okay. Oh man. That was frightening. I bet he's freaking out.
I have to say, Fricker's speed noises that he makes are some of the best around. So, if you guys have not been there for one of his streams, I highly recommend following him and checking it out. I'm sure he made some pretty healthy noises there.
I've definitely never seen that Vitreous eyes emote. It's making
That's
me
good.
laugh.
Whose is that? Oh, it's Tozer's. Nice.
That makes a lot of sense.
Alright. Nice IPBJ by Dow there. He's going to be coming up on the Cold Stare fight here pretty soon. Louis on his way to Argus.
Nice bonk strat you're seeing from Dow to kill those penguins in that room. I believe we talked about that earlier in Check's run. It's a really cool strat.
Oh, Fricker. Yes, with the triple hook. Getting the Waffle House drive-through. Nicely done, dude. That's, I mean, dead rocks are terrible enemies, but that is one kind of nice thing about them. While they're going through that animation of freezing, you can actually hit them again with either your hook shot or sword beams and kind of move them out of the way a little bit. So it's at least one way we can kind of mitigate the crap that they throw at us.
Louis gets the zero cycle.
Nice. All right. Low percent cold here for Dow.
Oh no!
Oh, drops his sword. Probably didn't hold down A long enough for that poke dash, which is very easy to do. Oh, he's got to be really careful. Oh, how did that ice not hit him?
How did it not?
Dude, that was such a nice poke dash in the corner, too. Another poke dash? Oh, these poke dashes!
I'm beyond frightened. Oh, my God.
If he lives this.
It's just scaring the crap out of me.
Okay.
Oh my God!
Alright, with one puff dead, this is a little easier, but still going for these sick poke dashes. Not even opting for the hammer. Oh, the spin to finish, too!
Oh, man.
That was like the best disaster fight I've ever seen in my life. It went horribly, horribly wrong, but oh so right.
Oh, man. That was intense.
Whew, that got me sweating.
Some of those, I don't know how he avoided the ice on some of those. Like,
That was
wow.
incredible, yeah. So yeah, we've had two just incredible cold stare fights, but in very, very different ways.
We missed some of FSG's Argus fight. Which, nice job letting the crystal bounce a couple times.
It's a pretty sturdy crystal. I mean, if it can bounce that many times and not break. Which is honestly what should happen if you don't catch it. It should be your punishment. Whew, okay.
Louis going into Meyer with his altitude variable set. Oh, Fricker almost took a laser.
Bottom right did a spin dash to get the spin speed state, which lets you move at dashing speed while being able to change directions. Jack is freaking out. Nice strat there from Louis, which is actually, I'm pretty sure, an FSG strat, where if you see you're getting bad RNG from that slug, you just stop your dash a little bit early and slash the slug from the other side of the railing. Very safe, and you 100% will always get a bomb drop from that slug by killing him in that manner.
Yeah, it's actually faster than the old strategies because of that bomb drop. It's a really good strategy. Did Louis do the door rod? It actually can have some consequences for his spooky. Hopefully he knows his backups.
Alright, Louis is going for what we call the Spark Gamble here. He's hoping to get... Ooh, that is a very nice boost. That's exactly what he was looking for. He was looking to intentionally take damage from that Spark and hopefully get boosted right over into the stairs. But over on Fricker's side, bottom left corner here, we got the low percent Trinex fight. See how he does with it. Whew. Fire up, though. he's got plenty of health here. Magic is really like the biggest concern, I would say, at this point. You don't want to miss too many shots, and
Alright.
should be safe though. Fricker's having a really solid run.
Yeah, I would expect so. I wouldn't be surprised if he's ahead.
Louis executing the spooky glitch here in Meyer. Gets the first switch just fine. Nice, gets the dash too in the second room. Nails the third one as well. Looks like FSG is going to be grabbing Spike Key as well. These full hearts. So. Really nice video fight from Louis there as well. Got the 0 cycle, no lightning. Coming out of the fight with 14 arrows. One more than the minimum that you really want. Dow just kind of got low percented there. He jumped off, and normally with a tempered sword you would just kill that water Tektite. So in low percent, usually we either dash off a little bit higher or try to get, I think you can do like an instant dash or poke or something like that that will kill him, but didn't have to do either of those things and ended up taking a little bit of damage, but not too big of a deal.
Team Hook Booster really isn't all that far behind Team Grapple Flute right now. Louis will, we assume, gain some time on Ganon. So. Nice, Vitreous.
Oh, that was a very nice arrow on that last eyeball there. Excellent fight. Yeah, low percent 1 cycle, that's no joke for sure. Meanwhile, Dow gonna be rolling into the low percent Argus fight here. See if he can get some, nope, not even gonna go for any hook dashes. Just gonna do the tried and true method. Just pull and slash. Going for the quick kill in the second phase of Vargas here. Need 3 fire rods in a spin and gets it. Very nice. Normally with the tempered sword you would only need to do 2 fire rods there with the tempered spin to finish. But for low percent here you gotta get an extra fire rod on, which is a very tight window. Oh no, FSG gets squirrel block there. It just opts to go into the old man cave to just get rid of that squirrel. Probably a really smart choice. Could save him a little bit of time, didn't have to wait the entire time there.
Very nice mimics.
Oh, that was so good.
It's a nice room too as well.
Mm-hmm. 1 rupee, 1 bomb, 1 arrow, 1 dream.
Oh no. We made a little mistake where he went for that slash on that jelly and it started sparking. Hit him into the abyss.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but 2 keys. We'll go down to 1 here shortly.
You should type in chat some more Runner Watcher.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. Oh wow. FSG is going to be rolling into T-Rock with full health.
Whoa!
Ooh, Fricker struggling a little bit here. It's a tough room with Master Sword, for sure, with the red horse heads. You can't knock him into a spike or anything. Nice chest turn from Louis there.
All about the swag.
Oh, nice double spin and double pokies there from Louis. Takes some patience and some pretty good positioning. It was very nicely executed.
Yeah, he's a fan of a lot of those double spin strats, I noticed. And I get the squeeze too, really nice. FSG getting hit by chomps.
Terrible enemy.
Yep.
Just when you think you're past them. Nice laser skip from Louis. Uh-oh. Fricker taking a fall to Moldorm 2. Sitting on 3 hearts.
That's our second Moldorm 2 fall today. Usually they're pretty rare.
Yeah, a lot of runners, myself included, just find the Moldorm refight a lot easier, even in low percent, just because you have so much more arena to actually work with, as opposed to the first fight.
Yeah.
It'd be a little bit easier to deal with them. Andrew banning that Fuzda jerk. Nice mod action there. Nice drops for FSG there. It's gonna make him feel pretty good for the rest of the dungeon.
Oh wow. Fricker whiffing every single one of those Zaga 2 shots. Zaga 2, of course, one of the hardest bosses in the game, surprisingly. Something all good players are well aware of. But it's really hard to consistently optimize down to getting 3 cycles and 2 cycles.
Dow got some nice drops there. He got the heart underneath the pot and also got one from the Wizard up, so he's only down 2 hearts. The last part of Meyer here on the way to video. We got Fricker rolling into the Ganon fight.
Louis is calling a sub 710 Ganon's Tower for himself, but he should be careful because last time he tried that, it didn't go that well. He lifted both pots in the invisible bridge room.
Oh no!
Ice Armos.
Oh no!
and then fell.
Did he bomb
a
jump or
backup bomb
hover?
jump. He tried to bomb jump and then fell in the hole.
I'm sorry to laugh at you like that one. That's a good one. All right, FSG going for backdoor Trinex here. Going for a strat where you only have to freeze the firehead twice. Makes the fight just a little bit faster. Finishes off the other head. Really nice fight looking so far. Meanwhile, Fricker is spinning to win right now. Gets the nice top right RNG there so he can get some double spins in. Dow finishing up the Vidi fight.
Oh, Fricker dies.
Ouch. That's as much as that is bad news for Fricker and his team, that is good news for everyone else who has thus far been stymied by Team Bookbeam here.
Yeah, that's Fricker's first real misstep, honestly. It's been having a mostly really good run. But yeah, he needs to be careful and just focus and recover here because I've seen people get into some loops on low percent Ganon.
Ooh, takes Trident to the face there. Should be into the second phase now, though.
He's got caught in a bad position there.
This is a bad spot. Does go for one double spin and
Oh, okay.
dodge some bats here. No problem.
Okay. Just needs to be careful.
Okay, he's into phase 3 now, so that's good news. FSG deals with the Lionel appropriately. Gets the torch glitch. Very important.
Should be okay here in phase 4. Just needs to be aware of his magic.
Yeah, I think most experienced runners feel pretty comfortable once they get to phase 4. Basically just kind of doing the same thing every time. There's not a ton of danger involved unless you put yourself into a bad situation or some bad warp patterns that put you in an awkward spot or something, but had one early lighting there, so it's not going to be able to get 3 spins on this lighting, unfortunately. Means he's going to likely switch to lamp here towards the end of the fight.
There he goes. Should be finishing it up soon here.
Ooh. Louis is getting kind of roughed up here in Gauntlet. It's down quite a number of hearts. And there we go. GG, Fricker. Way to finish it out strong, dude.
GG. Up next for his team, Bookbeam, is Canadian Owl playing 100% Super Metroid, which will close out the relay. So everyone stick around for that. I think 100% Super Metroid is a really fun speedrun. Don't listen to Fuzda. He hates it for stupid reasons. I think it's cool. But yes, I guess Kip and Tracy will be in here soon to commentate the 100% runs.
Right, Louis is out of magic here in Torches 1, so he's going to have to do backup strat, which is done in some other categories, where you got to light this bottom torch with the lamp. Good, he didn't miss any lightings there. There is another magic, small magic in that room, so he would have had one more shot at it if he did miss anything there, but gets it on the first try. Looks like Fricker's time was a 1:30:35. So that actually, if he hadn't died to Ganon, that very well could have been a PB for him. But still a really, really solid run.
Got the Super Metroid underway.
Oh,
Hello,
Fricker
guys.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
So we got Canadian Owl starting his Super Metroid 100%. So thanks, guys, for the low percent ice or low ice on the Link to the Past. Unfortunately, you got a couple people that don't know that much about how that all works. So it's good to listen to you guys talk about it.
Yeah, it was really good fun. Good luck on the commentating the 100% Super Metroid race. I'm sure it'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah, thank you. So, and with me for the 100% race on the Super Metroid side of things is Kip. How are you doing, Kip?
Good, Tracy. How are you?
Excellent. Always a fun day when we get to commentate a little bit of Super Metroid.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this closes out. We've got the end of the relay here. It's been going strong all day for 6 hours and 10 minutes now. I'm a little bit biased. I'm going to go ahead and openly admit Team Bookbeam is my team. I ran the low percent ice portion of the run at the beginning of the relay, and I think we've been ahead pretty much after every category, so I'm hoping that we can maintain this lead. But at the same time, I'll try to be as objective as possible.
Now, fortunately for me, while I have a lot of friends on a lot of these teams, none of them, I didn't actually play in any of them, so no bias here. And it's hard to pick because pretty much have friends on every team, so. Yeah. So looking forward to watching this.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's kind of cool to see the end of this low percent. I guess a few people are doing low percent. I think we have one, or we had somebody doing 80% earlier. So for those of you that are a Link to the Past fans, please forgive us. We are not nearly as educated on Link to the Past low percent as Super Metroid stuff. But just to kind of get started here, Super Metroid 100% is actually pretty simple and straightforward. It basically represents 100% item collection, and luckily there are exactly 100 items to be picked up in Super Metroid, so pretty straightforward. Here we have the first one, Morphing Ball. I believe that Canadian Owl just recently got a PB for the first time in this category in several months. I think he ran like a low 125. The runner who I believe will be closest to him in terms of on Grapple Flute, Jack, I believe, has a PB of 116. So we should have a pretty competitive end of the relay here, and there's no telling what will happen with the other teams as well. So this should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it should absolutely be a lot of fun. Yeah, we'll get some really good runners here, so really looking forward to seeing what happens here.
Yeah, we'll start off with a little bit of information about Super Metroid 100%. Basically, if anybody out there is familiar with watching any percent speedruns of Super Metroid, you will note that the 100% category has more in common with old route than it does with new route. I think most people are probably aware of the differences, but just in case you're not, old route is what we call sort of the intended boss order, or sort of what you perceive as the intended boss order. So it starts with Kraid, but most of the fastest any percent times are new route, which starts with Phantoon. Well, in this particular category, since you want to collect every single item, in most of the areas the first time that you get there, you kind of need to have some of those items like speed booster, high jump boots, and such. So the runners are going to follow a relatively similar route or pattern to old route while they collect items along the way. They'll do Kraid, then Phantoon, Dragon, and then Ridley to wrap it up before doing a little bit more item cleanup at the end.
Yeah, and the reason for that is because at the wreck ship, there is a speed booster locked item, so they absolutely have to go to, if they want to do this in any sort of reasonable time, you have to go to Norfair and get that speed booster before heading to the wreck ship. Otherwise, the routing just doesn't work out. You'd have to. No one wants to go to wreck ship twice, and that would just take much, much, much longer. So there isn't a viable way of starting with Phantoon in 100%.
That's right, and it looks like we've got a finish up here for Grapple Flute. So Jack 879 is now on his way, and I didn't look and quite see exactly what the ending time is. I'm sure we'll see it shortly. It looks like Grapple Flute is 5 minutes and 12 seconds behind. I believe that Jack's 100% run is around 9 minutes faster than Canadian Owl, so we'll kind of see what happens. Right. I love these relays because it's not a PB scenario. You only get one run, and the mistakes that you make, you just kind of have to deal with them, and so it's kind of a different mentality. So we'll see how each runner handles that along the way.
So Jack's PB is 1:16:37. Owl's, on the other hand, is 1:25:09. So there is quite a bit of difference there. So Owl's going to really have to step it up a little bit to hopefully stay ahead of Jack. Hopefully for him, Jack is going to, if he runs a consistent race, there's a good chance he can catch Owl here. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and the good news for me is if my team doesn't win, I can just blame Andrew because obviously he didn't balance it correctly. If my team doesn't win, so
there you go. But we were talking about routes earlier with 100%. There are route differences, and in particular, we'll see probably Jack do this second route. So the two routes that we'll most likely see is the route that takes you to early ice or the route that takes you to early grapple beam. The standard route, more like what you would do if you're playing this casually, would be to go to Crocomire and pick up grapple beam. Whereas what we'll see, and that's what I think most of the runners would do, but I believe Jack is going to most likely go the route that takes you to early ice. And the difference being, the two major differences there is one, Jack will have to do an ice clip to get Spring Ball. The other difference being that because he'll have Plasma Beam when he hits Crocomire, you're going to see a very, very quick Crocomire kill, because the game does not intend you to have Plasma Charge when you go to Crocomire. It's the quickest, easiest fight in the game, in my opinion, when you have that Plasma Charge and Crocomire. So,
yeah, that is true. There are two routes to 100%. And they're sort of different in terms of a few of the tricks you have to do, but also some of the item, maybe not item, but health management along the way. You would think in a 100% run, there really wouldn't be as much of that, but there actually can be in certain specific spots. But it looks like Andrew said that Jack might be running the regular route, and Sweet Numb will be doing the quote-unquote more aggressive, faster route. I will say this little bit of unasked for advice, but for anybody out there interested in running Super Metroid who wants to do 100%, and that's maybe like their first run that they want to try, I would suggest doing the traditional route, even though the faster route is a little bit faster, not by a ton, but a little bit. What you would have to do to sort of gain all that time is usually beyond brand new players. So it's a lot easier to sort of start off with the more traditional stuff.
Yeah, that ice clip is not an easy trick to perform, and that could lose you a lot of time if you don't know how to do it properly.
Right. So we've got Canadian Owl here. Notice that he did skip those charge missiles. That's a pretty standard thing for 100%. The reason he did not grab those item, or that item that's above charge beam, is because he will actually come back through this pink Brinstar section after he kills Phantoon and grabs Gravity Suit, and he'll do the rest of the item collection that he can't do right now because he doesn't have power bombs and some other stuff. So he'll come back and kind of pick that up a little bit later for a small time save. Plus, he doesn't really need extra missiles right now because this run has already grabbed more missiles than normal runs would.
The number of missiles you get in this game, that 230 missiles total, is is way, way higher than you ever could possibly need.
Yeah, and the funniest part is, a decent chunk of those missiles actually end up getting shot at things that don't take damage. I believe a lot of those missiles end up getting shot at those robots in wreck ship to move them. So a lot of the missiles are not even used for damage, but we'll see. I'm actually curious. I think Jack's going to do probably a Doppler fight against Fantoon in the future. We'll kind of talk about that when we get there. I believe Canadian Al might be doing something different, but we'll wait and see and catch what they do.
Oh, and Jack getting to bomb Torizo. Looks like we're going to have a finish up here for the Hook Booster team, being a Ganon at this point. So we're getting close to having everybody on Super Metroid. The Cane of Ray team on Ganon's Tower. So, yeah, getting very close.
Yeah, I really want to take a moment and just kind of give a shout out to every single person who ran in today's relay. Doing these kind of events is a pretty big undertaking and can be, pretty nerve-wracking. So it's a lot of fun and really cool to see people be willing to get out there and compete. So congrats to everybody. Looks like they are done with Ganon. Team Hook Booster will be moving on. So GG to, I believe, FSG. Great run.
GG. And also shout outs to Andrew for setting all this up and doing a lot of the, doing the commentary for a couple runs and racing himself. So.
Of course, yeah. These events are a lot of work, and it's really cool to see people be willing to support them. So thank you, Andrew. One quick thing about the Super Metroid 100%. Canadian Al just went through a room where he did not pick up a missile pack, and that's because that missile pack is locked behind blocks that you need a power bomb to break. You'll note that he does not yet have a power bomb. So that is probably, in many cases, the item that people forget the most when they accidentally run 99%, because you can't get it till way later in the game. You basically have to backtrack to this place that you have no other reason to come back to other than that missile pack. So typically people get it either on their way to Lower Norfair or right after Lower Norfair. And unfortunately, Canadian Al has not done his job, and he has allowed Kraid to get into prom. Let's see how long Kraid will stay.
Yeah, it looks like he was one super missile short on the quick kill. I will mention this. There are a few runners. I know Zos does this. You can go early power bombs so that you can get those missiles that you were talking about, Kip, right away. But most runners don't tend to do that. And I think even I've heard Zos say that it doesn't really save any time. It's pretty equal. So pretty understandable not to do that.
Yeah, it's about equal, and to do it, you'd have to go up Red Tower right at the beginning without high jump boots and stuff, which is not super hard, but it just opens yourself up to more mistakes. So a lot of people just, choose not to do it. But in the meantime, we've got Jack up here, top right, grabbing a couple of missile packs here, and then he's going to grab the green Brinstar Reserve Tank, while we have White Mage Becky getting her start up here for Team Hook Booster. She's going to take damage from Ridley and then exit series. Everybody's least favorite portion of the game.
Absolutely. Yeah, Becky with a PB of 121.36. So a little bit lower than, a little bit faster than Owl, a little bit slower than Jax. And you'll notice that she just let herself get damaged down in series stage. You would have noticed that for the other runners as well, because no one wants to do the 100-shot Ridley fight. Much quicker to let the damage get you down for the escape that way.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jack missed 2 mock balls in a row, and then I think his stream started to stutter. I think he did something to try to block everybody from seeing that, but unfortunately for everyone, we were able to see that before he put that in. So I do have to shout out Canadian Al real quick. He is about to grab, objectively, by far, the best item in Super Metroid. The one and only high jump boots. What a fantastic item. Really helps you move fast to a lot.
Yeah, that item that you skip in low percent.
That's right. Meanwhile, I'll just openly admit again that I don't know enough about Link to the Past low percent to really give any accurate commentary, but it looks like Team Cane of Ray is getting pretty close to the end of the using what I believe is the torch glitch. Somebody tell me if I got something right here. Using the torch glitch to to continue the Ganon fight here.
Right, because my understanding is that they're doing this without silver arrows. So, I do know in the normal game that you get to this point and you hit him with a sword, and then you shoot him with silver arrows. But after that, the way this torch ghost works, I don't know how this works. I just know that they do it.
Yeah, I think it has something to do with the torch on the right. If you sort of get it at the right time, then it will remain burning throughout the whole fight. But it looks like I can't read the name. I don't know how to pronounce it. DAOTMB. I'm sorry, but that run is now over. So congratulations to Team Kane of Ray, finishing their Link to the Past low percent portion. And on top of that, that's the last Link to the Past portion of their team. So GG, great job. And now all teams will be heading into Super Metroid here shortly.
Yep. And on Kane of Rain, we're going to have Sweet Num, one of our older or longer standing runners, with a PB of 118.41.
Yeah, Sweet Num is a absolutely fantastic runner, very experienced 100% runner. In fact, even earlier this weekend, I believe on Friday night, he was in a 100% race with Topsy Turv, raising money for charity.
Nice.
I can't remember what the name of the event exactly, but always great to support charity and do what we love. So looking forward to seeing his run as well. And as Andrew mentioned earlier, I think he'll be doing the quote-unquote faster/newer route, which will require a few extra tricks. So the pathing will be slightly different. Meanwhile, we got Jack fighting Kraid. Let's see if he can stop Kraid from getting into prom.
And one thing I will mention, it's always nice when I personally like it when we have a race where we get a little bit of route diversion. So it'll be nice to see at least one of them go and do that early ice instead of the early grapple.
For sure. And Jack now picking up Various Suit, which one of the actually Various Suit is one of the items which ironically is not really needed in 100% in terms of like having enough health to survive the rainbow beam. Most of the other full completion categories would actually absolutely have to have Varia because they don't get enough E-tanks to survive regardless, but obviously he has to pick it up here because it is 100%. So everybody probably knows that Varia will reduce that rainbow damage at the end of the game by half, which is 300 damage. And it also reduces damage from some other sources as well, such as Baby Metroid and some other stuff. So, great item.
Most of the damage in the regular Super Metroid game that Varia does, or damage reduction, is also on Gravity Suit. So, it becomes a little redundant after you get that Gravity Suit.
White Mage Becky on the top left showing off the rare Headless BT. That can happen, unfortunately, when... And it actually can happen pretty easily because sometimes it's hard to tell. Like, you'll shoot him, but if he doesn't flash, it means it didn't register a hit. And if you don't have the appropriate number of hits, it can sort of leave him in a range where his head will come off for about maybe half a second or so. So not a big deal at all, but just something that you don't see quite as often. And she will now grab the Terminator tank and be heading to Green Brinstar. We've got Jack grabbing the high jump boots while Canadian Al is heading towards Crocomire.
And we have Sweet Num about to get onto the main planet of Zetless. So he'll start the main portion of the run.
Yeah, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I actually kind of feel bad for Crocomire. I don't really feel bad for any other monster in this game, or creature, whatever you want to call it. But, Crocomire's just chilling in his home, doing nothing. And Samus just comes in and just, gives him an acid bath. I mean, come on, dude.
Yep, and there it is.
Heartless.
And this right here is a bit of a sequence break. I call the most important sequence break that one that gets you that wave beam. The game kind of intends for you to go the back way, the normal way, to get the speed booster, but then it doesn't really set you up for the wave beam unless you do that nice little wall jump that we'll see that in just a second on Jack's screen. Without that, you would go all the way up. Well, you take your speed booster to get your ice beam, and then your ice beam to go up and get your power bombs, and then you take your power bombs to go down to Crocomire to get your grapple beam, and then you take your grapple beam all the way back to get your wave beam, which would be quite the long trek. I mean, people often think of the Spore Spawn skip, the early super strat that we'll see that on. I guess we just saw that in Becky's side. As the most important, but because Spore Spawn's a long fight, no one wants to do it. But that amount of backtracking you have to do for that wave beam is quite a bit. Or you get the grapple beam to get the wave beam is quite a bit more, I think. And so we don't want to see that. We'll see by doing one little wall jump, we get to skip all that.
Yeah, that's a good point. White Mage Becky just got done with a very nice reverse mock ball on the crumble bridge there, and then also had a nice turnaround to fast fall through the crumble blocks to pick up that last missile pack under the bridge. And she will now head to Big Pink here, and the only item that she's going to pick up in Big Pink this time around is going to be that charge beam. But later, we will actually come back and pick up, let's see, it's somewhere around 6 maybe items the
Quite a
second
few
time
items
around.
here. There's a few they could get right now. I mean, technically they could do the backdoor Spore Spawn now if they wanted to. And of course those missiles that we skip because it's just a little bit faster to pick those up right around the right around using power bombs.
Yes, Canadian Owl grabbing the grapple beam, and
and
I
Jack
think
doing
he's
that.
got one.
Yep, and Jack doing that aforementioned one little wall jump that saves you all that time to pick up that wave beam and allow you to go to Crocomire from the back.
Yeah, that's right. As you pointed out, traditionally it looks like the game sort of wants you to use the grapple beam. Jack having a little bit of trouble here jumping back up. It can be kind of weird whenever you don't get the proper jump the first time because those platforms that move up and down can kind of get off rhythm.
Yep.
And I'm sure, as most Super Metroid speedrunners know, no matter what category you're in, if you kind of get off rhythm in a room where your timing needs to be there for the movement of certain creatures or platforms, it can really wreak havoc on your strats.
Yep. I'm also going to point out that Jack leaving Bubble Mountain, you would have seen a set of missiles there. He'll pick those up later, plus another set of 3 items up in the Norfair Reserve area. Those will get picked up later at the end of the run.
Yeah, so now we got Canadian Owl exiting the Crocomire area. He's going to grab one more item up here before leaving Norfair for the first time. He's going to grab one more missile pack. Meanwhile, Sweet Numb has grabbed his bombs, and he's heading down Terminator to grab the first E-Tank of the run. And then he'll make his way down to Green Brinstar to start his first batch of item collection before going to Creighton.
And you'll notice Owl, the intended way, and the way I think he intended to do is to grapple across there. Fortunately, with Speed Booster and High Jump Boots, if you fall down there, you could actually do a wall jump to get back up to those missiles.
That's right. And I've noticed a few of these players opening some doors in advance, like right there, Canadian Owl actually used a super to open up the Ice Beam door, or at least to the Ice Beam Hall. That means that later in the run, when he returns there, he won't have to use any ammo to open that. It'll be a blue door from now on. And I saw Jack do the same thing earlier with the, or maybe it was actually Canadian Owl with the door that led to those missile packs, or that missile pack after grapples. So we got a nice blue suit. Check out Jack's screen. Excuse me, not blue suit, but a spike suit. And yeah, he's got a Shine Spark stored now.
And Owl also going right by that X-ray scope because right now he could get it with grapple beam. It would take a long time, but if when he'll come back here, he'll come back there. Well, he actually goes by it 2 more times, but the last time he goes through, he'll have space jump and screw attack, basically making that X-ray scope pickup free and easy.
Exactly. Becky with a nice clean Kraid kill. She's got her various suit. She's gonna head out. Cool strat there, a little bit of ammo conservation using a charged Spazer shot on the first pirate, and then a missile on the next 2. Gotta kill all those creatures to open that door. And looks like Canadian Owl's gonna be grabbing the Red Tower power bombs. There will be also some missiles back here, and I believe one more power bomb pack before he heads up to the surface.
Yep.
Go to Wreck Ship.
And these are usually what we call the alpha power bombs. In any percent, that's the first set you're going to get, regardless of what route you're doing. 100% being a little bit different since the first power bombs you pick up are actually on the way to Crocomire.
Yeah, that's a good point. And one thing you do note, for those of you that are familiar with Super Metroid speedrunning, Canadian Owl did not open that orange door that leads back to Hellway. That's usually a door in almost every other category that you would open if you go up here. He does not have to do that this time, though, because he will not be returning to this location. Once he finishes with Wrecked Ship, he'll go straight back to Green Brinstar, and he'll never come up here again other than to potentially exit, at the very end of the game to go to Torian. So, yeah, good call there. Becky with the high jump boots.
And Jack in probably my favorite room, because being a math person, and it's the cosine room for its shape.
That is a cool room. Jack gonna get a Shine Spark here to shoot up the shaft there. Very nice. And we'll see how much farming he does. I don't anticipate him farming for too long, but he does want to get at least some health and some ammo before heading up to Wrecked Ship. Because I believe the next time that he will refill using an energy tank will be after Fantoon and after the Spiky Room of Death. So, tough sequence.
Yeah, and actually Owl's getting to that part pretty soon. Yeah, the trickiest part, I think the most likely place one would die in this run is coming up at the Fantoon fight. Granted, 4 E-tanks, a reserve, and Variasuit is a lot easier than, say, the low percent ice or even the any percent new route strat where you're doing this with 1 tank and no suits. But still, Fantoon can be tricky, and it is probably the most dangerous part of the run in general. And of course, like you said, Spiky Room of Death right after there is no joke. There's a reason we call it that.
That's right. Canadian Owl having a little bit of trouble getting over the ocean there, giving us the rare Morphing Ball de-equip. Sometimes the menu can be a little tricky. I'm sure people that run different categories are familiar with that because, sometimes you move it and depending on what items you have, it'll go to different things. But I think he was trying to turn off Spazer so he could do some X Factor strats. But he managed to get across, and now he'll probably do some X Factors on Fanny.
And you see this area that he's in right now. The nice thing about you want to get those missiles first because those spikes are not activated until Fantoon is down. So you can go in that room and get those missiles for free instead of having to deal with what would essentially be another Spiky Room of Death if you had to wait if you waited for after it's operational.
That's true. And you know what? Canadian Owl did just give us an opportunity to talk about a rare piece of tech that some people are not aware of, that I was not aware of until recently. If you do actually de-equip bombs instead of Morphing Ball, you can actually hold a charge in Morphing Ball form. Not something you would probably ever do in any category, but that used to be a strat some people would do for low percent to continue charging during rolls under Ridley, so that's kind of neat. Let's see how Canadian Owl does with this Fantoon fight. Oh, unfortunately got 3 missiles in, and that's going to send Fantoon into the next pattern.
Yeah, the part about Doppler that took me a while to figure out was you really, if you damage him too much, he just doesn't like that. So, like Kip said, he hit him with 3 missiles instead of 2. So whereas if you hit 2, you get another shot at hitting him 2 missiles, and that's how the Doppler starts off. And you then, on the 3rd shot, you can shoot as many as you can get in there. Still making very quick work of Fantoon here. And of course, the other thing you want to watch out for with Fantoon is even though your super missiles do double damage, that's when you get your enraged phase, and that's not hard to avoid damage because you can just pseudo screw since they have the charge beam, but it's an extra 15 seconds of waiting while he goes through that enraged phase, and nobody wants that.
Yeah, so he was able to get a full X Factor on Fantoon during that 2nd round and dispatch him pretty quickly. One thing I do want to point out, I just saw White Mage Becky do something really cool. She was leaving the wave area, and she was back in single chamber. And what she did is she used a missile on an enemy that was blocking a door, and then she used another missile directly behind it. to open the door and then run through it. But one thing she did, which was really good, is she sort of delayed her movement forward for just a moment after she fired that missile to open the door. That's because your beam can actually have different speeds that you fire it at. Like when you fire a beam, depending on your movement speed at the time, it will travel at different sort of tempos or speeds. But missiles have a sort of a normalized, I guess, or a regular, consistent speed, but it fires somewhat slowly at first. So missiles pick up speed over time. So if you ever use one to open a door, you kind of have to move at a different rhythm than you would if you fired a beam at it.
Here we see Jack with the ocean fly. The second part of it, I should say, not the full thing, but getting across.
Oh, looks like Canadian Owl.
Owl's in that spiky room of death. And
Okay.
managed to get a nice D-boost to get that finished. Fortunately, he'll get an E-tank here, so he'll have plenty of health to get back through it.
All right, so White Mage Becky done with Crocomire. Sweet Num is in the early stages of his first Norfair trip. He's already grabbed the high jump boots. He's in Cathedral now. Here's one of the trickier items in a way to collect. This one can be tough to get a good strat for, especially in randomizers, but there's the Cathedral missiles.
And it's especially easy to forget.
Yeah, I agree. Let's see what... Oh, it looks like Jack's going to do some X-Factor strats. I'm kind of surprised. I would have assumed he would have done Dopplers, but neither one is better than the other necessarily, just kind of a preference thing.
Yeah, my understanding is that time-wise they're about the same.
Very nice opening round for Jack. Becky grabbing the grapple beam. Sweet Num having a little trouble at Bubble Mountain, but cleaning it up quite nicely. Heading up to get Speed Booster. And meanwhile, Jack has now dispatched of the Ghost.
Oh, and
look,
Becky going for, but not quite getting the Indiana Jones strat for the missiles here. But
Yeah,
she'll just get up there with the speed booster.
That's a tough strat.
Ironically, I think it's the intended way to get those missiles. Let me tell you, that is not easy to do.
Definitely not. Here's what I was referring to earlier in the commentary. We got Canadian Owl using some missiles. He's clipping through some of these robots, but he's also using regular missiles to shoot a lot of them. They're not taking any damage, but every time you hit one of these robots, it moves. And so since missiles actually have a faster cooldown rate than regular beam shots do, you can get them to move quicker. So now Canadian Owl is done with inside wreck ship, at least the top part of Attic. Now he's going to head outside and then down to get Gravity in the reserve tank.
Yeah, that worker roper, I think of that as like the most annoying room of the game, as opposed to what we'll later see as the worst room in the game, which really isn't in Hundo. But yeah, that room is just annoying.
Definitely. All I can say is put me through, right?
Exactly. Owl showing us another missile that's very easy to forget over in this little morph ball maze. And first time players of this game often fall victim to that. There's a little crumble block there if you go over to the right at the bottom. They can get you and then you have to go all the way back around.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Jack, I guess forgetting that missile pack on the way in, or excuse me, yeah, Jack missing it on the way in, now grabbing it, and that room's a good bit tougher. With all those platforms moving. But he managed to grab it, so he's still on pace for a 100% run. Canadian Owl getting the very nice bowling spark, and he's going to clean up a few items in this room. This is a very large room, actually. I guess if you look at all the rooms in Super Metroid, bowling is one of, I would assume, the bigger ones in terms of size, because you can go down, below, and then under, and back to the right. And, unfortunate death right there by Jack.
Oh, I'm not sure where he saved last.
That looks like a
Oh
restart.
no, that looks like a restart. Oh.
I'm a little shocked that he didn't save. We're required to do 3 saves in all categories. Yeah, we're required to do 3, and let me put it to you this way. I'm not trying to meme here at all. Okay, I want to be serious for just a moment. Jack is, without question, okay, one of the single best Super Metroid players on planet Earth. He's an exceptional runner. But this is a game where it's just not uncommon to occasionally have something really bad happen, and then a set of circumstances can occur that can get you killed. So nobody's immune to not dying in this game, and we're required to do 3 saves. I really wish that he had done a save after Fantoon, because that would have at least given him some protection against the worst possible scenario, which we just witnessed.
Well, and even saving before Fantoon, because like we said earlier, those are the most dangerous possible spots in this run. Most of this run is pretty safe because he has so many E-tanks, but at this point they just haven't gotten as many as they will later. Like Ridley, saving before Ridley in any percent makes a lot of sense, because you're talking probably 2 or 3 or 4 tanks at that point. Whereas in Hundo, by the time you get to Ridley, you have 12 or something. I mean, you've got a lot of E-tanks at that point. So it's a very different and much easier fight. So.
Well, while we're talking about that, one thing I would like to highlight, notice Sweet Gnome on the bottom right here. He's the only person who has Ice Beam at this juncture of the run, because he's going to do that other route. And he was able to use Ice Beam in a couple spots to freeze some of those rippers and use them for platforms to get a few, save a few frames over what some of the other players might have done without Ice Beam. So we'll see kind of how he utilizes his item set. But the main thing about, at least in my opinion, the main thing that makes this route different, other than the spring ball clip that he will have to do later, since he won't have grapple when he's in Meridia, is look at his health. He is entering Rex ship with less energy. I think 1 energy tank less than the other players did. And even though, that doesn't mean anything bad will happen, it definitely sort of lowers your margin for error in a lot of rooms. So speaking of saves, Sweet Gnome's grabbing a save.
Yep, and this is exactly what we were talking about here, and then right after Fantoon. Just, to me, makes the most. If you're going to be required to do 3 saves anyway, these just make the most sense. Well, let's look at Canadian Owl for a second. He's doing a wraparound shot. What this is going to do is going to open up the door into Gauntlet, and then he's going to be able to do what I consider the best Shine Spark and most fun Shine Spark of the game, my favorite, to get all the way through Gauntlet without any trouble whatsoever.
Wait a minute, he just missed 6 in a row. Are we sure this isn't a video of me racing against Sloters in the multi-category tournament last year?
Oh boy, is that what happened to you guys there? I don't think I caught that one.
Here's the thing. Okay, looks like he got it now. No, he's gonna do a different shot now. He put Spazer back on because Spazer has different width or whatever, and so you can get the wraparound shot. The funny thing is at this point, it would have been faster to just not do the wraparound shot. Once you miss it a certain number of times, I guess you kind of have to keep going for it. But once you miss it a certain number of times, if you don't think you can get it, it'd be almost faster to just continue. But he gets the swaggy spike through the room, or Shine Spark through the room. And we got Becky on her Fantoon fight. Let's see how it goes.
Good so far.
Sweet Gnome unfortunately missing the Ocean Fly there, but no problem. He'll do another Shine Spark.
My second favorite Shine Spark.
Oh, Canadian Owl. Oh my god, dude. I'm sorry. That just made me so nervous. This room that Canadian Owl is in some ways it's one of maybe 2 or 3 rooms that are really the worst rooms, not because they're difficult, but just because if you mess up, you
lose time.
You lose so much time, and you can't break those crumble blocks other than standing on them. And there's 2 sets, and you have to be standing on both at the same time. He almost turned around to where he got off of one, and he would have been locked from the other one. So I'm glad that he recovered from that. He won't have to return.
Yeah, I mean, it isn't. It could be a lot worse. Typically, if you miss one of those missile sets, you'll pick up the other one at the very end, at which point you'll have Screw Attack and Space Jump and can make very quick work of the Gauntlet, but you still lose quite a bit of time by having to go through that area a second time, and nobody needs to have to do that, so you'd much better just get them both the first time around.
That's right. So we've got Sweet Num down here on the bottom right, about to do his Fantoon fight. Let's see what beam he has on. Looks like he did not take off Ice Beam or Spacer, so that means we're going to get to see a nice Doppler fight from Sweet Num here. Fantoon has 2,500 health. Each missile does 1 damage, and a super does 6. So what you're trying to do, if possible, is get in 19 regular missiles and 1 super. And if you kind of time your shots correctly, you can get, what you're shooting for at minimum basically on the first round is 10. So 4 and then a 6 Doppler, and then 4 on the second round, and a 5 regular missile Doppler with a super finish.
Okay, Becky getting through her spiky room of death. She'll pick up that E-tank. And Owl going through that trolley part of this game that when I played this the first time, it had me resetting from the beginning because I saved and could not get up that. You only need 1 wall jump to get out, but wow.
That's true. Same thing happened to me when I was a kid. And speaking of that, I don't know how to explain this properly. I cannot tell you exactly why. We have a bunch of exceptionally knowledgeable Super Metroid people in the chat. Maybe they can explain. But basically, Canadian Owl dropped a power bomb on his way out of that Edacoon room that didn't hit anything. But he did it on purpose because what it does is it basically saves some frames on, I think, like sound lag during the door transition or something like that. It's nothing major, it's only frames. I think it's even single-digit frames maybe. But just something kind of cool to know about.
Yeah, the power bombs can add lag, but they do some sort of weird stuff to reduce stuff as well. And let's see if he can. Looks like he's already not getting the Mission Impossible, so he'll just pick up those power bombs and go out the normal way.
Yeah, he didn't even go for that strat. That, as Tracy mentioned, that's a cool strat because it looks like a Mission Impossible sort of mission, if you will, to escape, come in from the ceiling and then escape. But he's gonna White Mage Becky, is opening up this door over here. Meanwhile, Jack is grabbing his Spacer Beam. Once again, the Spacer Beam is a sort of a beam that, depending on what route you use in different other categories, some people pick it up, some people don't. It's in any % new route, but not in any % new route. So that's an item that you don't always see. Let's watch Sweet Num real quick because he needs to be very careful to get through the spiky room. Very good.
Okay, through the spiky room, he'll get that E-tank. That'll fill him up again. Yeah, and Kit mentioned this earlier, just before. The reason why you want to shoot that door that Becky shot. See, now it's a blue door. Before it was a gray door. And if you don't shoot the door, when she comes back, when she would have came back into that room, it would turn back into a gray door, and so she'd have to kill all the enemies again.
Exactly. And meanwhile, I'm not sure why. I guess he's memeing, but Canadian Owl did a rando glitch using a super missile to open up that blue gate when he already has wave beam. So I guess he's just having.
Yeah, and actually, I do know at least one other Super Metroid player that actually prefers to use that method. Maniacal. Shout out to Maniacal, a very good runner. He actually prefers to use the super missile, I believe, because that way he just is able to jump up right there. Whereas ideally with the wave beam, what you want to do is shoot with the wave beam and then kind of do a little mock ball onto that platform. And he says it's just easier. If you can't do that, it's just maybe a little bit faster to use the super missile, and it may be that Canadian Owl feels the same way.
Good
Either
point.
that, or he just wants to meme it up a little bit. And knowing Canadian Owl, that's certainly possible as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him. But one other thing I sort of neglected to point out while it was happening, Sweet Num, a minute ago when he was grabbing the energy tank in wreck ship after the spiky room of death, note that because of his routing, he does not have the grapple beam. So every other runner was able to use the grapple blocks in the ceiling of that room to get over to that E-tank. He had to actually get on that last platform and do a bomb jump to get across. So that's another one of those sort of tricks that, if you want to run the quote-unquote, most aggressive, fastest route, that's going to be a trick you're going to have to be able to get, because if you get there and fall in the water even one time, you're losing more time than you would have saved overall by completing the route to begin with.
his other choice there, you can make that jump a little bit easier if you turn off your high jump boots, and then you can just jump over there. But it's still very easy to miss that jump if even without those high jump boots. Interestingly enough, the high jump boots where they make you jump higher, your horizontal jump height kind of gets hurt because you'll hit the ceiling and you won't be able to go quite as far. And that's one of those places where that becomes an issue.
That's right. So looks like Becky up here on the top left has finished all of the collection in the bowling room, grabbing the gravity suit. And at this point, I believe, if my math is correct, we'll take, or I guess the damage that enemies do is now reduced by 75%.
Sounds right.
And she's going to grab these missiles here, the lake missiles, and then that's it for this portion of the run. She's going to head back over to the ship, grab those power bombs up above the ship, and then head to Gauntlet, and then start her cleanup of Brinstar.
And Owl at this point looks like he's going to go for the Main Street missiles by doing... I know there's a stutter involved in this. It's a very tight short charge that you do in this area. There are 3 ways to get this item. What Owl's doing right now. There is a platform that you can... It looks like he's going to switch to the other strat. This is what he's doing right now, I think, is the easiest way to do it. Doing it there is just a standard short charge. I guess going back to the... maybe he's going to try... I don't know if he can't make up his mind. The way the game... my understanding of the way the game expects you to do it is actually charge from the previous room. And then you have to time it just right, get that charge, hold it to the exact spot where the little blade of grass is, and then charge from there. And I'm telling you, that I think is maybe the hardest way to do it, at least if you know how to stutter. So
Yeah,
he does eventually get it.
It's tough to do that short charge that he was attempting at first. It's definitely the fastest strat there, and kudos to him for going for it. But at a certain point, if you miss it enough times, it would be just faster to do the other way. Just laughing there for a second just because it was kind of humorous, him accidentally falling and then going for the original strat again. But he's got the item, and he's going to do another short charge here to grab the Mama Turtle tank here. And there's going to be a missile in the wall in this suit as well. Sweet Num grabbing his gravity suit, while Becky has made her way through the gauntlet with her Shine Spark. So every runner doing great. Jack catching up as well, grabbing the speed booster. Jack's moved very quickly. My apologies for us maybe not putting as much focus on his run in the last few minutes because he had to start over, but he's definitely moving quickly.
It'll be interesting if he switches what route he takes, if he feels like the ice beam first might be a little bit faster and make up a little bit more time now that he's had to take that death.
Yeah, we'll see. I kind of doubt it if it's something he hasn't been practicing, but we'll see.
Absolutely.
Okay, Canadian now, bottom left, grabbing the crab supers. And I believe the next items for him will be the beach missiles and the watering hole missile and super missile. So this is I could be mistaken. I think some people go up here for RBO if they're running, Meridia first to get extra supers, which is kind of a beginner-friendly route. But other than that, I can't think of many other categories that go up into this portion of the game. So I guess maybe map completion.
Yeah, map completion goes everywhere, so you can always go with that one.
That's a good point.
They might not pick up the items, but they definitely go to the area.
Sweet Num about to get his short charge and Shine Spark through. Ooh, unfortunately there.
The other interesting thing I'll mention about this strat that Sweet Num's about to do, the game kind of does suggest the possibility of the short charge. Now, you can get it from the top and hold that charge and then do it across. I believe that's what Owl did before. But that Shine Spark you do is actually a part of the game intro sequence.
That's a good point. That's true.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Sweet Num didn't have enough energy. All right, we need to be like, I want to be. I'm really nervous, is what I'm trying to say. I'm really nervous for Sweet Num because he should be fine, but at the same time, without having enough energy to do the Shine Spark, he's got to get through this room with acid. But with gravity, probably enough of a damage reduction, and he's through. He's got his energy tank. He's good to go.
Thankfully, there is an energy tank here, so he just picks that up. Okay, and Jack is not gonna change routes. He just finished off Crocomire.
Okay, and Canadian Al is now entering probably my least favorite boss in this game. I think Botwoon might be the single biggest troll. I know a lot of people think. Well, I take that back. Ridley's definitely the biggest troll, but Botwoon sucks. He's ruined a lot of runs. He's even particular worse in like low percent, but Canadian Al dispatching him pretty quickly there. Meanwhile, Crocomire is now downed by Jack.
And Becky getting the Mission Impossible strat there. Nicely done.
Yeah, very nice. Okay, looks like Becky did the same thing. Maybe this is like new tech. Maybe it's faster to use the super missile on the Wavegate. But she did the same thing. Real quick, Canadian Al is coming up on another one of the maybe 3 or 4 items that I consider sort of items that could be potentially forgotten. Here in the Precious room, there is a missile pack over here in the wall. Looks like Canadian Al did not forget, but I have seen people accidentally forget that one before.
That's well, and if you've ever watched a 100% race where you're trying to figure out where that one item you missed is, or any kind of 100% run where you're trying to figure out where that one item you missed is, it's almost impossible.
Yeah, it's hard to tell sometimes, because especially when you do the category enough, like a lot of times the runs that you've done kind of run together and you don't even really remember what all you've done in that particular one. So luckily Canadian Al got it, and he'll be on his way here to fight Drake.
Yeah, and the map that this game has is a little bit funny because there are a couple of those items that don't really show up with dots at all. And plus it does, or they do show up when you haven't picked them up, so it can be misleading if you're trying to figure out what that item that you missed is, if you've gone to the room already.
Okay, Canadian Al, unfortunately, just barely. I think he was only a few hundred damage shy of killing Dragon. Unfortunately got grabbed right before there, but now he has managed to kill Dragon, no problem. He's going for a spike suit. It's going to be kind of hard to get. That spike suit's a tough trick. I think it requires 2 frame-perfect jumps that are like, I believe, 9 frames apart or something. So he's going to grab his space jump, one of the really cool, fun items that you get to use for the rest of the run. Meanwhile, we've got green and pink Brinstar cleanup by Becky and Sweetnum. Becky has finished her pink cleanup and grabbing the last tube missile before heading to Meridia.
Oh, and Sweetnum also getting the Mission Impossible strat there. Nicely done. I'm not sure it actually... I've been told it doesn't actually save that much time, but it is pretty darn swag.
I think it saves some. I guess... How can I put this? A lot of people have different ideas about what is a lot of time and what is a small amount of time. I've learned that kind of over the years. It does save some time, but to get that time save, you not only need to get that strat, but you need to have a good strat post, because you end up in a different area heading over into that Wavegate room. But it definitely looks swag, that's for sure.
Yeah, and Sweetnum did use the wave beam here, and you saw the way he went in there. Like, he missed it the first time, but the second time he just used the wave beam and mockballed right into there. And I believe that's what that's the hard part is doing getting that ball. And then also I want to point out that we see him doing the backdoor spore spawn trick. Just need to fire. There's several different spots you can fire that super missile from. And that way you can hit that super missile block and then pick up the super missiles from the back rather than having to go through the full spore spawn fight. So this is, in the Hundo run, that's the time save there, is being able to do that back door instead of having to do it from the front.
Yeah, I'd like to point out real quick that for all you older kids like me out there who are, I'm sure, still mourning the loss and closure of Blockbuster Video, I have good news. Blockbuster is open for business once more. White Mage Becky grabbing the Blockbuster strat on her way into Red Tower.
And Owl about to go to everybody's favorite digging robot Shack Tool.
Yeah, this is the chill portion of the run here. We got some Shack Tool hype. Let's see what he's guarding today.
It's one of the cool things about 100% is you do get to pick up that spring ball. There's that spring ball is put so far out of the way, and it's such a long pickup that most categories don't use it at all.
So we now have Sweet Num's going to be in Meridia here in maybe about 45 seconds or so. And so at that juncture, we will have 3 of the 4 teams in Meridia. And meanwhile, Jack is getting ready to go back to Wreck Ship to have another Fan Tune fight.
And there it is, the spring ball. I always found the spring ball just a fun item to use.
Definitely. Look at White Mage Becky's screen, top left, real quick. These little guys, I don't remember what they're called. Those little creatures in that room, you'll see them again on her exit. They always reminded me of the enemies in Chrono Trigger that were called, I believe, Scouts. There was like a lightning one, a fire one, and like maybe an ice one or whatever. I think they were in the Dark Palace, or excuse me, the Ocean Palace. They look exactly like them. So for any Chrono Trigger fans out there, you can get a little blast from the past with those creatures. And I believe Canadian now is now heading up to Plasma. And then we'll backtrack to finish his last bit of Meridia cleanup.
Yeah, typically when you do the Meridia, you're going to do the right sand pit, the right sand pit to Shack Tool, then up to Plasma Beam, and then you'll go out of Plasma Beam the way you're intended to go into Plasma Beam, and route back down to the left sand pit to get closer to Lower Norfair.
That's right. I guess I would be remiss if I didn't mention, it looks kind of like Sweet Num and Becky are like relatively close together, but technically speaking, Becky is at least a good bit ahead because of the routing difference. Sweet Num is sort of in Meridia quicker in the route than Becky is, so Becky does not have to go kill Crocomire and grab grapple and all that stuff, whereas Sweet Num will later. So it's a bit misleading in terms of knowing exactly how close everybody is. We won't know for sure until literally, I believe, Torian.
Yeah, I guess it would sync up as they're leaving Norfair, since Becky will be picking up her Ice Beam probably before going down to Lower Norfair. And typically, I believe in the early ice route, you're gonna go do Crocomire after you do Ridley.
Well, I think Sweet Num still has to pick up. Well, I guess you're right. Yeah, I think you're right because they both have to pick up X-Ray. But I think the true sync, I suppose, would be after X-Ray because technically Sweet Num should have an easier time getting there. Having well, I take that back. He won't. It's all the same. I forget. Sorry about that. But it basically comes down to he can technically go through that room faster if he gets a spike suit for it, and that's one of the routing differences. But that's a really small kind of nuance change.
Yeah, we'll see if he even does that because it's just such a quick pickup if you just wait until you have the space jump screw attack, and they're gonna go back that way anyway.
Exactly. Yeah.
I guess you could go the Meridia route up if you already have X-Ray. But there's still other items to pick up. There's the ceiling E-tank and the old Mother Brain missiles and the so-called 230 missiles.
Ooh, hot dang! Jack just had an absolutely gorgeous Fan Tune
That
fight.
was a nice Fan Tune.
Meanwhile, Becky's gonna try to get. Looks like she was gonna try to go for a grapple finish there, but now she's gonna need to. Yeah, she's gonna stop and shoot some more supers into Dragon. Maybe try to finish with a shine spark so she can get a blue suit. There we go.
Very nice. Owl going to the left sand pit now, which is a lot easier to do now that he has spring ball and high jump boots. Two good reasons to do this 1 second. One is just easier with both items, and two, also it's just closer to Lower Norfair.
All right, Canadian Owl grabbing, if I am not mistaken, the third of 4 reserve tanks, because the final reserve tank will actually be picked up in Bubble Mountain on the way out from Lower Norfair. But I believe that missile right there, unless I am misremembering, should be the last Meridia item.
I do believe
assuming
so.
I think he's already grabbed the aqueduct items.
He just he grabbed those.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so he's on his way out, and he will head down. Hopefully, remember to get the Kraid missiles, and then to Lower Norfair. Of course, I guess he could grab those missiles on the way out of Lower Norfair. It's kind of a preference thing.
Okay, and also notice on Becky's screen that E-tank that she's now skipped twice. And the reason is you go through that room so many times, you have plenty of opportunities to pick it up. So you can pick it up there, you can pick it up on the way into Dragon. It's definitely the slowest if you pick it up on the way into Dragon. And she's going to go through that one more time as she goes from the plasma beam room back down to get to that left sand pit.
Yeah, Jack having no problems with Spiky Room this time. Going to use his grapple beam. Very nice strat to get through half the room with his first jump there. And grabbing the wreck ship energy tank.
Yep, and Owl going
Sweet
ahead.
Num.
Yep, Owl picking up that one item that we were talking about in Kraid earlier. So good that he remembered that one.
Yeah, that's one that's easy to forget, as we pointed out. Sweet Num heading over to the Precious Room to grab that missile pack, and then we'll fight Dragon. And White Mage Becky continuing her Meridia cleanup here. Okay, you'll note that Canadian Owl is now heading over to Ice because he does not have Ice Beam yet. In the traditional route, it's kind of like old route. You would wait until the end of your run to grab Ice Beam. That kind of saves you from having to de-equip it, because it can be kind of annoying against certain creatures. But he's going to grab that. That's going to bring his beam to its full potential. From this point forward, every shot that Canadian Owl shoots will do 300 damage, and so that means that a charge shot will do 900 damage. Since Ridley and Mother Brain 2 both have 18,000 health, that means that both of them will require exactly 20 shots each. Very nice Dragon by Sweet Num, grabbing a blue suit, which I don't know if we fully explained what that is. I think a lot of people know, but just in case you don't, a blue suit is sort of like a stored ability to short charge, I guess, if you will, and get a shine spark. But you can't press dash while you have the blue suit. So you'll notice that Sweet Num is moving a little bit slower horizontally than normal. But he's going to activate that by pressing down at the top of this room, and then he will shine spark through.
And Owl having a little bit of trouble getting that crumble block missile. He missed it on the first try, fell down, missed it on the second try, and had to fall down again. One interesting way to get through that, since he has spring ball, you can actually spring ball up those crumble blocks and maybe use bombs to get that. So that'd be another way to get it. But that room's such a pain.
Definitely.
Every one of those blocks is a crumble block. And you see Sweet Num getting the E-tank on his way out of Dragon. Working a little bit earlier than some of the other runners did.
Becky has her spring ball now, and looks like Sweet Num will be heading in that direction shortly. Getting a sweet blue suit. Oh, that's nice. That's a dangerous trick, though. The trick that Sweet Num just pulled off, unless I'm mistaken, I believe it can actually soft lock you if you make a mistake. But that is one of the swaggier tricks you can pull off in a 100% run. In Canadian Owl now in Lower Norfair, he's going to head over to what I think is sort of the last item that is super scary to pick up because if you make a mistake, you lose a lot of time. He's got to go over some crumble blocks to get the GT regular missiles. Let's see how he does.
The amount of time you lose having to go back around to pick up those missiles if you mess it up is quite a bit.
Well, this is interesting. We got Jack and Morphing Ball being taken by the bowling Torizo while Canadian Owl is being held, and they get dropped at almost the exact same time too. So, not the sync we expected, but still kind of.
Okay, here's that missile that we're talking about. It's like you can spring ball across. That's probably the safest way to do that. The other way to do it would just be to space jump across. And now we'll fight Golden Torizo. Pick up the super missiles first. And let's see if Canadian Owl can get that nice sweet spot to just pretty much do this without taking any damage.
Yeah, you can push GT up against the wall here, and a lot of these shots are going to do double damage. You might not be able to tell with some of the iframes on the video, but yeah, very nice fight by Canadian Owl there. And then he's going to pick up possibly the most overpowered item, not only in this game, but in all Metroid games, and not required, by any stretch of the imagination in terms of for use. Obviously, it's required for 100% item collection, but Screw Attack just makes the rest of Lower Norfair just incredibly comfortable relative to a lot of the other categories.
Yeah, Screw Attack is very overpowered, and we're gonna see worst room in the game in just a second, and it just isn't. With Screw Attack and Space Jump and High Jump Boots, it just isn't the worst room in the game in this category. You see, he can just Screw Attack these Space Pirates, Screw Attack these blocks, just work his way up, no problem.
Yeah, ironically, Canadian Owl actually took damage from one of those pirates. That is something that definitely can happen. It's not uncommon. Basically, there is a small window when you're doing a like a wall jump where the Screw Attack is not active. And during that window, if you happen to be touching an enemy, you'll get knocked down. But it's not really a big deal. I mean, it only costs him like maybe half a second. But it can happen from time to time. I think Canadian Owl is memeing. I'm not sure what
that was about.
Yeah, who knows?
He does fall down instead of jumping through the. I find it better if you can jump through that door so you can get that space jump going right away and not fall all the way down to the bottom. Very easy to forget, especially if you either run new route where you don't have the space jump, or if you do a lot of randomizer where you don't necessarily have all the items when you get to that spot.
Yeah, and one small thing you'll note that Canadian Owl is doing is he's trying to kill as many key hunters as possible in this room. That way the lag will be less for his power bomb there. Jack threw the gauntlet, grabbed the gauntlet E-Tank, and he's going to go grab the next two missile packs, while White Mage Becky is doing a very nice job of not forgetting to grab the Kraid missiles. I also like what Becky just did there. She actually shot the door back open on her way in, so that the way she wanted to shoot her on the way out.
Ooh, I'm not sure what just happened there with Jack, but it looks like he managed to save himself from falling down just one side by doing a very quick jump and getting back on both of those sets of blocks. So,
my goodness, making me nervous over here.
Absolutely.
I want to shout out White Mage Becky again real quick. I don't know if everybody saw that, but we're supposed to take 3 saves in our run, or else be penalized. White Mage Becky just did something I did not expect, but I think is actually very efficient. She took the save behind Kraid. That's not a save you typically see.
Yeah, you don't see that room very often. Again, probably only see it in map completion.
Well, she's a very good map completion runner, so maybe that's why she's busting out that tech.
Owl starting out with super missiles before switching over to the full beam combo. We picked up ice earlier. That's as you said, it's 20 shots here, so it's really only a 4-shot difference. Without ice, it'd be a 24-shot fight. But still, 4 shots is 4 shots, and that is less time, and it certainly isn't going to save him any time by picking up the ice beam after it. So looks like he's going to finish him up with some supers.
All right, nicely done. Sweet Num cleaning up the last item of Meridia here. And I probably didn't do a good enough job of pointing out the fact that he did his spring ball clip earlier.
Yeah,
But,
unfortunately wasn't even getting... I missed that, and that is a pretty darn cool strat to see.
Well, the fact that he's not still stuck there means that he did a great job.
Yeah,
so.
exactly. Very, very true.
Okay, White Mage Becky heading to Lower Norfair. Sweet Nom will be doing the same here shortly. I assume he will probably go grab the Kraid missiles either now or maybe on his way out. Jack finishing up his pink Brinstar cleanup, or I guess starting the pink Brinstar portion of the cleanup, but sort of in the middle of the Brinstar secondary cleanup here. At this point, it looks like Canadian Owl has dispatched all of the bosses except for Mother Brain. So other than a few items he will collect here in Lower Norfair that are still left, and then some, I think, blue...
He's got a little bit of Upper Norfair to clean up, and then, of
Right.
course, the blue Brinstar area.
And then a few items in Criteria, if I recall correctly. But yeah, he's getting close to being done here and heading to Toria.
Oh, and they're taking a save after Ridley. Could very well be the, oh wait, I have to take 3 saves save, but I believe he took at least 1 earlier, so that probably means he needs 1 more, maybe? I haven't, forgive me, I haven't actually been paying attention to where all the saves have been.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to keep track with 4 different people running in different areas, but yeah, we got the next to last C-Tank for Canadian Owl. Meanwhile, White Mage Becky about to grab the next 3 items in a row, the GT missiles, supers, and then screw attack. Sweet Nom is heading his way towards Lower Norfair as we speak.
And has no trouble getting those crumble shaft missiles.
Yeah, I just got owned really hardcore in the chat just now. I got, sometimes in life when you get owned, you just gotta accept it and you gotta own it. So shout outs to our boy Andrew out there who ran low percent while doing commentary.
Commentary. Yeah.
Not only on his run, but on everybody else's run. And did a fantastic job of it, by the way. The only reason he died, and one thing I'd like to point out is I don't think that he fully explained it. He died to a very rare pattern, but it wasn't just the rare pattern that killed him. He just accidentally was in the exact worst place possible. He had like 120 damage at the time, and he took a chain hit and just went from 120 health to death, which is like incredibly rare. So shout outs to Andrew for being a god multitasker. Okay, Jack just grabbed the Waterway energy tank. White Mage Becky has now finished the GT portion of the run, and she's going to head into the depths of Lower Norfair here. Sweet Num getting his Lower Norfair started as he is at the bottom of the elevator. Ooh, I like that strat. That's interesting. He didn't go for the traditional blue suit there. Instead, he used some spring balls.
And Owl leaving Lower Norfair. There's 4 items he'll need to pick up here. Go over to the reserve tank area, which also has 2 sets of missiles.
Yeah, we've got, I think, 4 total items in this portion. We're going to grab this missile pack, another in the next room, a reserve tank, and then 1 more missile pack in the Bubble Mountain room.
Yeah, and we saw that other missile earlier, but it's just more convenient to pick it up at this point in the run rather than pick it up earlier. And this room also a lot easier to. First of all, it's easier to get to with that space jump instead of having to grapple across, or do some sort of. There is a D boost that you can do across, or some wall jumps you can do. But also much easier to get through it because with the gravity suit, you're not going to take any of that lava damage.
Okay, Jack about to start his Meridia portion of the run. Let's see if he'll get this short charge right here. Very tight short charge for the Main Street missiles. Nailed
There
it.
it is. Oh,
Oh, well, I spoke too
you
soon.
nailed the charge. You didn't nail the position, unfortunately.
Yeah, I commentator cursed him.
There
My
we go.
bad. My bad, Jackie.
Okay, Owl picking up the last Norfair item.
All right. Sweet Num entering the worst room in the game.
Which again,
Canadian
just
Owl?
isn't in
Oh, I'm
this
sorry, go-
category. Which again,
Yeah.
isn't in this category.
Yeah, not nearly as scary as it would be in any percent or RBO or something like that, or low
Or
percent.
pretty much
But yeah,
any
we got
other.
Yeah, pretty much anything where you don't have screw attack, right?
Yep.
But White Mage Becky starting her fight against Ridley. 20 charge shots with her fully powered beam is what she's looking for here. And Canadian Owl is now going to head, I think the next item he's supposed to pick up is the X-ray beam. Well, scope. I shouldn't say beam. It's not a beam. X-ray scope. For the those of you out there that are into technicalities.
Actually, one of those items a lot of runners don't like because it can mess with your item selection. And also one of the reasons why I like to shout this out a lot, where one of the underrated abilities, strats, if you will, of this game is the ability to use that item cancel button. And when you have that X-ray, you really want to be good at that item cancel, because when you hit it by accident, because you're going through all your other items, it can slow you down because you use the same button as Speed Booster to activate it.
Yeah, for any of you would-be Super Metroid speedrunners out there, I would highly suggest that as soon as you start playing this game that you learn how to use item cancel right from the get-go, because if you don't, the second you start running a category where you have X-ray, it will ruin your day.
Absolutely.
So you'll go right to it, and then you'll just stop right in your tracks if you item select to it. So Canadian Owl got the X-ray scope with no issue. He's going to head now back to Blue Bryn Star and grab a few more items.
Oh, just space jumping up the green hills, and he's going to go back up this other direction. You'll notice there's a blue door. What typically runners will do is they'll actually use a power bomb there on the way down the second time through in order to open that door, so they don't have to worry about it later.
All right, Becky grabbing the Fire Flea energy tank, and I believe she's about to deboost off this Fire Flea.
Yep.
Ooh, that is a hot strat. I think she was trying to land. I don't know if she meant to do that, but she might have been trying to land on that frozen one as well. But that's a really nice way to save some time there. Sweet Num dispatching of the Space Pelican, and tell us about what Canadian Owl's about to do here, Tracy.
Oh, the Billy Mays room. So, first of all, I want to shout out that energy tank, because when I played this game for the first time, I knew that energy tank was there because it's the exact same spot in the original game. But yeah, right now he's headed up. You can do that with a Shine Spark, but with Screw Attack and Space Jump, you can just space jump right through that block. And then we get to the Billy Mays room, where not just one missile, but there's that other hidden missile. But wait, there's more.
That's right, and that's another one of those items where you would think you would never miss it, but if you're just not really if you don't really have your brain on when you enter the room and you're just kind of going through the motions, sometimes you can forget that one. So good to see him. grab that.
I've seen that second missile be the one that causes a 99%. It has happened.
Yeah, I've done it myself. That's why I know it can happen. So hopefully we won't see anybody have that happen to them today.
Right.
One thing I don't think we've talked about yet, maybe you did, or maybe I missed it. Sorry if I did, but Sweet Numb just showcased a little bit more about what makes plasma so powerful in this game. Not only does it do the most damage, but it also has a piercing property, and it allows you to clip through certain creatures when you shoot them. So he was actually shooting his beam for a few of those key hunters, and it allowed him to run straight through them without losing his momentum or taking any damage. Obviously, the damage at this point is irrelevant because he has so much health, but the time still is.
Absolutely. And Owl picking up the old Mother Brain missiles. There's only 2 more items for him to grab.
Yeah, this room that Canadian Owl's about to enter can be a bit tricky. I mean, there are different setups you can have for it, but sometimes if you just don't time it correctly, you can get stuck on those. Is it Puyos or that's not the right thing? I don't remember what they're.
No.
Yeah.
What can happen to you? So what you saw him do is if you hold a charge beam and time it just right with your running, with your Shine Spark setup, you can actually freeze them as you run across them. If you try and do that without Plasma Beam, it becomes a little bit more difficult. You can't really. But there are other strats you can use to get through them. But yeah, if you get caught under those and into that acid, depending on your health situation, that can be absolutely deadly.
Becky running one of my favorite strats in Hundo, getting a nice D-boost off that waiver in Bubble Mountain. She went ahead and dropped a power bomb on the left side of the room, and then got a damage boost over to the right to grab the Bubble Mountain missiles. And now when she goes back across, she will not have to wait, and she also lags the room a little less this way because she's not on the screen while that power bomb is going.
And shout outs to Owl, assuming that he didn't miss any. That should have been his very last item to pick up. The so-called 230 missiles, which is a bit of an ironic name. It's called that because it is the last missile pack you're supposed to pick up in the game in 100%. But if you're playing this in a casual situation, it's probably going to be the 3rd missile pack you pick up.
Yeah, that's true. I hadn't thought about it that way. And also, again, the 230 missiles, but tooth hurty because
Yep.
it kind of looks like a mouth with cavities. So kind of a fun little name there. But yeah, we got Canadian Owl being the first to enter the G4 room, and he'll finish out this cut scene before heading down to mow through some Metroids and hopefully get to Mother Brain here.
And Sweet Numb picking up his last reserve tank.
Meanwhile, we got Jack heading over to Spring Ball. Shout outs to those Chrono Trigger enemies again right there.
Yeah. And I was just
And
thinking
he'll
to
get
myself.
to chill.
Yep, and I was just thinking to myself, seems like Sweet Numb doesn't have quite all the E-tanks, but he still has to go to Crocomire.
Yeah, that's correct, Tracy. In fact, when we get there, I mean, you've already kind of explained how it works, but I'll let you do it again. His Crocomire fight and even the room before grapple will be quite different in this route, and that's part of where the time save comes from. So here in just a moment, you can explain to everybody kind of what is happening, because it looks a lot different than the other fights that we...
Yeah, normally what you would do in Crocomire is you either use the ammo or just use your charge, wave plasma, or whatever combination you have at that point. He's going to have grapple beam, so he's going to be able to do, I mean, it's a blink and you miss it. One shot, if you time it just right, and you see he gets that charge beam going, and there it is. And Crocomire is just going to keep going backwards.
I'll be honest, I don't really like watching that. The flash has hurt my eyes.
Yeah, that's not good for anyone with any kind of seizures or anything like that. There are definitely issues there. So he'll pick up this E-tank now.
Yeah, which he doesn't need for a recharge, obviously, because this late in the game you have so much health, and you're just not taking much damage with screw attack and stuff like that. But it is the next to last E-tank that he will grab, and he's going to have to clean up.
Yeah, but it's a lot easier to get there because unlike the others who had to run through the acid and do a tricky, well, not too tricky, but doing a wall jump out of the acid is never completely easy. He can just space jump across, and even if he falls into the acid, he has gravity suit, so who cares? You're going to take a little damage, but he's got, before that, 12 E-tanks, so...
Pretty much, yeah. It's almost, I guess never say never, but you would have to just have all kinds of crazy, stupid, bad things happen for you to die at this juncture of a 100% run. Looks like Canadian Al going for the baby skip here. He's got it in the right rhythm.
And gets it.
Well done. Nice skip.
Becky also now in the Billy Mays room, but wait, there's more.
I think we might see a save from Canadian Al right here. No, we don't. Okay.
Okay.
Looks
So
like he's going to meme it a little bit and go for the speed Zeb skip.
We saw on the first try. The nice thing with the speed Zeb skip is if you get it, you don't have to turn off that screw attack. Now, there is a down back version of the Zeb skip using the ice beam that can also be done. It is a little more difficult. But otherwise, you turn off your screw attack here, so because the screw attack messes with your iframes, that allows you to go through the Zebutite.
Yeah, certainly no shame in missing that strat. I mean, that's a really tough short charge to get. There's not a ton of people that get it first try.
Also interesting that Owl has no super missiles going into the Mother Brain fight when you have a max total of 50.
Yeah, some of that was a result of him using some to finish the Ridley fight. Not that it really matters that much. He's not in any, obviously he wasn't in any danger of soft blocking. But he probably also got some poor drops from the Metroids. And that can happen from time to time.
Fortunately, he's being at 196 missiles left at this point. I mean, when the Rainbow Beam comes through, he won't even be out of missiles. He'll still have missiles left at that point.
That's true. We got Becky here setting up for her 99th item. Freeze. Oh, that was what I was referring to earlier. Yeah, this is one of those rooms that can be kind of annoying if the shot is just slightly off.
Owl firing off a number though, so he won't. I take it back. He won't have any missiles left because. Oh no, he's setting up stand-up glitch and he's firing off just enough to get to a interesting number that will just kind of leave there.
Right, and at this point, the only thing really, conceivably standing between Book Beam and a relay victory is this stand-up glitch that Canadian Al is going to showcase here.
Yep,
it is actually possible to soft lock the game here. Hopefully he will not.
There's quite a few ways you can soft lock the game here, but yeah, hopefully he's got this.
Okay, Sweet Numb on the bottom right, heading up to grab X-Ray Scope. And I believe Jack is finishing up his Meridia cleanup here. I think he's already grabbed the last item in Meridia, so he's going to head out and probably go get the Kraid missiles and then head to Lower Norfair, or vice versa.
And I know we talked about this earlier. I don't know if we mentioned it while Owl was going through, but just watch how quickly. I mean, this is just completely free. Watching Sweet Numb go through this with the. And he's even running and running on the spikes to get a little faster space jump there to just get through that, and it's just not a problem.
And that's going to be it for Mother Brain. Nice job by Canadian Al. And I can't think of any items that he missed. We won't know for sure until the item percentage pops up. And if
is not official until we see that 100%.
That's right. And then I can't remember what the penalty was for missed items, but he's so far ahead that I can't imagine that Team Bookbeam would lose. So, yeah, this is going to be the end of our first team. Oh, he's going for the blue bomber. Unfortunately missed it there.
Quite get it.
Yeah, it's a tough strat. But, yeah, this is going to be the end of a very, or at least the end of the first team finishing of a very long and excellent relay. And look at Sweet Numb going for the reverse slinky. Oh, so close. So close. That was a really good attempt there. He got really close to pulling off arguably one of the toughest tricks in the entire game. But yeah, it looks like Canadian Al is going to finish up here. Hopefully, he will do the right thing objectively and not visit the animals. Meanwhile, Becky is going to start Torian, while Sweet Num's going to clean up a few more items before heading over there as well.
Yeah, I suspect the only animal save we saw was Ponk in the low percent category. But you know, in a sense, I hear that the rest of you had the agreement not to use Moonfall, so that maybe evens out a little bit, since I know he used Moonfall.
Yeah, everything in this game obviously is a personal choice, so certainly can't fault people for sticking to their morals, if you will. But we've got Canadian Al gonna, well, I guess, I don't know what he's doing here. I guess he's going to enjoy his time in the sun here. Is he trying to get stuck in the door? Oh, he's trying to break those blocks.
Oh,
All right.
Never mind.
And looks like he is going to go down to the animals.
Is he going to save him, or is he just going to tease him?
I don't know. I would assume he'd save him. Yeah. I just want to apologize to all hundreds of the viewers out there for what you guys just witnessed. I'm going to speak on behalf of almost everyone in the Super Metroid community and just say that this is not the type of thing that we stand for at all, saving the animals like that. And I'm sorry you had to witness such a disgraceful act. But GG to Canadian Al,
GG.
finishing for Team Bookbeam, and congratulations to Team Bookbeam. If I could, I would play Queen's "Don't Stop Me Now" for everybody since our team won. But
yeah, I guess
great run.
Should say congratulations to you, Kip, for being a part of Team Bookbeam and getting them started well on the low percent ice. Oh, and did Becky get grabbed I'm seeing some slowness here. I wasn't paying attention, but yeah, she's gonna take a save here and probably reset, because I believe what can happen is if the Metroid baby grabs you as you're going through, what you'll get.
Oh no.
Yeah, you get what we call baby speed, and she'll have to. She'd have to finish the game that way unless she goes ahead and resets, and there she goes and is doing the reset here.
For a second, it looked like she was going to exit the room, and I was getting concerned that she was actually going to try to finish the game with the slow-mo on, which, by the way, can be done. I've watched Zos do it before. So yeah, but making probably the smarter choice here, especially with her health. I don't know how much health she has in her reserves. Maybe I would assume it's probably enough to get her back above to do the stand-up glitch, but if she does not get to 700 health or more in her energy tank, she will not be able to do the stand-up glitch, which I think will cost about, I don't know, somewhere in the ballpark of 20 seconds maybe.
Just go ahead and pop in that reserve tank now.
Meanwhile, Sweet Num, I believe, grabbed his 100th item, while Jack finished up a very nice GT fight, and he will be grabbing the screw attack. Again, we can't say officially that Canadian Al has 100% items until we see the number. It looks like Becky had just enough health in her reserves, and assuming she does not take more than 80 damage, she should be okay.
Well, she actually didn't pop the full reserve. She stopped a little after she got just a little above 70 tanks, so she can take a little bit more damage. I don't know. I might have just, popped them fully and then done the traditional damage down thing. Yeah, because now she's gonna have to do it again to get herself back up there if she wants to do stand-up glitch.
Taking the catch-up damage, and I don't know if that's gonna. I guess that's okay.
Yeah,
I think she's okay.
7+.
Sorry, I do a lot of low percent, so there's not a whole lot of stand-up glitching going on in those categories.
No stand-up glitching there. And of course, no stand-up glitching in any percent either, which is probably the most common category that's run.
That's right. Stand-up glitch is something that you will see in 100% here, obviously. And you will see it in GT Classic as well, and typically RBO.
Yep.
But not in any percent or low percent.
Nope.
All right, let's see if Canadian Al managed to get the 100%. I'm on the edge of my gamer chair. What's it gonna be?
Your rate for collecting items is 100%. There we go.
Let's go, baby. Great job, Canadian Al. Congratulations on completing your 100% run and bringing home the victory. Look at that on the screen right now. Bookbeam, golden zeros across the board. Shout outs to all my teammates out there. It was a lot of fun running with you guys today. And yeah, let's see how this ends. We got White Mage Becky doing her stand-up glitch while Sweet Num is getting ready for his baby skip. Jack is heading down to fight Ridley. I think he just grabbed the power bombs of shame, so he only has, I think, maybe 4 more items in Lower Norfair to collect.
Yeah, and since you used the term, let's point out the reason they're called the power bombs of shame is typically in an 80% run, you're only going to pick up 1 power bomb pack, but there are several places in Lower Norfair that you do need to use power bombs, and typically you pick those up in any percent because you ran out of power bombs, and thus the shame.
Exactly. Yeah, they don't make nearly as much sense in 100%. Or at least their name doesn't make as much sense. But that you're 100% correct about that. All right, Becky is on her way out. Let's see if she goes for a blue bomber here. Gonna do the traditional Shine Spark, which is exactly what I would do as well. The blue bomber's a tough strat, actually.
It is tough. And Sweet Num getting grabbed by the baby, so he's gonna have to do the refill here.
Looks like Jack is finished with Ridley here. Gonna get grabbed. And did a good job of skipping the death animation, or at least in terms of the slow version of that animation where he pulls up. So Becky is now at the top of the climb for the last time in this run. And let's see if she is going to visit the animals or not.
And there she goes down. In a lot of situations, you know, when you know you're enough ahead, because these runners can watch each other, that's when you'll see them save the animals. The time it can become a little bit tricky is in rando races, where you don't know where your opponent is, and we actually had oh, there it is.
Oh, dang it! I was just getting ready to say, ladies and gentlemen, this is what happens when you go down to save the animals. But apparently, I'm.
Yeah, sad story. We actually had a couple, one person lose a couple of rando races for saving the animals, so it can happen. Shout outs to Blue Plasma Spark out there. He's watching.
And GG to White Mage Becky, and GG to everybody on the Hook Booster team. White Mage Becky finishing the run, and Hook Booster will come in second place for this relay. Excellent job, and shout outs to all the runners on Hook Booster. And great job, Becky. We'll wait and see the 100% items at the end, but I'm fairly confident that she's got it. And now we got Sweet Num down here on Mother Brain 2. Looks like Jack's going to be grabbing the Fire Fleet E-Tank and finishing up his Lower Norfair collection.
Yeah, you'll notice he's not even bothering dodging those ketchup beams. I mean, he's got so much health because he had to refill after the baby, so he's got to damage himself down himself. Having to get all the way down to that 7 E-Tank magic number so that he can do stand-up glitch. Oh, and he didn't take off his various suit, so he has to damage himself down again to finish off the stand-up glitch. Saving a little bit of menuing by doing that.
Cool strat by Jack there. Sometimes you'll hear people refer to a strat there called the Hodarubi Special. I think Jack just did a different strat there, but his was still very, very quick. The Hodarubi Special, for anybody who doesn't know, Hodarubi is sort of the godfather of Super Metroid speedrunning. He had time, but back when kind of, I guess, speedrunning Super Metroid first started, he had times in the game that were basically considered to be almost fake because of how good he was and how much better he was than everybody for a long time. And that was a strat that people have attributed to him. I actually don't know if he invented the strat. I think it just something that got named after him, whether he did it or not. But definitely a lot of respect for him. And it's always cool in this game when you have things named after you.
Yeah, as you can see with there's the climb, the one that you use, the so-called Behemoth climb, named after Behemoth, probably because he made it popular, but actually originally done by Just Defend. So yeah, that happens. The person that popularized it getting it named after him instead of the person that initially invented something. And Sweet Gnome finishing up his stand-up glitch, so he'll just have the escape to go.
Yeah, great job, Sweet Gnome. And Jack, meanwhile, cleaning up Bubble Mountain area. He'll be done very soon and be heading to Torian to finish up his run.
Sweet Gnome starting to go for the blue bomber, and there we go. Let's see if he can get it. And he does.
Oh, wow, nice job.
Very nice to see it.
Deer Force for Becky.
We're about to see her item
And
collection.
yeah, I'm confident it's going to be 100%. And we're going to be 2 for 2 so far. Let's find out.
Your rate for collecting items is 100%. Nicely done.
Got him. And that's another sub 8 hour relay for Team Hook Booster. GG, guys and gals. Thank you for running today. Great job by everyone. And now Sweet Num is finishing as well. So GG to him and to Team Kane of Ray coming in third place for today's relay, assuming that we've got Sweet Num's 100% at the end. But yeah, great job by Sweet Num and everybody on Team Kane of Ray. And that leaves us with Jack over here finishing up his 100% run, which again, I'd like to point out, props to Jack. He was on a blistering pace earlier. Definitely one of the fastest 100% runners in the world, but unfortunately took that death that set him back by, I don't know, probably like 20 minutes,
and honestly,
something like that.
the big issue was there's those missiles that we talked about that you can pick up before Fantoon without worrying about any damage because the spikes aren't activated. And then he forgot to get them and picked them up after Fantoon and took a little damage from them, and then couldn't quite make it all the way through the spiky room of death, which is called that for a reason. I mean, it's no joke, that room.
Yeah, absolutely. But if you think about it, the fact that he, first of all, he didn't even start. He wasn't even the first runner to start.
Nope.
And he lost like 20 minutes or something, and he's actually still pretty close in the grand scheme of things. So
Yeah,
he's moved
absolutely.
very quickly during this. Let's see if he goes for the reverse slinky here. Looks like he missed the first jump there.
Still makes very quick work getting through those green hills.
Yeah, one small thing that I don't think either of us mentioned, maybe you did and I just missed it, but notice that that door that he just went through was a blue door that he shot. That's actually an orange door when it starts off. But after his second set of Brinstar cleanup, like when he came through pink the second time, he and the rest of the runners actually dropped a power bomb on their way down Green Hills the second time, and that opened that room up. It opened up that orange door, which allowed it to become blue the next time. So that saved some time the second time around.
Picking up his last E-tank of the game. And one other thing I will point out, what as we wait for Sweetnum's percentage to come up, it is one choice they could make is you can go to the ship to refill before Turian. With as much energy, as much ammo as they have, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense in a race situation to do that. But that is one way. If you're running this casually, it is a really good way to see if you missed any of your items because you'll get to that 230 missiles, that 50 supers, and 50 power bombs. Of course, you can see all the rest of the items pretty well. You can see the 2 rows of energy tanks, the 4 reserves in your menu, and of course, all the items.
Oh yeah, for sure. So now I think Jack has, let's see, 1, 2, 3, I think 4 items left. I believe this is his 96th item.
Yep. Now he's just the old mother brain, the shaft supers in the climb, the 230 missiles.
Yeah, I mean, I actually meant 97th. My fault on the math there. But yeah, he's got 4 items to go, and those are
Shout
the
out
ones he's got.
Yeah, shout out to that speedball through the of through that room there. That was pretty neat.
Yeah, that was a fun one. And now we've got the official 100% for Sweet Nom. And 7 hours, 53 minutes, and 27 seconds is the official time for Team Kane of Ray. GG, guys. Great job today. And we are almost done here. A few more items, and then I'm sure Jack will put on a show in Torian and give us a quick one before we close out today's relay. Okay, looks like he's got the super missiles here. And that should be the 99th item. He's going to head to the dental plan for the 230 missiles, dropping a power bomb as he exits the room to go ahead and open up those blocks. It's faster than waiting on a regular bomb there. And he will also drop a power bomb in this room to destroy all the blocks, so he doesn't have to wait on the regular bombs here as well. And that should do it.
Yep, that should be the last item. And like I said, unless he wants to go back to the ship, which I don't see any. The only reason to go to the ship would be to double check that you have all the items. But he doesn't want to do that. He just wants to finish this off, and I don't blame him. So we'll know for sure when we get the 100%. But I didn't see him skip anything, so we're gonna.
Yeah, I didn't see him miss anything either. All right, so we get one more chance to watch the cutscene here. I'll give a little quick shout out. You can see Kraid's eye here. His gem is green. I've heard some people talk about how he represents Earth. Yellow for wind for Phantoon. Blue for Dragon, which would represent water. And then red for Ridley, which would represent fire, which kind of makes sense to me. I think it's cool they did it that way. The only thing we need now is, I guess, since Samus is sort of pink looking, maybe she's Heart, and we can summon Captain Planet.
There you go. And now we'll see. We should see a really nice Torian here.
And technically, Samus does have friends. The Edacoons are kind of like monkeys in a way, and I believe the kid, I don't remember his name in Captain Planet, but I think the kid that was Heart had a pet monkey, so I guess it all worked.
Jack making very quick work of the first Metroid room. And I like the way he did that second one. Just falling down, hitting them each Metro with the ice beam, and then hitting him with the super as well.
All right, looks like we got the one and only Andrew up in here for commentary once again. And big shout out to Andrew again for being the mastermind and sort of the driving force of this entire relay. So everybody make sure to thank him. But Andrew, are you here?
Absolutely.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, howdy, Kip and Tracy. Thanks for the
Yeah.
commentary so far.
No problem, man. It was my pleasure. I'm sure Tracy's as well. What I will do is I will step aside here for the rest of this hundo run and let Andrew take over because I know he's going to close us out. So, Tracy, thank you so much for allowing me to do commentary with you. I had a blast. It's always fun to do some with you. And guys out there, thank you so much. Hope you guys have a great rest of your.
Yeah, and thank you, Kip, for joining me. Always a pleasure to do commentary with you. Really enjoyed it. And thank you, Andrew, for setting all this up. It's always a lot of fun when we do these relays. So I'll let you finish this off.
Great. All right, thanks, guys. All right, we have had a lovely, lovely, wonderful relay today. Pretty good. I think this is the first multi-community relay, and I think it went off pretty well without a hitch. Everyone seemed perfectly able to follow instruction. Things went according to plan. Didn't have any last-minute disasters or fiascos. Just some good old-fashioned Super Metroid Link to the Past. You got Jack here, just finishing up Mother Brain 1. Taking a bit of damage just so he's setting himself up for stand-up. Not a problem. Just 20 shots to freedom for Jack here. Although I assume he'll up to do 40 if her stand-up. Poor guy. The only reason Jack died in this relay, by the way, is because he forgot the wreck ship shaft missile during the wreck ship off phase, so he unfortunately took a bit more damage than he expected getting into Spiky Room of Death Room in wreck ship. So see there, Jack damaging himself down, Mudbrain does the last animation, and we'll be seeing stand-up. This is my favorite way to do stand-up. It's gotta be the safest way to do it. Just stick in a morph ball, stay there, and don't frickin' move. All you gotta do then is just place a bomb to get yourself up out of the ground. Pretty comfy, pretty cozy. Oh, looks like he'll have to use X-ray to stand up there, but he does it. That's one of the benefits of 100%. Just have to X-ray yourself up there. I'd like to have a huge shout out to all the people who can participate in this relay. It's been a lot of fun. This was more of a test relay. It wasn't as long as some of the other ones we've done, where we've done like, 11 hours or 12 hours. This will be a nice, comfy 8 hours. Nothing huge. Nothing big. Oh, Jack. Some good charge shots there. Yeah, 12 hours, man. We've had some long relays. I think the most we've had is we have 11? I think we had to this one time I was stupid and I decided to have 5 teams. 5 teams with I think 8 categories. Maybe it was 9 categories. That was a really bad idea. And if you think it's hard to follow 4 people, with 2 commentators, let me tell you, man, 5 people is pretty rough. Jack having a good old dance in the Leodox room. Shoutouts to Leo. and the optimal escape from that room too. Only firing once. Firing more than once with Hyper Beam lags the game. So you don't want to do that. But you also need to ledge grab perfectly, because otherwise you won't get enough speed to kill the pirates in the next room without using Hyper. Super, super small optimizations, but they're important. And there we go. That's done for Jack. Not bad. Everyone finishing within 25 minutes of each other. If it weren't for the deaths, I think all of these runs literally would have been within 5 minutes of each other. Seriously, every single one of them, if it were not for the deaths. So that's pretty impressive, I would say. So GG to everyone. Well played. No, Canadian Owl and Punk both save the animals, White Mage, Becky. You're not the only one. For some reason, I don't know why, but your screen went black though when you went inside the animal room. So we didn't actually see you save them, I'm sorry. I don't know what reason that was though. Must have been a glitch in the Matrix. And a 51 game time from Jack there. I think that was the best game time out of the 100% runs. So his run back was definitely the best run, I think. So let's see. I'd like to thank everyone who did organizing for this tournament. I could not have put this together without Total, as always. Total and I, the unstoppable relay duo, making everything happen. Josh and Fricker helping me with the Link to the Past side of things, because heck if I know how to balance people from Link to the Past. Thankful for them for that. My commentators, Josh, Greenham, Kip, Tracy. I think that was it, right? I think that was it, yep. And all the runners. I know we had a nice little splash screen showing all the runners and the teams and stuff like that. I'm going to put that up as soon as the item percent comes up for Jack here. That way we can take a look and just shout out some people. This was a great relay. We had a lot of very skilled runners. I normally like to include everybody who submits for these runs. And if you weren't included, don't take it harshly. I specifically wanted this to be a shorter relay because with the introduction of another community, it was bound to be a little more difficult. And have a few more problems. So I just wanted to keep it simple and take people I knew would not have any trouble. Just make it easier for everyone. Next time we do a cross-community race, it could be fun to potentially include another community. Maybe something like SMW. I'm not sure. I might reach out to some people and see if we can't do a triple community relay race and see how fun that would be. So there we go. And with that, timer stopped. 8:06:40. The timer I said is stopped. I forgot to click the timer. Timer stopped. 8:06:46 was the final time. Had a lot of great runs. Thank you everyone for participating. Had a lot of good time. Let's take a look and see how this splash screen looks. Great. So let's just take a look at this really while we're sitting here and having a great time this Sunday evening. Team Hook Booster, we had, let's just go in order here. We got Team Bookbeam in first place. Super Metroid low percent, we got Kip, who started their team off very, very strong. Christos Owen, Link to the Past, all dungeons. Held it strong, held it down. Freya's Spirit, Super Metroid 80%, held it down. All these players clutch to the core. Lankshan, Link to the Past, no major glitches, held it down. Fricker, Link to the Past, low percent, rolled deep. Canadian Owl, 100%, Super Metroid, held it down. Bookbeam could not be beat this relay. They were just on point, on fire the whole time. Team Hook Booster coming up in second here. Super Metroid low percent, Azure throwing up a great run, giving the rest of his team a great opportunity to catch up to Bookbeam over the course of the next few runs. Link to the Past, All Dungeons, Scrivo throwing down, great stuff. Jero, Super Metroid 80%, held up a great run, almost beating QWERTY, who was doing New Route. Very, very. Link to the Past, no major glitches. Fantastic run, amazing player, really, really a lot of fun to watch. FSG, low percent, man, that cold stare fight, that was amazing. White Mage Becky, 100%. Fantastic run, really. Well done. Third place, Team Cane of Ray. Super Metroid, low percent, Andrew. Link to the Past, all dungeons, Gerdo. That was, I think that was the best segment. Gerdo was a fantastic all dungeons runner. Super Metroid, 8%, Keiku. Great run, my guy. Super solid. Link to the Past, no major glitches, Oasi. Oh man, that was a great run too. And Link to the Past, low percent, Cold Stare. And if you guys want to know what it means to not give up, just watch that Cold Stare fight. That was balls to the wall. That was awesome. Super Metroid 100% Sweet Numb. I believe that was the fastest segment for this relay. So super strong job there by Sweet Numb. And finally, coming up last but not least at all, we have Super Metroid low percent with Punk. And shout out to that guy, because I know he doesn't care too much about that category, but he volunteered it anyway, and I'm glad I could use him. Thank you very much. Link to the Past, all dungeons, Apathy Duck. Very, very solid run. Super Metroid, 80% QWERTY. He ran into some trouble in Lower Norfair, but he kept it cool and kept it calm and collected and managed to finish out strong. Very well done. Link to the Past, no major glitches, Louis. Fantastic run. Not much else to say. All these people threw up great runs. Chex Human, low percent. That was a great run. That Cold Stare was top notch for sure. And Jack Super Metroid percent, it was a great job catching up, my guy. You really threw it down after that death. That was a great run. So anyhow, those are all the people that ran, and those are the teams. And keep an eye out for the next cross-community relay race. Coming at some point. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Thank you all for watching. Hope you all had a great Sunday night. And see you all next mission.